Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty gang. I've got
Oh.
Manny with the belt today.
Oh.
Manny had an extra bowl of cereal this morning. Got in here quick.
Join us.
What up, Warren? Yep.
Oh, here we are. I'm gonna repost this. Let's do this.
Oh yeah, I can retweet from the 1320 account now. Not to brag.
That'd be a bad thing if I had that as well. Let me see. We're not gonna play any Sasha sound, right?
No. Yes, that's right. No, we're not playing sound.
He's very smooth. I say, like, Kyle, just, we were emotionally spent, and,
Yeah, I just don't. I'm not given enough time to.
It's okay.
Cut sound. $20 seconds until showtime.
Oh. Hello, Drew Down. Hello, Belt City. Serial Connection.
What up, Drew Down?
Hello, Polo.
Adam. All right, here we go. Let's party. I'll be a lot of things over the course of a day. So many adjectives will describe me over the course of a 24-hour period, but really I sleep 4 or 5 hours, so a 19 or 20-hour period in every day. Emotionally empty is not going to be one of them. You will not catch me being emotionally empty, James.
I am never emotionally empty.
No, can't.
I'm running on empty.
Yeah, I mean, who among us? It's the Insiders. That's James. I'm Kyle. The Kings lose to the Clippers 131-117 last night. Emotionally empty were the words Sasha Vezenkov used to describe the Kings and their performance against the Clippers last night, or the reason for their performance against the Clippers last night. And that's, to me, exactly what it looked like.
Yes.
That was a team that got down early and went, nah, I got nothing for you.
I really, really enjoy talking to Sasha Vezenkov. So I will tell you, first of all, there's a Greek reporter who's been in town for a couple of days. So shout out to him to interview Sasha and to hang out. But also, I went over during pregame and talked to him. We were actually having a conversation from like across the room. And I said, hey, you looked, you had a good, it was nice to see you have a good game last night. And he goes, I can play. And I'm like,
yeah, man, you can.
All right. So I'm going to go have a conversation with you now. And so like, there's just an ease to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then to watch him like in post game go between English and then switch to Greek and give an entire explanation in Greek, like he's a really intriguing dude. And I think he did capture the essence of it. Wasn't an excuse. He said, we don't want to make an excuse because everyone plays back-to-backs, but it was an emotional game the night before. And we were emotionally empty. Like, I think you could look at it in like the wrong way. Like they're just saying like, hey, we're just done. But that's not what they're like. We gave everything we had to beat the Warriors and we're shot.
Yeah.
Like, and that happens sometimes.
It's like to me, the equivalent would be like a low social battery where you've been in crowds and you've been talking to people and you've been schmoozing and you got friends over This happens a lot to me during the holidays. You got friends over and then family, and then you got this party to go to and that party to go to. And then by the time January 1st comes around, it's like, oh my God, I need a day to not do anything.
Yeah.
I cannot work up the energy to go be like, yeah, social guy. That is how last night looked for Sacramento. They just couldn't work up the energy. And that's not a knock on them as a basketball team. That's not, we talked about this yesterday. Like, that was the biggest pitfall of this game. Are the Clippers, do they have good players? Like 100%, but in a 7-game series, I'm picking the Kings, and I would still pick the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at situation and you look at how last night's game lined up with that Warriors game and the way that Warriors game went, if the Kings didn't beat the Warriors by 20, I don't think that the Clippers game goes the same way. But given that it was the comeback and it's the what do they call it in base? A high stress inning, a lot of high stress minutes for the Kings the night before.
Yes.
And then you have to suit up. A back-to-back is tough to begin with. And again, this is not an excuse, because at some point, like, hey, playoff games, you're going to have a big emotional win. You're going to get one day, and then you're going to have to go be really good again. This is just the learning process. And I think it's good to experience this now on November 29th.
Mm-hmm.
It's November 30th today, but yesterday was 29th.
Yeah.
You'd rather experience that on November 29th so you can figure out in the future, like, hey, when we have a big emotional win, it can't be followed by, yeah, we just didn't have it the next night.
Yeah. And Kyle, I'm going to point out, like, this is the first time for all of these things for this team, right? So, like, this team has never been through all of these, like, trials and tribulations. And you have to experience these things. And that's why, like, losing a game 7, it can be really dramatic for a team. We saw how dramatic it was afterwards, like losing to the Warriors 4 times in a row, boom, boom, boom afterwards. A lot of that was residual from game 7. Like, you got to figure out a way to get through it. You got to figure out a way to climb over the mountain and get to the other side. And I think they did that. But, like, you don't go out there and run a marathon and then get up the next morning. Someone goes, hey, let's go hit this 5K.
Yeah.
You're like, no, I ain't got nothing left. And so I get it. That was more than a win. And that's why I hate the term 1 of 82, because that wasn't 1 of 82.
Right. No matter what anybody wants to say.
It was not 1 of 82. It was 1 of 1. And this team learned a lot from that game, and they learned a lot about themselves, but they also wore themselves out. And so, like, you need to figure out a way to get better on back-to-backs. Yeah. That's the problem. This team has got stomped twice on back-to-backs. They've only had 2 back-to-backs. They've got 15 on the season. You can't just write off 15 losses.
That's not a thing you can do.
Yeah. Like, hey, it is what it is. Like, can't do it.
Especially when you're losing to a team that, if the Kings and Clippers played in a 7-game series, I'd pick the Kings in like 5 games. Like, I genuinely think that they are better than LA.
Okay.
To that extent. And when you go just have nothing for them, that's a winnable game still, even on a back-to-back. And I know the Clippers are, and I don't want to like take away. I think the Clippers are good, but where I hold the Kings, or where I think the Kings should be, frankly, is not, hey, just can't beat this team tonight. Like, you should still be able to figure out how to win that game.
Yeah.
So that was just, it's not so much that they lost. It was how the general malaise that they played with. It was just, man, they were
emotionally detached. You could see it the whole time.
The energy was bad. They'd get a couple of buckets and then some Olay defense on the other end, and it was easy layups for the Clippers. That LA had so many. If saying LA, I always think Lakers.
Yeah,
but the Clippers had so many open looks at the basket from 3. They were getting whatever they wanted, and there was just no resistance. Steve Kerr, the word Steve Kerr always uses is force. Okay. Like, they didn't play with enough force. The Kings had nothing last night. And again, it's not an excuse. It's not like they didn't play well enough and they lost. They got hammered at home. But on the other hand, we can't be sitting here in February going, yeah, it was a back-to-back. They just didn't have it tonight. Man, Like, no, you got to get up for one of these.
Yeah, at some point you've got to be better than the situation. And I get it, but I also think that like the end season tournament, like it did mean something. Beating the Warriors, it meant something. And then let's add in this other element, which realistically is what wiped me out. It was like a 3.5 hour game, it felt like. So like we get the tip off got pushed back on Tuesday night until 7:15. And then it's a TNT game, so TNT breaks are like a minute longer than any other like televised break that you're gonna have. So the game slows down. Like I told you, Mike Brown got done talking, and he talked for almost 20 minutes after the game, and that was after we had 2 players. It was 11 o'clock at night, and we hadn't even got to the locker room yet. And I'm like, man, I got a jet. I got a show in the morning. But I think you saw it even in pregame. Mike Brown stepped up to the podium in pregame and like he had zero charisma, zero energy in pregame. You could see it, and they're wiped out. Even the coach was wiped out. And then the problem that you have is that you're playing a team in the Clippers that aren't very good. They have stars, and they don't fit together.
They've not been playing well.
And they're a team that just lost to the Denver Nuggets a couple of nights earlier, where they had a huge lead and they let it go against a team playing without Jokic, without
Aaron Gordon,
without Murray.
Yeah.
They got beat by that team. They got beat by DeAndre Jordan 2 nights earlier,
who hung up 21 points, more than he'd scored since 2018.
Exactly. And so what Mike Brown was doing in the fourth quarter, he stayed with his players. He was looking out there and going, man, first of all, I asked him about it. He said, I'm going to try a couple of things, right? We wanted to try some things because we're going to play these guys again. So let's hit them with this. Let's hit them with that. Let's see how they react. Let's see if we can get some different play sets in. He's like, did I stick with the starters a little too long? I probably did. He's like, but at the same time, like there were these little runs.
Dude, I kept waiting because I'm in a better spot than you are, but I'm still like, man, if it's a game where I go, hey, I can finish this out, I can record this and watch it in the morning.
Yeah.
Because there's a different experience watching it live versus, not. And I kept waiting for a point where like, okay, I can turn this one off. Okay, I can turn this one off. Okay, finish this. But with like 6 minutes left in the fourth, it was like, there are a couple of threes and a couple stops away from this being real interesting.
It's a combination of having some faith in who the Sacramento Kings look like they're going to be.
Yeah.
And having so little faith in who the Los Angeles Clippers are.
1,000%.
It's a mixture of both. And the fact is that your star showed up. He didn't have he wasn't just so unstoppable. De'Aaron Fox put a 40, a casual 40.
And that's why he's our Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game.
There it is.
ESPN1320.com. Hit that Jiffy Lube contest page. It's right there on the front. You can't miss it. Enter the code word FOX, F-O-X, and enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Go on.
The password is Fox.
ESPN1320.com. Jiffy Lube contest page. Can't miss it. Code word Fox.
Okay, so if Fox is going to sit there and keep you at least within striking distance, then you gotta give it a shot for someone else to catch fire. And if one other person catches fire, then can one more player, can one more. And next thing you know, you get a couple of stops and the thing shifts. The problem the Kings had is they did not have any way to get a stop at all.
Right. It was, we'll get into this. We'll have your 6 quick thoughts in the next segment, but
yeah,
De'Aaron Fox to me, and Sass in our YouTube chat, youtube.com/ESPN1320, Sass in the chatty house said that was one of the least impactful 40-point games. I thought Sasha was the most impactful with a positive plus minus because he was +6 in a blowout. I don't disagree with the Sasha point, but to me, that wasn't a non-impactful 40 is when you shoot it 35 times and you score 40 and your team loses by a ton. That was Fox doing everything he could to keep them from losing by 30.
Yes.
If one other play, if Domantas Sabonis, who we'll talk about later, or Kevin Huerter or Harrison Barnes, somebody hits a few shots, you have a ball game there. So to me, that wasn't De'Aaron Fox just putting up empty stats.
I totally agree. Like you can't stumble your way to 40, especially on 23 shots. And he hit 9 to 10 from the line. Like, he did what he had to do to improve off of his previous game. He dropped 40.
Yeah.
He just didn't have someone else to run with him.
Yeah. We'll dive into more on De'Aaron Fox, more on his supporting casts, and of course, Sasha Vezenkov, who, once again, a really, really good game from the rookie. We will dive into all of that with James' 6 quick thoughts next. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
It's funny, we're Sass, you have not as impactful. I get what you're saying. We had this funny discussion because someone in the office was asking when to use affect versus effect. And I told him, don't use either, use impact. Because that way you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
It's just an easier word, so you don't have to worry about the changing.
If
you're the grammar police, but
I don't have a good like rule of thumb. It's affect with an A is a verb. Like, you can affect with an A this show by X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
The effect you have on a show is I don't even know what part of phrase that is.
It's a noun.
Yes. The effect you have. Yeah.
Effect is a noun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I know it's one of those things where
it's definitely one I just write and I know it, but I could not explain it.
It's
as
funny,
you just heard.
When I'm writing quickly and I'm trying to like fly through things, like you have cheats in your head. And that it was part of the discussion we were having yesterday. And so, like, when do you use kings and when do you use kings with an apostrophe at the end? Like kingses. So the rule of thumb is to replace kings with heat, like the Miami Heat. And if it doesn't sound right without the apostrophe S, then you put an apostrophe at the end of kings. If it does sound right, you roll.
Sure.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I always have an editor. That's my rule of thumb. I don't post anything that isn't edited.
Yeah.
Which was one of the epic battles I would have at NBC because I would get backburnered because nobody cared about Kings. And they still don't. And so I would send in a piece at 8 o'clock in the morning, get in the car, drive all the way to San Francisco, get there, and it's still not posted while somebody's sitting watching politics on the internet instead of going through my stuff because he didn't want to actually edit my King's work. Shout out.
Big ups.
Big ups.
30 seconds. Yeah, I have to self-edit my stuff, and it is not that fun of a thing.
That's why I have Mrs. Ham. One of the many reasons Mrs. Ham is like she is an excellent editor.
All right, 10 seconds. Here we go. Ugh. Lost my buttons for a second.
Uh-oh.
But I wasn't emotionally empty while doing it.
Well.
Doing with love in my heart. Speaking of love in our hearts, a huge shout out to Jiffy Lube, who pulled up yesterday at some point and dropped off a bunch of boxes with signs on them that say delivery from Jiffy Lube, and they are wrapped in holiday wrapping paper. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can see the boxes behind James there. We don't know what is inside them. We just know that we are giving those away the week before Christmas.
Damian started picking things up and shaking them and stuff.
Oh, dang.
He did. He like
I hope it's not fragile.
fragile.
Yeah, I have no idea what. But they're stacked back there. Don't you shake it now. Oh my God. Now James is shaking the box.
It's heavy.
I can't guarantee that whatever you're gonna win is gonna be intact. Because apparently we're just shaking all the boxes now.
Shaken, not stirred.
Brutal. So we'll be opening those at some point next week to let you know what it is, and then we'll be telling you how we're gonna give them away. Once we figure out what's inside.
I know. What's in the box?
What's in the box? So if you want to see what those look like, maybe take a guess. youtube.com/ESPN1320. That's the website. You can go check it out. Check out the video stream, see the boxes, and see if you can guess what it is. Not that you'll win if you guess what it is, but
yeah, I don't think it's that sass.
What did she guess? What did he or she guess? What did that person guess? Yo, that'd be incredible. Just leaning all the way into the bit. Like, hey, here's some stuff here's a tire changing kit, some new brake pads, and a kit to change
roadside safety kit. Roadside safety.
Oh, funny story about roadside safety kits.
Yeah,
real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then we'll get back.
I like tangents. Go for it.
Yeah, no. So I drove a Scion XB for a long time. And in the back of my Scion XB, that's a little toaster car, right? In the back of my Scion XB, I had not the original one, the very squared one. Mine was more rounded on the edges. If it was white, it would look like a stormtrooper helmet.
Okay,
that's how I would describe it.
Got it.
So I had this roadside kit in the back of my car. Well, on the way home from an A's game one night, I was stopping for construction and I got rear-ended at like 70 miles an hour.
Oh.
And it blew my back window out. It like crumpled up the back of my car and sent me spinning down the freeway.
Wow.
Okay? In the process of all this, my emergency roadside kit not only flew out of my car, but like busted open and strewn across the freeway was my emergency roadside kit. So I get in an accident where I might need the items in here, flares, cones, a little first aid thing, anything like that I might have needed. I would have to walk into traffic to go get, which to me defeats the purpose of the emergency roadside kit. So
it does.
RIP. I had textbooks in the back. It was tough. It was a tough go. I had to hit my professors like, hey, do you have an extra copy of this book?
I will tell my best friend is a firefighter, City of Davis. And the stuff he's seen is crazy, but he said that loose things in your car do so much damage. Like, just think if you have if you take your like your ball and tow hitch off your truck and off at, like, so someone doesn't steal your ball and hitch, right? You take that off and you throw it in the back seat of your SUV.
Mm-hmm.
Just think if you hit something going head on, where that thing is going to go.
Sure.
It's going to fly right at you. It could kill you. You could survive the accident and get killed by something flying from your back seat and wipe you out. So this is
the insiders.
This is the insiders. Yeah. When I was 16, I rolled my dad's truck and I hit a bank. I'm climbing up the bank. I'm like, oh, this is not good.
Were you robbing it?
No, like a like dirt.
Oh, like
bank.
like on the side of the road.
On the side of the road.
Okay, yeah. Yep. I should have deduced that. Go ahead.
And I look out of the corner of my eye. I see my dad's tool bucket lift up out of the floorboard and come flying. And I lean back and it goes right through the driver's door window. Truck lands on it and I'm literally sliding on a bucket that's crushed all my dad's tools and like the pavement sliding right next to my face on the driver's door. I had to stand on the steering wheel to get out.
That's incredible that you remember that.
Oh yeah.
When I got hit, I don't remember anything. I blacked out.
Oh.
I couldn't tell you anything that.
Were you injured, Kyle?
No, I was totally fine. I think I banged my head on the steering wheel because my forehead hurt, but it wasn't like bruised or cut. And then my knee hurt from where I banged it but other than that, I was totally fine. Shout out to Scion for the safety.
The toaster survived. Well, the toaster didn't survive, but you survived.
No, the toaster was totaled. The totaled toast.
Yeah.
All right. Kings, Clippers.
Back to Kings.
Let's blast through 6 quick thoughts here, because these are just going to kind of set the table for us today. We will be diving into all of these a little bit more. We'll also get into week 13 of the NFL season. Scott Gulbransen of Silver and Black Today is going to join us here in about 10 minutes to talk about the Raiders heading into their bye week, and then we will have 49ers Eagles talk for you. The point spread in that one, very interesting. But James, your first one, Fox versus Westbrook.
Yeah, so De'Aaron Fox grew up as Westbrook as one of his favorite players. He's a player that if you look at their stats throughout their career, they actually mirror each other as each year. Anyway, he was one of the few players that actually showed up to play. 40 points on 14 and 23 shooting. He only had 3 assists, but no one else really stepped up to hit any extra buckets. I thought he was really good and very impactful. And surprisingly, in a game where you're playing against 4 Hall of Famers for the second straight night, he was the best player on the court. Although James Harden did give him a run for his money. In a
game where not a lot of dudes showed up, De'Aaron Fox showed up, and that's what you want to see from your star. Number 2.
Another opportunity. Sasha Vezenkov was a game changer against Golden State, and Mike Brown gave him another look against Clippers. I thought he brought energy. I thought he brought effort. He finished with a career-high 13 points and 5 rebounds, and he started the second half for Chris Duarte. We never got an update on Chris Duarte, but Chris Duarte did not play in the second half of this game, and I don't know if there was a specific reason, but Sasha Vezenkov gets a start.
Yeah, and Vezenkov was really good again. 3 of 5 from 3 is obviously great. The 5 boards you love, 13 points is a +6. Which is, all of that is positive stuff. He is an NBA player, man. Like he belongs in the NBA. What size his role is, I don't fully know yet. I don't even know if the Kings fully know yet. But he was good last night and good against Golden State, and I think that's about as the best you can hope for on November 30 of his rookie year.
I totally agree. Yep. He's adjusting and he's figuring it out.
Yep.
Let's get to number 3. Sabonis had another tough night. He's usually consistent, but he struggled against Zubats. 11 points, 3 of 12 shooting, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. He looked worn out. And to me, the 5 rebounds was like a huge issue. Like that's a couple of games in a row where he hasn't been the rebounder that he was before.
Yep.
This is a guy that finished with 60 something double-doubles last year. And I think he's got back-to-back games without a double-double.
Yeah, we will discuss Domantas Sabonis at length a little bit later. Let's fly through the last 3.
Okay, show some fight. I thought Malik Monk he's the energizer for this team, and I thought he did his best. But he scored 15 points, 3 of 8 shooting, perfect 7 of 7 from the line. The 7 of 7 tells me that he was aggressive going and attacking. Yep. He wasn't a big assist man for a second straight game. I expected more out of him and the JaVale McGee tandem, but that lasted very, very that was short-lived.
Yeah, 5 minutes for JaVale last night.
Yeah, definitely not what I expected from the overall of Malik Monk, but he was okay.
Number 5.
Number 5. Everyone jump on the struggle bus. Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, Chris Duarte, none of the 3 made it double-figure scoring. They combined for 2 of 10 from long range and scored a total of 23 points.
That, to me, is where the De'Aaron Fox 40-point game, that's him doing everything he possibly can. If one of those players has even an average night, the Kings are in the game at the end.
They're right at the game, right in the game. Yeah. But the crazy thing is they didn't shoot. 7 shots, 6 shots.
Yeah, I want
20 shots, man. That's.
I want to dig into all this further later. Last one.
Make them play it out. Outside of De'Aaron Fox, the Kings' rotational players weren't very good, despite the game being nearly out of reach for most of the second half. Mike Brown made his players see it through. Maybe this was a learning lesson. Maybe it was to get them in better shape. Maybe it was to work out a couple of things. Maybe it was because Mike Brown thought that somehow they would catch up and beat the Clippers.
Given how the Warriors game went, how do you not?
No,
how do
I
you
agree.
not let them ride it out?
And especially the way the Clippers game went the previous game.
Yes.
Yeah, might as well ride it out, but also it's a learning lesson. Get out there, play.
A teaching moment for sure, and not bailing out a team that it's not like, hey, you guys played great, but they were just a better team tonight. It's like, man, you guys didn't bring it. So maybe you can muster up some energy here in the last 5 or 6 minutes to figure it out. And they didn't. I have a tough time, like I said yesterday, complaining about anything Mike Brown is doing rotation wise right now. He seems to be pushing all the right buttons. So I'm sure there was a logical reason for that. All right, Scott Gulbransen of Silver and Black today. We're going to switch gears here and talk some NFL. We've been really Kings heavy lately, but there's the Raiders are on a bye, so we'll do a bye week check in there, and then we got a huge 49ers Eagles game. We'll start getting prepared for that on the other side as well. Plus later on in the show in the second hour, good, bad, and ugly from the Kings Clippers game. We will dive a little bit further into some of James' quick thoughts. All of that is coming up here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Later. Scott Gulbransen of Silver and Black today. He's talking about the Raiders.
Oh yeah, did you see the
when they're gonna play? It's Scott.
Oh, there he is.
It's Scott.
What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
Scott, hanging in there, man.
Good.
I just wrote a sick intro song for you. You should have heard it.
Nice.
I
I think with this layout, though, I maybe need to sit higher.
No,
There
there
it
we
is.
go. Yeah, we got you. We're not
You
gonna.
got to take care of your advertiser, though.
Here's half of Scott's face, dude. Jiffy Lube gets so much from us. They're fine.
Nobody put Scott in the corner.
No. Wait, they got. Let's see where we got. We got our deliveries from Scott. What do you think is in these boxes back here? Jiffy Lube just dropped these off yesterday.
Oil filters? No.
If it winds up
It's a
being
muffler,
if it
Kyle.
winds up being oil change stuff, I'm gonna
Muffler.
lose my mind. That'd be so funny.
I bet you it's like thermal cups, Yeti cups, or something like that. If I was sending stuff over to a radio station, that's what I would do.
Oh, that's good.
Maybe it's a Yeti
That's a
crock
gr-
pot.
That's
Like,
a
that's-
great
it's a good
great
size.
guess.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go.
Like maybe the like cooler bag.
Hey,
If it's that,
Oh.
I'm gonna rig this so I get one.
So Kyle gets one.
Yes.
If that's what it is.
Viewership for the Sacramento Kings Golden State Warriors game is the most watched NBA in-season tournament game, up 93% versus comparable window.
Wow.
This is from the NBA.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's almost like they should have made them play each other on Thanksgiving. I don't know. Or not Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Christmas. Yeah.
Christmas games.
I got NFL on the brain. Thanksgiving games is what.
And
Fucking
Kyle, you
land.
shut your mouth. I don't want to I'm not giving up my Christmas for a game, especially not
a
one
game.
that's
Honestly, bro, I have no
Local?
sympathy. I've got Niners on Christmas and Thanksgiving this year.
oh yeah, no.
Yeah, we have Raiders on Christmas against the Chiefs. So it's like they're gonna get blown,
Oh man.
and so then I gotta do a post game show on Christmas after that. My wife's giving me the look. I'm like,
Oh, dude.
maybe I'll do it the next day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
there you go.
Me and my co-host for Candlestick Chronicles, who doesn't get named on this show, we just punted to Sunday night.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, I'm drunk on Thursday and I'm hungover on Friday, and nobody's listening over the weekend. So,
Right. And the guys on TV that are doing the games are all making 7 figures. So if I was making 7 figures, I think my wife would be okay with it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, Scott did have a pause moment there, Zabo. You're right.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
That's fine. I don't want to get into it.
we don't need to get into it.
No. Scott, what was I going to ask? You got bye week plans? Just
No,
chilling?
because so my duties for Sportsnaut, I still cover the rest of the league now. So I'm working Sundays anyway. But it's nice not to have to worry about the show and all that kind of stuff. And then like this week we did our normal Tuesday show, and then we did like a kind of a fun mailbag show for today, and then don't have to worry about much going into the weekend. So yeah,
Oh,
I get
yeah.
a few days of lighter load, which is nice.
That's great. Yeah.
My load management.
Just gearing up for the playoff run. I love that for you. Yeah, man. Trying to cover a team during a bye week is so tough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
content's
It's just like
They don't have those in the NBA.
it's like, bro, the players are in the players. I know the head coach is in Mexico right now, and you want me to write about them? Like, no chance.
Yeah, exactly. The long grind of it, especially if they have a bye this late. It's like
Oh yeah.
they're probably sitting home watching Netflix, like with ice all over themselves.
Oh, for sure. I'm always interested in the guys who play and are like, yeah, I don't watch football. That's always really interesting to me.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Scott just went with the literal Netflix and chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of the ice. Nice, dude. That's a great damn joke.
There we are.
I was waiting for a little bit of like at least some recognition of a chuckle. Even if you didn't laugh, you go, I see what you did there.
It's really, really good stuff, boys. All right, here we go. We're coming back.
Call 800-973-7809.
Scott Gulbransen, Silver and Black today. It's an Odyssey original podcast covering all things Las Vegas Raiders. He joins us right now on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Scott. Scott, it's the bye week for the Raiders. They get a week off, some time to reassess. I appreciate you for taking time out during a week where the Raiders don't play to pop on with us. This is great.
Yeah, and apologies again. I missed last week with you, so I mean, I guess there was no coordination. My bye week was last week. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, always good to be back on with you guys. And yeah, it's a bye week, but there's lots of conversation happening around the Raiders, and obviously NFL season doesn't stop even when teams are on bye week. So we'll see what they're able to do. They got a lot to figure out between now and when they face the Vikings next Sunday. And so lots to talk about, despite the fact that the guys all get a week off.
So I want to look ahead after the bye here at some point, but let's stick before the bye first. The Raiders sit at 5-7. They've fired a head coach, a GM, an offensive coordinator. They benched their starting quarterback that they paid this offseason. Am I missing anything? Is that right? Is that it?
Dogs,
You
cats,
got it.
living together.
Okay, great. Rain, spores.
Complete chaos.
Great. Okay, perfect. Our pets' heads are falling off. What has gone right for the Raiders before the bye?
So, well, a couple of things. One is I think the switch at head coach, even though that obviously is not in anywhere a good thing per se, because that means obviously things are going wrong. I think the switch when it happened was good for the culture overall and for some of the players that will be around after this year. I think they'll have some more turnover on this roster again. But I think getting those guys right, because you had people like Devontae Adams and Max Crosby and the young quarterback Aiden O'Connell, Josh Jacobs. Those guys were not happy with the environment that they were working in. And so I think that switch was a positive, because now at least you're going to get the best of what you can out of what you have. And to me, that's a positive. I also think the positive was that, Aiden O'Connell, 4th round rookie, is he a franchise quarterback? It doesn't look like it yet, but he's doing well. Can he be developed into something of value for the Raiders, especially being on a rookie contract? I think so, absolutely. He's done well. The fact that Jimmy Garoppolo did so poorly opened the door for him, so they can play him and try to work out the kinks, see what they really have. And he's already started in 5 games, and now he's going to get 5 more. So you'll have a good sense for what he is and what he could be in the NFL. So I think those two things are a big deal. And if I'm looking for positives, those are definitely 2 of them.
Yeah, Scott, I was going to ask about O'Connell. Like, he's got a big arm. He does some of the things that you want him to do. But is there a moment yet that you've had with him where it just stands out, where you're like, okay, I think maybe he is one of those guys. Maybe he can be a player in this league, or is it just too early to tell?
It's funny. I oscillate on that. I think there have been glimpses of things that are very encouraging. If you watch breakdowns of him on film, you see that he makes good choices. He also can deliver the ball in tight windows, all the things you want a quarterback to do. So, of course, he's got the inexperience, and the inexperience is going to result in turnovers. It's going to result in some bad decisions too. But if you look at how quickly he grasps the system, it's pretty good. Not only that, but he's very calm. For a guy his age, he doesn't get shaken too much. And sometimes that means he holds on to the ball too long, which is not good, and it results in sacks and whatnot. But I think overall, for me, the positives and the negatives, what we don't know yet is how much he can really create And I think in the NFL today, one of the things that he's not blessed with, and it's not anything he's doing wrong, he's just not fleet of foot. He's not a guy who's going to create like a Josh Allen. And I'm not comparing them overall. I'm just saying somebody who's going to get out of the pocket with their legs and do something. Somebody like Stroud, somebody like the Lawrence in Jacksonville, they can create. And I think in today's NFL, you have to do that. So that limits him. Can he overcome that, or can he get better at it? I'm not sure. So I think that you have to look at him and say, okay, what's he going to do? And is he a guy that you're going to have as a backup? Is he going to have a nice career in the NFL being a spot starter because he is smart and he can throw the ball? Maybe that's what his ceiling is, or maybe it's higher and we just haven't seen it yet.
Talking with Scott Gulbransen, Silver and Black Today. That's an Odyssey original podcast covering all things Las Vegas Raiders, joining us here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320. It feels like the Raiders, maybe more than any other team, have seen their expectations fluctuate a lot over the course of this year. It was before the year, it was like, this could be a playoff team. And then James and I were talking in week 5, like, dude, they just got to punt on this season and play for a draft pick. Now at 5-7, like, hey, you know what? They looked pretty good they looked okay against Miami. And now they were ahead of the Chiefs by a couple of touchdowns early on before letting that one slip away. Can they maybe hang around and make a playoff push at the end? So what's your expectation now for the Raiders coming out of the bye week?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think that you look at where they're at, what their remaining schedule looks like, and I just have not seen anything from a consistency basis that points to me that this team can make a run to the playoffs. Okay. So, and that's not being overly negative. It's just looking at the body of work that we've seen. Even after McDaniels is fired and Antonio Pierce takes over, they go 500. They go 2-2. So if you look at that and you look at the schedule coming down the pike, they got to face Minnesota. They got to face the LA Chargers, who are in a mess themselves, about to get their coach fired. But then you got to face the Broncos, who now are on fire, the NFL's hottest teams, one of the NFL's. And then you got to face the Chiefs again. So I look at that and I say, what realistically could they do? And I'm thinking, out of 5 games, could they win 2? Absolutely. Can they win 4? I think that's a stretch. And by the way, I think they kind of have to win. If they want, keep hearing players want Antonio Pierce as their permanent head coach. If he wants to be permanent head coach, he's got to pull a rabbit out of his hat at this point. He's got to go 4-1. They still don't make the playoffs, I don't think. I think you're going to have to win 10. And I just don't think they get there, even if they went on a hot streak. But again, I think that they just don't have, as I always say, the Jimmies and the Joes to be a consistent team that's going to make a playoff run. You got a young quarterback. You got an offense that has never been consistent all season long. And that all points to, okay, maybe they'll get a couple more wins, but it's definitely going to be, hey, let's see and evaluate what we have and then go into next year and figure out what we're going to do at coach and figure out what we're going to do in the draft to fill this roster better.
Scott, the Raiders made a move this weekend with waiving Marcus Peters. They also had a Roderick Teamer issue. Just the drama they haven't been able to avoid actually since they've been in Vegas, but overall, even like this season, there's been drama hit here and there. What was it? Chandler Jones early in the season, right? Yeah. So what do you got on the Marcus Peters situation or even the Teamer situation?
Well, Marcus Peters, number one, I think they had been frustrated with him earlier. If you go back to the Chicago game, people felt, even fans just watching, and emotional fans get, of course, but he didn't seem to be putting forward a full effort. You can sort of tell. For us, those of us who cover the sport and cover other sports, you can kind of tell when a guy's not right or he's not putting everything into it. And Marcus Peters just wasn't doing that. And it just got I think, worse and worse and worse. And then in the Chiefs game, he had one of the worst, I'm going to pretend like I'm tackling the guy and throw my arms at him and just let him go by, that I've ever seen. That resulted then in a heated conversation on the sideline between him and Antonio Pierce. And right after the game, I think it was Vic Tafur, the Athletic, said, signs indicate that he's going to be released soon. And sure enough, the next day he was cut. He was not going to be the Marcus Peters that everybody knew in his heyday, but his lack of effort, I think maybe Marcus Peters was just done with football. His skills had declined enough where maybe he wasn't excited to play anymore. And it was showing on the field. And the Raiders got to figure out their defensive backfield. And they have some young players they can move around there to see what they can do on the outside. And then, of course, they went and got Jack Jones after he was put on waivers by the Patriots. So they have some other bodies to put in there. So they wanted to move on. The Roderick Teamer thing, look, after what happened with Henry Ruggs and the accident, the drunk driving, the speeding, that's just not going to be tolerated, right? And the Raiders aren't going to do that. And so when Roderick Teamer does that, not only does it, but does it the night before the game against the Chiefs when he's supposed to be at the team hotel, pretty easy to cut bait. And I also think it speaks to the culture that while he's in charge, Antonio Pierce isn't going to put up with that stuff. And so I think he had a lot to do with that and saying goodbye to Teamer and just cutting him loose.
We've mentioned Antonio Pierce here a couple times as we talk with Scott Gulbransen of Silver and Black today, an Odyssey original podcast covering all things Las Vegas Raiders. We've mentioned Antonio Pierce a couple times. It sounds like in your mind, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, that he's kind of a long shot to be the long-term answer as head coach. Does he really need to go like 5-0 and make the playoffs to be in that conversation? Or is the vibes are good, the culture seems to be heading the right way, is that still going to be good enough at the end of this year?
Well, I don't think he has to make the playoffs, but definitely a 4-1 would help him. I mean, look, he's a great guy, and fans don't want to hear it because fans have fallen in love with this guy, and fans want to name him the head coach already. And what we've said on our shows, what's the hurry? Like, you don't know who else wants the job. It's not that he's going to be the only person available that wants one of the only 32 jobs in the world coaching an NFL team, right? So I think if you look at that, he's got all of the intangibles you want in a head coach. What he doesn't have experience as a coordinator. He was a position coach. Now in college he did, but not at the pro level. And I think what the Raiders need is they need somebody who's going to come in and innovate and change the trajectory of the franchise on the football side in a way that they really need. If you look around the league and you look at the kind of hot coaching candidates, not that they all work out, but if you look at them, they're all younger guys who are doing things differently. They're innovating on offense. They're innovating on defense. And I think that's what the Raiders need. Now, if he earns it, I think he can earn it. If he goes 4-1, great. Then he's got to be in serious consideration for it. But I don't think it's the way to go, because does he have the contacts? He's been around, but as he's a player, but has he had the contacts where he can go get a top-notch offensive coordinator next year? Or if he's got to backfill and do another defensive coordinator, does he have the contacts to do that? I just don't think he is. I think everybody's rooting for him, guys. But in reality, I think he is still a long shot. You look at the numbers of interim coaches who've taken over. The only one that had any great number of success, and even that could be argued, was Jason Garrett. When Jason Garrett took over in Dallas as an interim coach, he ended up taking his team to the playoffs in 3 different years. After that, nobody else has done that since 2000. So it's a long shot.
Man. All right, last thing, and then we'll get you out of here, Scott. And we really appreciate your time as always. Who is the pre-bye week MVP for the Raiders for you?
Oh, I think no question it has to be Max Crosby. I mean, if he was on a winning team, if he was on, I don't know, anybody, name him, if he was on Philadelphia, he would be probably right there with Myles Garrett as the defensive player of the year. Unfortunately, he's on the Raiders. Myles Garrett, even though he's just on the Brown, his numbers are so good. So I think that it's definitely Max Crosby without a doubt when you look at just the totality. He is the Raiders.
Who is it on the offensive side?
Boy, that's a tougher question. Josh Jacobs has been so up and down. I think, and when you look at that and what's happened there, I think overall a surprising name, even though he's been a little bit quiet the last several weeks, has been early on was Jacoby Myers. It was incredible. And of course, Devontae Adams is there, but Devontae Adams' use has been up and down. So I would go with Jacoby Myers or Aiden O'Connell, who's come in, and even though he's 2-3 as a starter, he has settled the quarterback position to the point where they've done better. Are they doing good enough? No, but they've done better. And after the Garoppolo disappointment, I think that he deserves some consideration there too.
That's Scott Gulbransen. You can check him out. Silver and Black Today is the podcast. Check it out on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Scott, thanks so much for dropping by the Insiders Day. We really appreciate you, man.
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
Yep. Enjoy the bye week. There you go. Scott Gulbransen. Really enjoyed talking Raiders with him.
I do too.
I need the Raiders. I don't think 4-1 is probably realistic.
No.
Like Minnesota has questions at quarterback. Like, okay, that's fair. The Chargers can lose any week. Their ability to lose a game they shouldn't is unmatched. At Kansas City, that's a little tough. At Indiana, geez, now I'm on NBA. At Indianapolis,
yep.
That's Indy's a playoff team right now. They're not an easy out. And then you got Denver, who's won 5 in a row right now. That's going to be
6 and 5.
That's going to be a really tough stretch. But I don't know. Get that win against Minnesota. Maybe upset the Chargers.
Okay.
Let's get back to 500. Get the vibes moving the right way.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
You never know. Like the one thing I can say about the Raiders is they lose when they shouldn't and they win when they shouldn't this season. And so you kind of get that vibe that, like all bets are off from here on out.
Yeah. So they're on a bye this week. We will check back in with Scott next week as the Raiders gear up to play Minnesota. The 49ers play this week. I hate calling it the game of the year before the game even happens.
It's the game of the year, Kyle.
It feels like it. It feels like it feels like when the schedule came out, this was one of the first games that quote unquote leaked. I love that a schedule leak, which was tweeted out by the NFL. Like that's not a leak. That's an announcement.
Yeah.
That was one of the first games the league announced because that's the NFC Championship game rematch. And it almost feels like this has more fanfare than, and maybe it's because of the Northern California bubble I live in, but it feels like this game has more fanfare than the Super Bowl rematch between the Chiefs and Eagles.
Oh yeah, I would think so. Because I think realistically, if you look at what happened last season, I think Philadelphia, they were like a really good team. They were a feel-good story all the way throughout the season. But you weren't convinced that they were that team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then, of course, whatever happens in the NFC championship game happens, right? You lose your quarterback, you lose your backup quarterback, you have no quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the Niners were done, right?
Yeah.
But then Philadelphia, like, they move on, and now they look like a true contender, where last year, I don't know that anyone was convinced that they are a true contender yet.
Yeah.
Right. You thought they were close, but are they really that team?
Mm-hmm.
Now you think they are, but you also think the Niners are. And this should be epic. This should be a like clash of the Titans.
You hope so. Like, can the Niners keep their quarterback healthy? That's step one. But no, I think that's part. I legitimately think that's part of it though, because you brought up the quarterback thing earlier.
Yeah.
It feels like, okay, the Eagles kicked the crap out of the Niners in the NFC Championship game, but it didn't feel indicative of where those two teams are functionally.
Yeah.
The 49ers weren't 24 points worse than the Eagles last year.
No.
And I think that's part of the whole thing is, hey, what does this look like if the Niners can keep their quarterback healthy for 4 quarters?
We were robbed of a great NFC Championship game. Like,
yeah.
But realistically, and I mean, like, no one intended to hurt Brock Purdy. I'm not saying, that, but like that should have been a really good game.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be not a really good game because you lost
in a freak injury too. Guys get hit in the arm while they're throwing all the time without blowing their UCL out.
Yeah.
Just that really, really tough situation. And like I said, the Eagles, I thought the Eagles were probably better. And I thought they were going to win going into that game. I thought it was going to be tight, but I thought they were going to win. The 31-7 score is not indicative. And everybody looks at that game and goes, oh, well, that was the game where the 49ers had a quarterback with no arms.
Yeah.
And now we actually get to, so I think this is actually like, hey, let's see it again. We've seen, okay, Brock Purdy is actually legit. He can actually play. The 49ers are good again. The Eagles are even better. So let's see what these two teams look like.
Yeah.
So I am fascinated. And honestly, I think that we're gonna learn something this weekend about both teams, but I'm also still penciling them both into the NFC title game. Where that game is played, TBD, but I haven't seen anything so far in the NFC that lets me think that they're not the two best teams.
I would also say this, Kyle, this might be the battle for the MVP. And it can go a couple of different ways. Like if Hurts like leads them and continues his late game heroics and defeats the 49ers in dramatic fashion or runs them over, then it's probably his to lose from here on out. But if Brock Purdy throws for 350 and 3 touchdowns and tears apart the Eagles, you're going to start hearing a lot more chatter. If Christian McCaffrey goes for 125 and 3 touchdowns, you're going to start hearing the chatter there. So I think that this is a moment where one of these teams is going to come out as like the team that everyone believes is the best team in football and probably has the MVP.
But I genuinely, I think you're right, because narratives play such a big role. But then there's 5 games after this one,
Of course,
that will also set the table for who's going to eventually win that MVP. But as far as the public front runner, I definitely think that Sunday is going to have a massive bearing on that.
Yeah, because if Jalen Hurts can't get through the 49ers.
Yeah, if he just doesn't play well and maybe has a comeback fall short, then sure.
Then you're going to look at all of his other stats and realize his stats are really like, they're not pedestrian, but they're
also a
also
really good player.
No, they are. He's a really good player, but his stats don't hold up against some of the other statistical players.
He has 11 rushing touchdowns this year.
Okay.
2 of them have come from outside the 3-yard line.
Yeah. I mean,
that tush push is nasty.
It is, but those aren't like, I think
So,
when Josh Allen had like 11 or 12 rushing touchdowns, those were legit. Like, I don't consider the tush push as like, like Marcus Allen is one of the greatest short yardage backs of all time. Like, his touchdowns were well earned. Like, if you got Marcus Allen to the 2-yard line, you're getting a touchdown every single time.
Yeah. I think it's hard because it's obviously not the same as finding a crease and bashing your way through, or running through a linebacker, or bouncing it outside and scoring. I know it's not the same as that, but there's still something involved there. Like, it still takes a dominant offensive line. You have to have a quarterback who's strong enough to push himself forward through the massive bodies. I definitely think there's more to it than just like, anyone could do that. But on the other hand, it's not the same as, hey, the touchdown run he had to win the Bills game. Talking about Jalen Hurts here. That was a play that not a lot of quarterbacks can make.
Okay.
That just straight quarterback draw. He's going to go in, make a guy miss, and beat a couple guys to the end zone. That is, I think, the kind of run you're talking about.
Yeah. Again, like Josh Allen, like when he scored all those touchdowns as a running quarterback, it was like outside the pocket running, like like plowing through guys at the 2-yard line to get into the end zone.
Yeah.
To me, it's not even like a running back having 11 touchdowns. Like, this is not the same. So it's not like we're talking about, like the Mike Allstott type situation where he had 10 touchdowns every year. It's not that. It's, it's almost like a weird gimmick. And like, I don't really put an asterisk next to stats, except for that. To me, it doesn't feel like it's an honest to goodness individual effort, like leading to a touchdown.
My thing with Jalen Hurts is if he was, I always talk myself into this corner and I never have a good number. If he was 15% worse, the Eagles are probably like 8-3 right now, maybe 7-4.
Okay.
But he has been A, really good, and then B, excellent in huge spots. Like, every big spot they've needed their quarterback to go make a play, he's made it. And that counts for something when it comes to the MVP race. What's fascinating to me is not only did the 49ers open as the favorites, at some books that they opened as it was a pick 'em. So it was just the line was 0. But I don't know if I can, am I allowed to, at a betting site that I looked at today.
Okay.
The Niners were up to -3 after opening at -1.5 on Sunday night.
Oh.
And man, look,
that's wild, Kyle.
It's I thought for sure that this was going to be one of those games where it's Eagles favored by 2.5. They're at home. Even if you think they're matched up pretty evenly, the Link is a really tough place to play. So, okay, you give the Eagles a couple points and feel good about it. Niners -3. Even if you think San Francisco is better, you can get the Eagles and 3 points at home. The 10-1 Eagles. I'm taking if you give me $1,000, you have $1,000. I'm going to give you $1,000. Okay. And maybe that's what's in the boxes.
No,
I don't think it's that. Just $1,100 bills. No
giant box.
No, I'm going to give you $1,000. Okay. You have to bet it on 49ers -3 or Eagles +3. No props, no alternate lines, nothing like that. Just straight up, you're betting the point spread. I would have a really hard time being like, yeah, I'm going to risk this $1,000 on the 49ers. Also, the 49ers minus 3 points.
I might take it, but it's a coin flip. I'm surprised. Like, the home team always gets roughly 2.5, 3 points. And to have them be like, so that means this is a 5.5, 6 point spread. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm stunned, Kyle.
I don't.
Stunned.
I don't understand it. I read my text to my sports bettor buddy yesterday, and he's like, "Yep, basically Eagles have gotten lucky." I'm like,
wow.
We'll dive into this a little. We'll dive into this more tomorrow. We'll put a pin in it for now. We'll do our full preview on Friday's show. But I'm endlessly fascinated by how people outside of Philadelphia and outside of the Northern California sphere view this game. Let's get back into the Kings and Clippers. We've got the good, bad, and ugly from last night's game coming up for you. Also, Aaron Rodgers is apparently trying to return this year. You want to find out why? That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey.
Yeah, I don't get that line at all.
I got nothing for you there.
How long is this break?
1, 2, at least 3.
Okay, I'm gonna run.
Okay, very good. Chat again. Give me 1 second. I gotta mark this break. There's that. It sounds like, fingers crossed, nothing guaranteed just yet, but it sounds like James and I will have our own Insiders podcast feed soon, where you'll be able to subscribe, and that way anything you miss, you can just jump on and catch it after the fact. Right now, we upload our stuff to D-Lo and KC, which is fine. I have some gripes about it, but not about uploading to D-Lo and KC. I love those guys, and they have a great foundation. Gripes about the fact that they haven't been able to, corporate hasn't been able to come through here. It's a tough look, tough scene for your boys. Yeah, you did. I feel bad for people that listen to Candlestick Chronicles and also this show, because it's a lot of recycled takes, boy. Buddy, you and me both. It's one of those lines that honestly, like, so I've lost a lot of money betting. Never all at once. I've never been like that kind of gambler, but I've had a lot of times where I've been like, that line is out of control. I'm gonna bet on this is a great example where you look at it and you go Eagles +3. Like, I'm hammering Eagles +3. Like, give me a, whatever, life savings on Eagles +3. But that's how Vegas is Vegas. So whenever there's a line that I look at and I'm like, oh, I want to hit like that, I always go against it. Because every time I've seen a line like this, I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna like double what I normally bet, and I'm gonna put it on the Eagles, and then the Eagles go lose by 10. That's how it always. I feel like it always goes that way. That happened to me so many times when I would bet on the NBA. I'd be like, what, the Magic are -5 on the back end of a back-to-back against the Nuggets in Denver, putting $1,000 on Denver. I wouldn't bet $1,000, but that's what it would feel like. And so you'd hammer Denver, and then the Magic would go win by 12. It's a weird thing. Wait, why would you? Somebody said just bet the Eagles outright, or you could just get 3 points with it too.
Yes.
I don't know. Bro, same, man. What, the Niners were like a touchdown favorite in Jacksonville? A crazy number.
Didn't I say take that?
Yes. See that Chester gets it, bro. Like, when it looks like Vegas is giving you free money, run the other direction.
I feel the same about Prize Picks.
Hey, shout out to me. I just got an Amazon gift card for being the employee of the month. I'm the employee of the month for one more day.
Yes.
And then December starts.
Kyle,
And
employee
I'm
of
just
the
a
month.
plebe. Okay, here we go. Hour number 2, baby. Taking you right up to noon, then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Let's get into Kings Clippers. We opened the show with that. We've been talking a little bit of football, getting you geared up for Week 13. By the way, Week 13 begins tonight, and you can listen to that game. It is the Seahawks at the Cowboys. You can listen to that right here on ESPN 1320 Thursday Night Football, beginning with coverage beginning at 4:45. That's a sneaky important game for the 49ers. I know the Niners have their own thing with the Eagles this weekend, but we'll dive into that Thursday night game, and I'll tell you why it's so important for the 49ers a little bit later on. Good, bad, and ugly from the Kings game last night.
Yeah.
A couple of good things to start. De'Aaron Fox continues to cement himself for me, because I think the definition is different for everybody. De'Aaron Fox, to me, continues to cement himself as a superstar. Where in a blowout win, he's having a huge game. In a game in the home opener against the Warriors, that was a game the Kings were trending towards losing by 25 points.
Mm-hmm.
And De'Aaron has a huge fourth quarter, and the Kings get to within, I think they cut it to like 4 or 5 at one point late in the fourth. Like, they were right there. They were a missed Keegan 3 away from being like a one possession right back in the ball game type of thing. And that was all De'Aaron. And then you get the Warriors game again recently, the other night, where they clinched the play-in tournament berth, or the in-season tournament berth. God, I hate that. I say play-in every single time.
Every time.
Where he's 1 for 7 from 3, but then steps into a big one at the end of the game and cashes it. Like, last night, team doesn't really have anything, but hey, he's going to do everything to drag him along and keep him within arm's reach. Keep with, hey, you get one flurry from Kevin Huerter or somebody, and they're right back there. That was the good news for me last night, is De'Aaron Fox did not fall victim to the same malaise that the rest of the team played with.
I totally agree. He did one other time this season where he fell into the, like, oh, this is a bad thing, right? He had the 14-point game, I think, is against New Orleans.
Yeah.
But overall, like, the greatness of De'Aaron Fox is happening right in front of us. We're watching it unfold.
Yep.
We're watching him become a superstar. He's averaging 30.7 points per game right now.
Man.
After the 40-point night. That's his second 40-point night of the season. He also, I think he's 3rd or 4th in the league in scoring.
Does he qualify yet?
He doesn't qualify yet.
Jesus. Misses 5 games. And he can't qualify. Good gracious.
But 5 out of, like, what are we at? 17 now. Yeah. So
right.
He's getting there, though.
A little over a third.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I'm looking at, like, where he's going to be, I think he's going to test, like, how do you consider players, like, for things like MVP balloting? So, so right now, Joel Embiid leads at 32 a game. Kevin Durant's at 31.3. Luka Doncic is at 31.1. De'Aaron Fox would be the next player at 30.7. He'd be 4th in the NBA, above Shea, above Giannis, above Steph, above Jokic, Donovan Mitchell, above Jason Tatum, above Tyrese Maxey, like, right there. Is that crazy? Tyrese Maxey's number 10.
Wow.
That's wild. Talk about.
I don't want to say out of nowhere, because he's been a good player, but a top 10 scorer in the league?
Well,
that's a huge leap.
He's kind of, in like a weird way, he's turning into Donovan Mitchell. Like
that's a good comp.
He's like the 19th pick or 21st pick in the draft, right? He fell way too far, but it was because he wasn't a good enough shooter, and people were worried at the college level that, he was just going to be more of like
a slasher.
Maybe a Drew Holiday, but without the 3-point shooting. They liked his ability to play defense and stuff. A lot like when Donovan was coming in the league, everyone talked about how good of a defensive player he was. And he tried to go around and convince everybody that he's a point guard. And sure enough, he's just a really, really good basketball player. And he's not a point guard.
Yeah.
But he's a much better player at the NBA level than he ever was at the AAU or the college level. I think Maxey's going to be one of those guys that we feel the same way about.
One of the impressive things for me with De'Aaron Fox is he's scored 28 or more in all but 3 games this year, and the Kings are 7-2 in those games.
Oh, so they're meaningful points.
Meaningful, like that to me means something. Where, hey, he's leading the way and his teammates are following. It's not get the hell out of my way. I'm going to go get 30 come hell or high water. It is, I'm going to get 30 within the scope of the offense. And I'm also going to make sure that we're winning games. And I think that's a testament to what he's doing defensively as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So. It's like he's on a path, right? And we're not sure where this path is going to lead, but certainly at this point, I think he might test the parameters of what the MVP is, because what we've seen is the last couple of MVPs, I think it's really like the last 5, have gone to players who play in the post. Whether it's Giannis, whether it's Embiid or Jokic, like these players are able to show statistical like leaps that guards and even a lot of forwards aren't able to do. And so I think it's going to be interesting because like win shares and PER and all these advanced stats, like they're going to favor players that play closer to the basket. And so like, how can he test that theory? So,
okay. So I know this is not a gambling state, but if for whatever reason you can gamble, De'Aaron Fox right now, again, on a sports book that I'm looking at, these are live odds.
Okay.
Jokic is 1 at plus 170. Luka is 2 at plus 650. Joel Embiid plus 700. Jason Tatum plus 850. Then it's Giannis, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards, Devin Booker, Stephen Curry, Tyrese Halliburton, Donovan Mitchell. Then De'Aaron Fox at plus 5,000.
Wow.
That means if you bet $10 on De'Aaron Fox to win MVP and he does, you win $500.
Wow.
Whereas if you bet $10 on Nikola Jokic to win, you win $17.
I think I would like to take that bet.
That's a great odds.
Yeah, like throw $100 down in for 5K.
Why not?
Okay.
So yeah, De'Aaron Fox is playing on at an MVP level for sure. Last 2 good things here. We'll get to bad and ugly on the other side of the break, but better from the free throw line last night. They were 24 of 28.
Yep.
That is a immediate turnaround from what we saw against Golden State.
Yes.
Where they shot 64% from the free throw line.
I think in a weird sense, they were too fatigued to overthink it.
Huh. It's just like, oh, finally, I get to just get to take a deep breath. Like you're shooting, but not thinking about it.
But mentally, I think they were too fatigued to overthink it. And I think a lot of these guys overthink it. And that's why we've seen them miss plenty of free throws. I mean, De'Aaron Fox, 9 of 10?
Yeah. That's an interesting perspective. I hadn't thought about that.
He's really good.
Yeah. De'Aaron 9 of 10. Harrison Barnes hit both of his. Domas 3 of 4. Malik Monk hit all 7 of his.
Yeah.
Last good one, and this is Sasha Vezenkov, who is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. Head to ESPN1320.com. There's a Jiffy Lube contest page right at the front. Click on that page. Enter it was De'Aaron Fox. Sasha was yesterday.
yesterday.
Oh my God. Okay, De'Aaron
Fox.
Was
it's just Fox.
Just Fox. That was our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. So the code word is Fox. ESPN1320.com. Click the Jiffy Lube sign right there at the front. You can't miss it. And then enter the code word Fox for your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. That's Fox, F-O-X. Sasha, on the other hand, he's an NBA player, man.
He is.
That's the last 2 games. That's been my big takeaway. I don't know if he should start. Somebody in the chat was asking if he should start now. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he should get 25 minutes a night off the bench, but you know that whatever you need from him, whatever his role is, he can play it. He's a capable defender. I wouldn't call him a good defender, but he's a capable defender.
He's so much
High
better on
IQ.
the defensive end than I thought he would be.
Dramatically better.
It's so much better.
Yeah, and he can shoot it. We all knew he'd be able to do that.
Yeah,
he's not scared of the moment. That's an NBA player, bro. He's going to be in the league for a while.
Yeah, he can play.
Yep.
To quote him, he can play.
He can.
I can play.
Yeah, if you're winning a EuroLeague MVP, like you don't suck at basketball.
No.
But it's how do you transition to the NBA? And he has passed whatever the first test is over the first month. He's passed it with flying colors, and he's definitely exceeded the expectations I have.
I totally agree. And I would say people want to like go to my Twitter handle at James_HamNBA and watch the Sasha Vezenkov post-game interview from last night. I thought it was spectacular.
Just good vibes on that guy.
Yeah, good vibes, but also like honest. Like there's no hiding from, and he doesn't have any pretense to hide.
All right. Bad loss last night for the Kings. I don't know. We'll talk about the term bad loss. I wouldn't call it a bad loss. Just an ugly game for the Kings last night. And we will get into what was bad, what was ugly. We'll do all that next on The Insider, sponsored by J. Lube on ESPN 1320.
Oh
yeah.
Oh yeah, don't you know? Someone spilled something on the floor last night. I don't know what it was. Oh, that's hilarious.
Scoundrels.
I have not seen this before. Shannon sitting there giving a look like, I can't believe you spilled something on the floor.
Oh, you rewatching the game?
Yeah, it's on right now.
Shannon has no time for your BS.
No. She gives no Fs. Nope.
About 2.5 or 3 here. Yeah, do you hear it? Plus 5,000.
Hey.
Donovan Mitchell's not winning it.
We got breaking news.
Oh yeah,
Bronny James has just been cleared to make a full return to basketball.
Good for him.
After recovering from cardiac arrest in July, just cardiac arrest, nothing.
Just a little light.
Just like the whole Chicago Bears fans.
The Bears.
He's good.
Donovan Mitchell's not going to win it. Tyrese Halliburton is not going to win it.
No.
Steph isn't going to win it. I think Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. I almost said Devin Durant. Devin Durant and Kevin Booker cancel each other out. Ant is interesting. Anthony Edwards.
Well, he's interesting because he's like everyone's favorite right now.
Yeah. That it's just the Timberwolves for Anthony Edwards to get it would need to be a 1 or 2 seed. And I don't.
The same for the Kings.
Yeah, that's
just
right. That's just it. Is if you want to make a long shot bet and you want to bet on Edwards or Mitchell, Edwards is plus 2,500. Or no, I'm sorry, Edwards or Fox. Fox is plus 5,000. Those are probably your moves, and then you just root for the Kings or Timberwolves to be the 1 or 2 seed.
Yeah, it's difficult because advanced statistics mean so much, and again, every advanced statistic tells you that Jokic is one of the greatest players of all time right now. And he also, just won a title.
Yeah.
He should be really difficult to beat for MVP. If his team is a number 1 seed, which they've fallen a little bit right now, but like if they end up as a number 1 seed, that'd be interesting.
I feel like Jokic is going to win it again because people felt like he probably should have won it last year, but they gave it to Embiid.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be like, okay, we'll just get this right. And
go for
Jokic again.
They didn't want to give it to Jokic 3 years in a row,
when he hadn't won a title, which is
dumb.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's nuts how much the past postseasons play into a current regular season award.
Dave Garcia said that my pop culture references are the best. I don't even know what I said this time.
I feel like pop, because pop is short for popular. I feel like yours are just like culture references.
A lot of my references are like obscure movie lines and
right. That's it. I'm out of, I don't want to say I'm out of pop culture, but I'm definitely on the fringes now. There's a lot of stuff I don't get.
Yeah.
Like I watch it at like a music award show. And it's like, wow, hosted by this person. I'm like, it's like 17 million followers on YouTube, subscribers. Oh, hey, we're back. Here we go.
Oh.
I'll never be a hater of the current generation. I refuse to be old guy. I'm 33 now. I refuse to be old guy who's like, oh, those Gen Zers all suck. It's like, that's stupid. That's what people did to millennials, and it's trash. Like, it's just that's a bad way to exist. It's just, hey, try and understand that generation's different. I'm fully on board with now, though, that I will never get it. Like, I will never be like, oh, yeah, I'm 33 years old and I'm hip with what everybody's into. Nah. When I was 20, I was like, I will never be that old guy who doesn't know. I'm the old guy who doesn't know. It took me 13 years.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm fully with you. Like all these, like the terms and stuff, like I never have any. I literally have to stop my 16-year-old. I'm like, what is it that you're saying? Like, what is Riz?
Oh, dude, that's short for charisma.
Yeah, for charisma. Well,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I only knew that because Livy rizzed up Baby Gronk.
Oh, I have no idea what you just said. I don't know what you just said, but that's okay.
No, I just like you watch an award show, and we'll get to the bad and ugly here from the Kings lost to the Clippers last night. You watch an award show, like a music award show.
Yeah.
And it's like hosted by this superstar YouTuber who has 17 million YouTube subscribers. I'm like, that's so many people who know who this person is. I've never seen their face in my life.
Yes.
That's not a, hey, they're actually not popular. That's me. That's a me problem. I'm the old out of touch person.
I don't know, because it's possible that like 16.5 million of those are bots, and
stop.
and that really only 500,000 people know who they are, and you're okay, Kyle.
Speaking of YouTube stars.
Okay.
If you want to hit subscribe on our YouTube video right now, that'd be great.
Oh, segue.
Subscribe to ESPN 1320 TV. It's us. It's D'Lo and KC. Hit the little bell icon so you'll get notified every time we go live. We are live every day at 10 a.m. and we do our show. It leads right into D'Lo and KC. You don't even have to leave the video. It just goes right on through. And while you're here, please hit the like button. We would appreciate the hell out of that. All right. Kings lose to the Clippers last night, 131-117. Let's do some of the bad and some of the ugly. A bad thing for me, nobody had more than 5 rebounds. Not a single person.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
Not one person could go snag a 6th one.
Manny the mannequin would have had more than 5 rebounds.
What's incredible is De'Aaron Fox, Harrison Barnes, Domantas Sabonis, and Kevin Huerter. Oh, and Sasha Vezenkov. This is I bet this is the first time this has happened in NBA history. So that's Fox, Barnes, Sabonis, Huerter, Vezenkov. That's 5 players. All had 5 rebounds, 1 offensive board, and 4 defensive boards.
Wow. That could be a stat that,
that's really hard to do. I'm going to just guess. I haven't confirmed this. I'm guessing that's the first time in NBA history that that's happened, where 5 players on a team all have 1 offensive board and 4 defensive rebounds.
I think it might be also the first time that 7 players tie for the team lead in rebounds with 5.
Oh my God.
7 players. Harrison Barnes, Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter. Then we get to Trey Lyles. We get to JaVale McGee. We get to Sasha Vezenkov.
JaVale with 5 boards in 5 minutes. Putting in work, man.
Putting in work.
And somehow still finished as a minus.
He's tall.
He's a tall guy.
He is. Tremendously tall person.
Yeah, just nobody with more than 5 boards. That just can't happen. Like there's too much size with Domantas Sabonis. There's too much athleticism with Harrison Barnes or De'Aaron Fox, Trey Lyles. Just somebody go affect the game.
Yeah, you got to find different ways. Like I don't know what's going on here, but like at a certain point, you have to find ways to impact the game. And yeah, I just don't think they had enough of that. They didn't have enough winning plays, Kyle.
Yeah, that's a well put.
Yeah.
Second bad thing for me was the 3-point shooting last night, and this is where I think you see back-to-backs really manifest themselves, especially when you played so many high stress, heavy minutes. He had to battle to come all the way back from 24 points down, 17 points down to start the second half. It's just a lot of energy. And I think you see that in some of the threes, whether it's an ill-advised three because their legs are tired, or it's a three that's coming up short because the legs are tired, or it's a mental mistake where it's all of a sudden it's late in the shot clock and you're having to hoist a bad three. I think that's where you start to see the effects of a back-to-back. And I think we saw it last night with 13 of 41.
Yeah.
That's just not good enough.
I also, strangely, De'Aaron Fox hit most of his threes late, like, because he was not good early on. And so I think he hit at least 2 of those in like the wing, like in the fourth, because he
was 2
he
for
did
3 in the
not
fourth.
shoot. Yeah, he did not shoot well early on. He was 1 of 5, and they weren't particularly like super close.
Yeah, 1 of 5 in the first half, 2 of 3 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
To finish 3 of 8. Yeah, 3 of 8 overall, not bad. But you'd rather not see him start 1 for 5.
That Sasha Vezenkov 3 for 5 stands out.
Yeah.
Man, when he doesn't care. He doesn't care where he's at or who's guarding him. Or
I have a small gripe with it, and this is a big time nitpick because he's been so good the last 2 games. It feels like there's 2 times a game where he shoots a 3 and it's like, nope, that's not the shot. Like, he just catches, there's a guy in his face, he's 6 feet behind the line, he's like, I'm hoisting.
He's a heat check
He's
guy.
just heat check. It's like, it's your first shot. No heat check on your first shot. What are you doing? Like Sasha, get in there. I'm gonna heat check. No. I mean, he can shoot it, so you don't hate it. If that was JaVale, he'd get pulled. But like I said, once or twice a game, it's like, why is he? No. Okay.
Wow.
He's shooting that. All right.
I don't know. He sets
like
everything else
It's
up.
a nitpick. It's a nitpick for sure.
All right.
The ugly. The Clippers only turned the ball over 4 times.
Yeah.
That's not enough times. And that's partially because they played a clean game, but they played a clean game in part because the Kings weren't active enough defensively.
The Clippers never once felt the Kings. That's
a great way to put it.
They didn't.
No.
The Kings, like, that's where the physicality didn't show up at all. Like, they weren't there. I mean, I don't even know, like, did they go to the line a lot? Like, the Kings had...
The Clippers shot
20 personal fouls, right? So, yeah.
The Kings shot more free throws than the Clippers did.
Yeah, they were way more aggressive going to the basket.
Yeah, it's just 4 turnovers for a team that's indicative of, if a team has 8, 9, that's like, man, they put it 4.
Yeah,
that to me says there wasn't nearly enough pressure applied.
Well, the Kings have been a great deflection team, and they knock someone off kilter, their offense off kilter. That's just not at all what we saw.
They had 1 turnover in the first half.
Oh,
1.
Oof.
That's ugly.
That is
second ugly thing. Speaking of the Clippers, they shot 53.8% from the field and 50% from 3. That's just all of these point to, and all of these track. Like, sometimes you'll watch a game and then you look at the stats and it's like, oh, what? That's weird. Like, the stats did not match what I just saw. But last night, all the stats match.
Yeah.
Look at a preseason game.
I know someone had brought up, like, James Harden, his season high was 24, right? And he had 17 in the first quarter. He only finished with 26. So he actually, he stopped. When I was watching that game, I was surprised by how much, just watching them on the court. I know this might sound a little strange. James Harden, that's his team. Like, how did that happen?
System.
How did that happen so quickly where it's just everyone watching what James Harden does? It's his team now. Like, it's kind of strange.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't understand. It's like
whatever they were doing last night worked with Kawhi and Paul George off the ball.
Yeah.
But we talked about sustainability with that. I don't buy it long term.
I don't buy it either, but it's almost like he just, like, walks up to somebody's house, walks inside, like, hey, you know what? I'm going to get the locks changed and I'm just going to move in. I'm going to move your stuff out of the master bedroom and into the spare room. And I'm going to take that because I like that bed better. And you're like, who are you? Like, that doesn't matter. I'm moving in. You're
Yeah.
like, okay,
He told us, I am the system.
I guess.
He said it.
Wild.
He did not mince words, and you're starting to see it. Kawhi had one of those games last night,
Mhm.
and he doesn't do this all the time, but he had one of those games last night where you watch and you go, oh yeah, like, God, Kawhi's good, bro.
Oh yeah.
Whether he can do it for 70 games in a playoffs run, TBD. But man, when Kawhi is on, there's not that many players better than him.
I mean, he had a quiet 34.
A very quiet,
Very quiet.
Nice and easy. 16 in the first half, 18 in the second half.
14 of 18 from the field.
He's
that was
quite
a
player.
legit plus 20. Legit.
Domantas Sabonis has struggled in back-to-back games. We will dive into that. We will check in with the Kings after their first 17 games, and then looking at it against 17 games last year, because it looks very, very similar. Is that good news? Is that good news or is that bad news? We'll discuss all of that next. Plus, a quick look ahead to Thursday Night Football, a very important game for the 49ers, and we'll tell you why next. That's James. I'm Kyle. We are the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Hey.
Boom. So what's going on?
You know, another thing I appreciate about Kings fans?
What's that?
There's a lot of things, but one of the things I appreciate very much is that not every loss is a goddamn meltdown.
Oh, I don't know.
I didn't see, like, for the most part, like, nobody's psyched about last night, but I also don't see, like, fire everybody.
No, I mean, have we already seen like that weird tweet by somebody, some rando? Sure, the fire player.
No, but that's
X.
Every fan base has a lunatic fringe.
Yeah,
it's just very like Manny on Twitter last night, our serial guy in the chat. He was like, "Hey, this level of play is not acceptable." It's like, no, that's actually right. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But it's also not like, who do we need to bench?
I think
the rotations, Mike Brown and this team.
I think in this game specifically, everyone understood. Like, and you might even hear it from people like myself who are media members and were there, right?
Yeah.
We're all exhausted. All of us. So like Tuesday was a 16-hour day for me. Wednesday was like a 15-hour day. Like, there was nothing left.
Yeah.
I didn't go hit the locker room and make sure that I got extra video and sound for everyone. Like, there's nothing. I always spent like worn out. And I think like, even like when you're watching a game, there is an emotional attachment that you have as a writer to a game. Like, you feel the ebbs and flows of the fans and of the game and the arena and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It was exhausting. It was. I didn't notice.
What game are you going to, Zebo? What?
So Keon Ellis didn't play last night at all. And I'm wondering if he was active. But second night of a back-to-back, coming off the injury, it's not surprising that he didn't play. Man, De'Aaron Fox scored 25 in the second half last night.
I got caught. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
17 in the fourth quarter. Man, he's a talent.
Sass is on fire today.
Uh-oh.
I have 3-starred comments to get to, and they were all Sass.
Oh. I can look at these comments.
This gets to what I wanted to talk about on the other side. So.
Okay, cool. Take me to the other side. There we go.
Hey, facts.
I also wonder if first of all, Norman Powell looked heavy.
Yeah, my boy's thick.
He was on the James Harden diet. I'm not sure what happened there. And then,
dude, you said James Harden took over the team.
I think that Harrison Barnes might have ruined him. He rolled him up bad.
Yeah, that looked. You could tell live that looked ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the knee just oof. All right, 10 seconds. Let's crush this last half hour, then give it to D'Lo and Casey. Yeah. Here we go. Let's talk about Domantas Sabonis for a minute. Back-to-back really, really rough games for Domas.
Mm-hmm.
And not rough games like in the, he's usually a 19, 12, and 8 guy, and he only had 17, 9, and 6. Over the last 2 games, this is combined. He's 5 of 19 from the field. That's 26.3%.
Mm-hmm.
He's 2 of 4 from 3. All right. And he's averaging 10, 6.5, and 6.5 over 2 games. And it is not that Sabonis forgot how to play basketball. It's not that so he hasn't dominated against the Warriors, but it was like a different level of struggle against the Warriors the other night. And then he backs it up with another poor performance against Ivica Zubac in the Clippers. And I think Sass brings up a great point in the YouTube chat that's somebody that hangs out in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. And Sass says Sabonis needs some DNPs. He is overworked. That's a did not play for those of you unfamiliar with the acronym.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of agree. Like I'm going to bring this to the 49ers real quick. The 49ers, when they lost to the Bengals, they just looked like a team that was like, bro, that gas tank is on empty. And it's a good thing their bye came when it did, because they might have lost a couple more games in a row. But they get the bye, you rest, you clear your mind, you come back, and hey, look, they look like the 49ers again. I think a 1 game off for Domantas Sabonis. I know that's not what the Kings want to do. I know that that's antithetical to the sport, and you got to play 82 and this and that and Iron Men and this and that. Take a day off, bro. Like, just get his legs some rest, get his mind some rest. That guy takes more hits than anybody in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he plays fullback ostensibly. And I think a night off would do wonders.
I think a night off might do wonders, but I also think a day off, like what they're getting today, the Kings don't play. They've got a little break here, right? They've got 2 days.
Yeah.
I think he'll look like a different player, but then he gets to go up against Jokic, right? So, how much different of a player does he look? I'm not sure. But he needs a break. A lot of the Kings need a break. This schedule it's been a little light as far as how many games they've played versus other teams.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to remember they played 10 of their first 15 on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They've already traveled a bunch.
Yeah.
They have not acclimated to the back-to-backs, which to me, usually takes a couple. There are some teams that just come out and they're great in the back-to-back. But I wish that there was a way for the NBA to be more equitable with their back-to-backs. Right?
How so?
Here's how this week works for the Kings, Warriors, and Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings and Warriors play on Tuesday. The Clippers had Tuesday off. The Clippers and Kings play on Wednesday. The Warriors had the day off. The Clippers play the Warriors on Thursday. So of the 3 teams, the Kings are the only one who have to face a team who's playing on the second night they're playing on the second night of back-to-back. Well, no, I guess the Warriors do too. The Warriors and the Kings both have to play a team on the second night of a back-to-back. The Clippers and Kings. The Warriors don't, right? So the Warriors didn't have a game on Monday.
Yes.
But now the Kings but then they play the Kings. Then they have Wednesday off. And then they get to face a worn out Clippers team the next night.
Mhm.
And so I don't understand how you can't make that part of the schedule more balanced, because we talk about schedule losses and stuff like that. Like
Mhm.
the Kings are in the midst of, well, they just finished a 3 games in 4 nights, right?
Mhm.
Oh, no, they didn't. They had a couple of days off before. But either way, like I would have liked to have seen where, the Clippers and the Kings are on the same level playing ground. The Warriors and the Kings are on the same level playing ground, because the problem is that these are all in their divisional games.
Mhm.
And so you're getting beat up in division, but by the schedule as much as anything else.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think that there is a way to do that, especially with all of these teams. You got 2 teams in LA, one in San Francisco, one in Sacramento. Like you should be able to work that out.
I
where
think
these games
eventually,
are equitable.
I think eventually the move is you turn back-to-backs into 2-game sets.
Okay, so every time you have a back-to-back, it's against the same team.
Yes. It's knocking 2 games off
I
the
would
schedule.
agree with that, because then you're on equal footing.
Yes. Yeah.
But what they can't be is one team is got the third and fourth nights of a 3 games in 4 nights, and another doesn't.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, so it can't be like, hey, the Kings, the Houston Rockets have a game on Saturday, but the Kings play on Sunday, and then they have a back-to-back on Tuesday, Wednesday against each other, because again, that puts one team at a major disadvantage where they're playing in that third game. It's the third game in 4 nights.
Yeah. Yeah, scheduling's hard, man.
It is. It's
It's
complicated.
really difficult. What's really what the sick part about all this is, every solution comes down to less games, fewer games, I should say. That's unless they want to extend the season like through the summer, and why not? You could own the summer. Just take your season to the end of July and then hand it off to football for the preseason.
Well, I've told you, like this season specifically, they wiped out a week of preseason.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like where are you getting that week back? I don't know what they're doing there. Like that to
Isn't
me,
it for the tournament, the in-season tournament?
well, yeah, but that doesn't matter, because you're still playing 82 games. So normally, like we have media day on November 25th, 26th, 24th, 25th, 26th. It's the last Monday of November. They pushed out to the first week of October this year. So I think that there are teams that are not going to be in as good a shape as they should be coming into the season, because you literally just cut a week off the preseason. And then we've had the Kings start as early as like October 19th. And this year, would they start like the 23rd? So you're shaving days off the preseason schedule, but you're not giving them back, because the season still ends in April. It still ends April 14th.
Right.
Like every year. So to me, I just think it's weird how they're adjusting the schedule, but I don't see where they're actually. Yeah. So the Kings started this season on October 25th. There are multiple seasons where they start the 19th or the 20th.
Yeah.
So where are you shaving those 5 days off? Like, because you just impacted the schedule, you squished it down.
Yeah.
So now there's going to be more games within the same exact time period during the season. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how injuries work and all that stuff. The league is always trying to do something different with injuries.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid injuries, but it's not the freak accidents that we're talking about. Like
it's the usage.
Yeah.
It's the wear and tear on bodies.
Yeah.
And there's been studies about this. Like if you want to be, if you're in the camp of, hey, back in my day in the 1970s and the 1980s, everybody played 82 games and you played through injuries and you played in back-to-backs and the travel's better now and blah, blah, blah. These guys need to sack up. There have been studies and reports on how much AAU basketball and the amount of basketball guys are playing between ages like 10 and 15 and 16, how they're coming into the league with like the bodies of like 35-year-olds in terms of wear and tear. Like this is a huge thing. And it's not, the NBA can't get to AAU and go, hey, actually you should play less, please. Like they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
So they got to figure out some way to keep guys healthy. And I think that this is something that It's been a conversation for a while. It's going to continue to be a conversation. And like I said, every solution comes back to stretch out the 82 games over, like, not over, hey, let's add a week. Like, no, add months, bro.
Yeah.
Like, play the finals in July. There's nothing going on through June and July. Well, you want to compete with the dog days of baseball and nothing happening in the NFL?
No, that's true.
Just do that and keep your 82 games, or you're going to have to slash the 82, which is never going to happen.
I think that the players, though, you're always going to run into them going like, hey, we don't want to extend the season longer. We want the,
Yeah.
you know, and the league is like, well, we're not wiping out games.
Right.
Like
That's a good point.
Each of those games we're getting paid for, and we're not going to wipe out more games. So I just think it's like there has to be some sort of balance here where you find it and you give these players a rest, because I agree. Sabonis looks beat up, but you know why he's beat up? He's playing similar minutes to what he was last year, but there's a big difference when De'Aaron Fox misses 5 games and Trey Lyles misses 13 games and Kevin Huerter misses a game and Keegan Murray he's on his 5th game he's missed. Like, there's a big difference there.
Plus, they played, and I know this doesn't sound like a lot, but they played an additional 7 games last year.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of the wear and tear begins.
No, I get that. And I would also say that that Domantas Sabonis this offseason, while he worked out and he trained and he shot a bunch of baskets and he worked out, you know, in the weight room and all that stuff, he still was doing a lot of non-contact because of his hand, which means he wasn't out doing basketball shape. Like, you can only run so much. There is no way to simulate basketball shape. And hey, I'll be honest, I don't think the Kings are in the same shape they were last year coming into the season.
Well, they had a lighter camp, right?
Yeah, it was a lighter camp for sure. I don't think it was near it like they're in the same shape that they were coming into last season.
Well, I'm glad you. Sorry, you were going to say something.
No, that's okay.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was looking at it today. So through 17 games last year, the Kings were 10-7, exactly what they are now. And they got here basically the same way. They started 0-4 last year. I know they didn't start 0-4 this year, but they were 1-4, right? They 1-4, 1-3, 2-4.
2-5. They started 2-5.
Yeah, and then they had a winning streak this year. They had the same thing last year. They had a 7-game winning streak to help them get to 10-7. 6-game winning streak this year to help them get to 10-7. It feels very lateral. Does it feel to you as lateral as it looks on paper? Because that was one of the things Howard Beck came on our show and said the reason that he's hesitant with the Kings is it feels like they just stepped sideways and didn't step forward in the way that the Suns did or the Mavericks did, or whatever teams he said. I forget what teams he said. But it feels like through 17 games it's played out that way. Where, yeah, hey, you know what? This is kind of the same team as last year, and it's a little bit what you're saying.
Okay, so this is how yes, like, does it look the same? Sure. But here's the difference. The difference is the games missed already. I mean, straight up. Like, let's not consider like Alex Len and Keon Ellis. Let's just consider like the core. We're looking at 5 games from Fox. You're looking at 13 games from Trey Lyles, and you're looking at 5 games from. So we're already at 23. 5 games from Keegan Murray. Add another game from Kevin Huerter. So you're at 24 games. You're at 24 games missed through the first 17. There's no way they had. I remember Keegan Murray missed a game because of a back issue the same exact day. Like November 17th last year, he missed a game because of a back injury. Came back and played the next game. Outside of that, the Kings were very whole early in the season. And you can like try to discredit what Trey Lyles means or whatever. Like, hey, Trey Lyles is a big part of what they're doing. So I would say that the fact that they're at the same exact spot, that they're, 10-7, but they're 10-7 with all those games missed. This is, I know people don't want to buy in. This is what the national narrative was, that the Kings were so healthy. And because they were so healthy that, this is, that's why they were so good last year. Okay. They're kind of defying that because right now they're still positioned to do the exact same thing they did last year. but it's with this asterisk of games missed. And so it's different. I don't know. And when you have Fox and you have Keegan Murray and you have like these crucial pieces, and again, Trey Lyles miss all this time, it puts so much more stress on Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
He's the guy who has to shoulder the weight. So is he tired? He probably is.
Yeah.
Does he need a break? He can get his break by having 2 days off in a row. He can not practice today, and he can have a light practice on Saturday. On Friday, and I think he'll be ready to go by Saturday.
Yeah, I think I'm at the point where I'm and this happened quick, but I guess like once the ball gets rolling in the NBA, it just kind of it goes. But I'm at the point with the Kings where I believe I was not a person who last year went, this is a fluke. Like, this is a one-off. I wasn't in that camp. I think a lot of people were. But I was not a lot of people here, but a lot of people outside of Sacramento believed, this is I was not on that train. Like, because you can see the vision. You know how good De'Aaron Fox can be, and you kind of see what it's going to look like. And so I'm already at the point where I'm like, hit me in February. If they're hanging around 4 or 5 games above 500 in February, let me take stock then, because that's when I think you're going to see, hey, once Keegan Murray comes back, what does his development look like over the next 2 or 3 months? And then De'Aaron Fox, does he continue playing at this level? Because that is something that is better for the Kings than it was last year. Can Domantas Sabonis even just be what he was last year? Can he just get back on track and make these couple of games irrelevant? Those are the kind of things that I'm going to be looking for, and those are going to take time. I don't think anyone thought, I don't think you did, or I did, or anybody with realistic expectations for this team thought that they were going to come out and in 17 games be 15-2 and everybody was going to be awesome, because it was like, man, hey, Keegan has another year of development. Can he take this jump? A jump doesn't happen day one.
Yep.
It is over the course of his second season. What does he look like? Over the course of De'Aaron Fox's second season, growing into a superstar, what does that look like? Over Domantas Sabonis' second season being this all NBA guy, what does that look? It's more gradual than it was last year, where last season for me, it was like, oh, dude, whoa, the Kings are good. Like, what? Oh, they're going to make they're a lock for the play. Oh, they're going to make the play. Are they going to be a top 2 seed? Oh my God.
Yeah.
And now this year it's like, hey, that is pump the brakes on all that. Hit me at the end of February. Like, what is it? Because December 25, that was always, Christmas Day is when the season starts. That's when I'll really start assessing. And that's for me when I'll look. And if it still looks lateral, quote unquote, just to use my word, by end of January, February, then it's like, okay. But I also think, and this is something that I also believe is going to continue being in the conversation, I also don't think the Kings today are going to look like the Kings at the end of February, just in terms of personnel.
Okay. No, I mean, that's possible, but that's where you're assessing right here, right?
Yes.
You get to a certain point in the season, and if it does feel lateral, if you have not started to build, like we always got to that point last season where they got to 4 games, they had won 4 games, right? They were 4 games over 500. Then they would take a huge step back. Like every time they couldn't get to 5 games over 500. And then finally, once they did, it was like, boom, it was gone.
Right.
They got to 10 games. You're like, whoa, what just happened?
Out of nowhere.
Right. So I think that's where we're at too. I think we're, because we went through this last year with this team, we kept seeing these like plateaus. Once they blow through the plateau that they're currently on and they start doing their ascent, there's always, Mike Brown talks about, there's always going to be the step back. There always is. Like you take 3 steps forward, you're going to take 1 or 2 steps back, and then you got to keep climbing. But at the same time, like factor in some of these things that are happening. Factor in that the game's missed. I mean, even factor in like however little whatever you think about Alex Len was your backup center when he got hurt. He had replaced JaVale McGee and he was playing really well. Like, don't forget that. And so these things actually do matter. Like injuries do matter. But the fact that the Kings are the same team they were last year, despite having all these injuries,
It's a good point.
that tells you that they could easily be 3 games better than they are today.
Sure.
And then they're the best team in the Western Conference, and you're not worried about that.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at. I'm like, hey, look, like we can start comparing them to other teams, like games lost to injury if you want, but it's a stat for the end of the season.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
All right. Couple of quick football notes before we get out of here. The Seahawks and Cowboys tonight. So this is a weird game for the 49ers because the Cowboys have the same record as San Francisco and could theoretically make a mess of the number 1 seed in the NFC if the Niners beat the Eagles and then the Cowboys beat the Eagles the following week. Now all of a sudden you got a bunch of teams sitting at 10-3.
Yeah.
Going into the final couple weeks of the season, and that could get really messy. So that aspect of it for the 49ers, you're like, you know what? You want to see the Cowboys lose as many games as possible. On the other hand, check this out. If the Seahawks lose to the Cowboys tonight, and you can listen to that game, the Thursday Night Football game right here on ESPN 1320, coverage begins at 4:45. It's the Seahawks at the Cowboys. If the Seahawks lose tonight, and then the Rams lose their next 2 games, the Rams play the Browns and the Ravens, losable games for the Rams. If they lose both of those games, it sets up a scenario where the 49ers can clinch the NFC West in week 14 against the Seahawks.
Oof.
And the Seahawks are at Levi Stadium.
Wow. With 3 weeks left?
4 weeks left.
Wow.
Yeah, with 4 games left. They clinched it in week 15 last year at Seattle on Thursday night.
Okay.
So they could do it a week earlier this year. And that to me is where I'm putting all my eggs if I'm the 49ers.
Okay.
And I know they're not like they're concerned about their own thing, but if I'm somebody that's prognosticating about the 49ers, which is what I do, it's what I'm paid to do. I think you're probably wanting, if you're projecting how the 49ers feel, you want to see the Cowboys win because you want to lock up that top 4 seed regardless. You want to make sure you have a home playoff game locked up.
Okay.
And then worry about everything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Niners are good enough that they need to be concerned with not just like they need to be a 1 or a 2 seed.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they want that second round home matchup as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely think you're right. But given that it's week 14, like you can have both.
Yeah. And especially once you get past the Ravens, your schedule's pretty light. So if you do need to set a Trent Williams for 2 weeks to make sure that he's 100% ready for the playoffs, maybe you can.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to take anybody
be the tough thing
lightly, but
I don't know that they're going to, given where the Eagles are, like it's going to be hard for the Niners to get the 1 seed regardless.
No,
even if they win. So I don't know if rest is going to necessarily be a thing.
Okay.
But to me, if I can lock up the NFC West, that's what I want to do. Aaron Rodgers is trying to come back basically so coaches don't get fired. And if that's what the Jets are doing, if they're saying, unless Aaron Rodgers comes back, we're going to fire everybody, the Jets are doing it wrong.
I think maybe we talk about that.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that tomorrow. We are with Faraz Siddiqui at 10:30. He's
there we go.
Fan.
There we go.
All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. We've been the Insiders. We will be in the Insiders tomorrow as well at 10 a.m. Shout out to our friends from Jiffy Lube. We'll be telling you what's in those boxes soon. So keep tuning in.
Jiffy Lube Christmas.
It's a Jiffy Lube Christmas. Shout out to them. D'Lo and Case here next.
That went quick.
All right, Chatty Gang. Appreciate y'all. Really, really good stuff today. Oh my God, relax. Yeah. No, thanks everybody. Good job.
Oh.
Monte's not talking to us.
What's up, dog?
What's up, man? Turn your mic on, dude.
So, giveaway out there? That was?
No.
Yeah, that was Brian. Yeah, it was.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, and Brian's one of our guys. He's a P1 for sure.
Sweet. Kivit?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
That's it. Sorry, I moved these because I use that screen for the KSFM.
Oh, it's fine. Whatever you gotta do.
I just like move them one way or the other.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Going on.
Get some rest.
I'm fucking
What
dragging
the
that.
hell? This wasn't a great game. Why the hell are they playing this game?
I don't know.
Jackasses.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Who did Fox go to say goodbye to somebody?
His wife.
Oh, got it.
See.
Yeah. All right. You guys are good?
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
We're all exhausted. Well, I'm exhausted. That's fine.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Yeah, I'm gonna go home and sleep. And then podcast.
Thank you.
And maybe dinner with a wife.
I'm sure she'd appreciate that.
Tomorrow I have practice, but outside of that, it'll be a little quiet. And I'm trying to get Charlie to get me credentialed for the in-season tournament in Vegas. If they make it to this Saturday, I'll fly to Vegas real quick. We'll cover the game.
Okay, very nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
All right, friends.
Thanks, James. What's up, squad? We see y'all. Missing about 400 of you today, but that's all right. We knew. We're happy. Y'all are here. Russ, what's up, baby? Ramsey, what's happening? David Jackson. My main man. Dr. David. Sabo. Thomas, what's good? Scooney, I see ya. DJ.
What up,
There
though?
we go. Key Kings 8. I like that. Mario, Katrina, what's good?
These glasses
Warren.
that I'm going to keep on for whatever reason. I mean, no, I don't have black eye or pink eye or nothing. Just want to keep them on today. They got some kind of stupid UV protection.
It's not stupid. It's good for you. What you
Well, that's
mean?
when you're wearing them indoors?
I don't think they're designed to be worn indoors.
Well, they need to be.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. We in here. Come on, man. We appreciate you so much for being with us here on this Thursday, the last day of November.
What? They thought there wasn't gonna be no Drake bars today? 40 hit the beat. Yeah, no, I'm playing. They try to talk about when no Drake bars today. We'll decide when ain't no Drake bars.
Oh, shout out.
And for the record, yesterday wasn't even a Drake bar certified game.
See, he don't know. Like I do love that Bonte dropped his, Old Man in the Rain video, and the first thing he brought up was the Kings. I was like, hey, Bonte, did the Kings and the Warriors play a doubleheader that I missed? Shout out to our brother Bonte.
Big ups.
Welcome in here, Stilo McCasey. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is the Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, we're so happy that you are here with us. Even though the subject matter won't be quite as much fun as it was yesterday, a new week of the NFL season gets underway. I have no idea which one. That's why I just phrased it as a new week. What are we at, 12? 13?
My
The
guess.
hell week are
I'm
we at?
Let me guess. Well, it's actually easy to guess.
I have no idea what week we're at.
We're at 14, maybe.
Oh my, no, that can't be right.
No, the Niners.
14?
No, maybe it's 13.
13 it is. Seahawks and Cowboys tonight.
Yeah.
We got
Niners
flexes.
are
We got a Monday Night Football flex I just saw. I think
First
the Eagles
huh?
Yeah, I think the Eagles are on Monday Night Football 3 weeks in a row. I think that was what the tweet just said. We'll go over all of that stuff later.
That seems illegal.
Why? You have to watch the Eagles three weeks.
No, what the hell they just never gonna have a short week again? Is that what they doing? Is that what the NFL doing for them? They're just gonna be Monday Night Football 3 weeks in a row. Boy. Well, I tell you, that's all right, man. We gotta beat a couple people.
Are you on?
We gotta beat a little bit more than the Eagles. It's okay though.
Right.
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Well, I tell you, they just never have a short week. Niners have played 7 Thursday night games this year. 7 Thursday night games.
I don't think
and they gonna play. All right, B. All right.
Jesse, can we check to see if the 49ers have in fact played 7 Thursday night games this year? I don't think that's
crazy.
I'll be on that.
true. Yep,
It's
thank
crazy.
you. Oh, you were close. It's 2. Close. You were close.
Jeez.
Okay.
These guys getting
Okay.
full rest.
Just
3 straight weeks. All right.
okay.
All right.
So for those who, normally tune in for the Kings, I just want to put y'all on notice. Our guys on edge. It's Thursday. The later we get in the week of a big game for the 49ers, the more tomorrow's going to be tough. I'm going to be honest.
That's
I'm
what
starting
it
to
is. And the Kings, I mean, I'm not saying they don't matter. No, we definitely got a lot of Kings to talk about. But at the same time, they off until Saturday. You know what I mean? They got a little rest. So now sole focus is on them bums in Philadelphia.
Yeah, so tomorrow's going to be tough. I'm contemplating coming down with a cold just so he could come in at 12, turn the mic on, and talk for 4 straight hours and yell at the Eagles and Eagles fans.
But we'll fix fans.
Send thoughts and prayers if you could.
They do, man. Hey, man, let that little kid come flick me off, see what happens. I ain't gonna hit him.
I don't know why it's always funny when you say flick.
I'm gonna tell him.
I'm gonna put that up in the YouTube chat. Flick versus flip. I don't even know what's correct.
Let him come shoot the middle finger to me.
Well, you do that.
See what I'll say. He gonna hear some things he probably ain't never heard before. Tell him where to go.
Well,
what to kiss.
I feel like he probably heard those things before if he's using the middle finger.
Badass. But tell his parents too.
What's worse, the middle finger or the crotch chop?
That's right.
Kyle says it's the crotch chop, but I'm going middle finger. Crotch chop is like funny. Middle finger is disrespectful.
Crotch chop is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But it's like
I think it might be the crotch
How old
chop.
was the kid who did it? I mean, roughly.
It looked like he was about 9.
About 9 years old. So if the 9-year-old doing that, but if the 9-year-old did is that funnier? Or are you more pissed off?
See,
if he hits you like the Mike Tyson
question.
style where he can't quite
that's a good question.
Get the X
Speaking
right.
of Mike Tyson, you see somebody found the clip that I be talking about? He goes,
sign
the contract, big boy, sign the contract. But I don't know. I kind of feel like the crotch chop is more disrespectful.
To me, that's too much like tied into wrestling. I'll like go back to like DX instantly. Oh, that's funny and stuff like that. Middle finger is just like disrespectful.
There's a clip of Triple H. They were just standing in the ring. He's talking to Undertaker or something like that. He just slowly backs up and just gives him a crazy
over exaggerated. Man, I'll tell you, where was I? Oh, you were I think you were getting married, and I had to do the Sasha Banks. No, not Sasha, Charlotte. I had to do the Charlotte Flair thing by my appearance by myself.
Yeah.
And little group of badass kids, way worse than Kelly's kids, came up and started doing, hey, started
oh my God.
doing a crotch chop.
Oh my, to Charlotte?
No, God, no, to me.
Oh no.
I was talking to their parents, and they had the belts. I was like, hey, those are cool belts. Who's your favorite wrestler? He goes, and he starts doing the crotch chop. I'm looking at his, honey, stop doing that. Stop doing that. It's only funny at home. Stop doing that.
What they even know about that? They don't even do that no more.
Well, clearly mom and dad watched the Attitude Era.
Oh, badasses. Yeah. But no, the Philly kid. And what made it even worse with that little sorry Philly kid is he tried to dap him up, then swung it underneath and flipped him off, whatever you want to call. Well, I would have cursed that kid out so bad. I didn't lie. I would have cursed him out crazy.
I can't believe the Morning Roast ain't had that kid on the show yet. Man,
that's a Patreon exclusive because what I'd say to that kid, I can't say on the air.
Well, understandable. Well, Kings never really got going last night.
They got to stop this. Back to back. Well, it's only the second time, so it's not like they always do it.
Well, shout out to De'Aaron, who was like, "It can't be an excuse. Everyone in the league does it."
Yeah.
And shout out to Sasha Vezenkov, who was like, "Yeah, we were mentally trained after last night." I was like, "Don't put the new guy on the podium after this." Like you just went out there and broke kayfabe talking about, "Oh yeah, we're tired." I hated it. It did give us a glimpse, though, for those like just if anyone wondered. Sasha's remarks gave us a glimpse into how big that game was against the Golden State Warriors.
It was a lot
because you could take we could talk about coming back from 24. You talk about everything you did in the fourth quarter. You talk about the play-in tournament. You talk about all that stuff. If it had been the Orlando Magic, nobody's mentally drained.
Yeah.
Shoot, it could have been the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Right.
It was a tough game. That's a fight.
Them.
Yeah,
you could have flipped the games.
I don't. Yeah, right. Could have been the Clippers. I don't think anybody would have been. I don't think it would have been emotionally draining. It was the Golden State Warriors, plus all of those other things, the 24-point deficit, the in-season tournament, all of that. But it was mentally draining because it was the Warriors.
It's easy for me to say. I'm sitting here. I wasn't in the game. I don't know nothing about what's going on in the locker room and all this other stuff. That can't happen though. You can't be mentally drained.
Well, and that's what De'Aaron said.
You got to fight through that.
And that's what De'Aaron said.
Yeah, like that's C4 or something. That's you can't be mentally drained, physically drained, all this other stuff.
What's Logan's Prime?
Yeah, get you some
Prime.
They
love. Have you ever had it? They'd be loving Prime.
My son loved Prime. I had to cut that off from the house. Like, bro,
got like 200 milligrams of caffeine.
Yeah,
that boy don't even be drinking that.
Bro. But no, it can't happen.
Yeah.
It can't happen. Like you can't, and it's not just the loss. That game was uncompetitive.
That's right. Yeah,
that's the problem.
So I didn't mind. I was just telling our man Brian this, who came in to pick up his Jiffy Lube gift card.
Shout out Brian.
When the Kings are like 10, 12, I don't like it, but it's like that's fine. The way this team, especially the way the Clippers, particularly James Harden, shout out James Harden, man, played extraordinary yesterday, particularly in that first quarter. The way that they were shooting it, I feel like some people do this with the Kings. They're not going to keep doing this. They're not going to like set an all-time record for made threes and percentages and all of that stuff. And Harden isn't going for 60. So whether this get stops when you can't, you got to make baskets. Your offense can keep you in this 10 to 12. I'm good. When that game started to balloon up, I was like, they're not coming back from 20 again. And I felt like it lived at 20 for a while, which is all right. Y'all just went out and did what everyone said you were going to do.
Yeah.
You went out and laid an egg following the game against the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Like you can't do that.
Not
like that, at least.
No, like I said, it's not necessarily the loss. It's being uncompetitive in that game. That game was never really close. I know it got down to 13. They had a shot to make it to 9 or 10 or something like that in the fourth, but it was never.
Well, really they did and they didn't. They hit the shot. They called timeout.
Yeah, I ain't even.
They hit the shot. They called timeout. I think it was Kawhi. He right out the timeout. 3 back to 16. Well,
yeah.
All right. And it wasn't that long before Mike pulled everyone out.
So if they want to be the team that we all believe they can be and what they believe they can be, they've got to find a way to be more competitive in those situations. And like I said, I'm not going to sound the alarm. It's only two instances where they were coming off a back-to-back and had to play a game and it didn't look right. But
yeah,
they've got what James said. They got 15 on the season. You got 13 more left. I gotta see a little bit better.
We talk back-to-backs. Excuse me, I'm nearing death.
Ratings.
Yeah, that's why I was telling Charlie. If one of us goes, it's going to happen on the air. I just coughed my thought right out of my brain.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, as a first.
Well, you talk about back-to-backs.
Oh, it wasn't the back-to-backs that bothered it. They were what's the record? We're 16 games into this, 17 games. They're 10-7. What are we at? Like 2 Houston games in New Orleans. We're at like 4 games now where you're not competitive.
And that's what I said. I didn't like.
Like y'all are too good for that. Like I don't. Back-to-backs are not. What you talking? They're already talking playoffs. This isn't last year. They're already talking about playoffs. Mike, before the season, talked about championship. This is how you get better. These are the things that need to happen. 4 uncompetitive games in 17 tries. I don't like that. That's a far greater concern to me than losing the back-to-back.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You can't be uncompetitive.
You can't be getting beat up.
And credit to the Clippers. That might have been one of their better games all year. You pointed it out yesterday. You had that loss, against Denver. No Jokic, no Murray, who returned last night. No Aaron Gordon, and you led by double digits and blew the lead. You knew that we all know sports psychology. They're zeroed in after that.
It was gonna be locked in.
Yeah. Ty Lue's too good of a coach to not let them be zeroed in. And all of those guys, even James Harden, too good of players to not be zeroed in.
I was frustrated with how they were guarding the pick and roll.
So it's a conversation. That's it. We'll talk about it.
All right.
There's a lot to talk about on the defensive end, particularly what De'Aaron said following the game. That caught my attention, and Jesse threw a note at us. It was like, let's talk about that. We don't really think about missing defensive pieces as it pertains to the Kings. Well, maybe we should, and we'll do that. We're just getting started. We're happy that you're here. We know it's not as fun as yesterday, but we're going to make today's show fun. We got the phone lines open for you as always, 916-909-1320.
And Philly, I'm coming for you.
2 more days of this, or potentially 3, depending on what happens Sunday. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Does anybody else like their? I'm trying to make sure it's isn't a flag here. I'm trying to cut down on the penalties. I think it's good. Anybody else like their chocolate chilled?
What does that mean?
You throw a little peanut butter cup in the refrigerator?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I put the donuts in the refrigerator.
Oh, no.
A donut?
No, you're crazy.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
There's a flag for that.
Not the like the. I don't want to say the real donut, but not like the donuts.
I wouldn't do that either.
That you get out of the.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that either.
No, you can't do that.
Chocolate on there. I got chocolate.
But what
donuts.
about the dough?
Nothing happens to it. It's fine. Nothing. But I like the chocolate chilled.
He came to the party with you, bro. Like, this is your boy. I was already at 1320 with you guys. This is your boy.
I don't need no hot chocolate.
It's just
sticking to the roof of your mouth and on your teeth and everything because it's so damn hot.
How hot is your house?
It ain't even a house. It's the vending machine. It's all warm, room temperature ass chocolate. I don't want that.
So candy's cool for the fridge. Anything like donuts or anything else is not. The donuts from the vending machine is not. Like, no, that's just the game.
No, like I get
no,
like
it's not that. I don't play that game. It's not the game. I don't need no melted chocolate.
What? No, it's so you're telling me you take it out of that vending machine and it's melted? I've never gotten donuts.
Not melted. It's not, but it's mushy. It's
well,
warm.
it's a donut. I think it's supposed to be
chocolate, nothing happens to the inside. The inside,
so
the
chocolate on the donut does
tastes
sweat. I will admit
way.
the chocolate on the donut does sweat, but you just got to deal with that.
But this is
humid.
what you got.
It's a little humid.
The I don't know the bread. Nothing happens to the bread. The bread tastes the same either way.
So it doesn't get cold?
No, I mean no, not really.
Okay.
The bread is the same either way. The chocolate, there's a difference.
It's just not. See, I don't want to get.
Hold up, is this a shoe? You put the Oreos in the freezer?
No, that is a little.
Now
you want to talk about serial killer?
Yeah, Alan James. Like,
no, why would you do that? The Oreos in the freezer?
This is not a safe space. You tell us the weird stuff you do with the food.
Yeah, you said
this is not a safe space. Do not do that.
I put the Oreos between my toes before.
Do not tell us that.
When you said chocolate, I'm thinking a Snickers, a Reese's.
I do the same thing.
That's a thing. Like I got that. I wasn't expecting the donuts.
Kenny out here putting his chocolate cake in the fridge.
I mean, I don't want the chocolate
What did you do with Ryan's cake when it was done? Did you put it in the fridge?
I don't even know.
Because does it if you put a cake in the fridge, doesn't it dry it out?
Oh yeah, you could do that.
You can do that, but you better eat it the next day.
Yeah, it cuts the shelf life by like.
I feel like cake in the fridge is like code for we're not gonna eat this the rest of the week. We're just gonna throw it in there to, like just to save it.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, you got to eat it quick. God damn it.
Wow.
You're good. You're good. You're good. We play on. You're good.
Oh,
Scott. Hey,
Scott. Illegal contact the whole time. You didn't
Technical foul. Kenny Caraway arguing with the ref.
Scott Foster and Chris Paul over here.
Let me go foul the hell out of Damian after that tag. Just foul him for no reason.
Damn, Kings are down by 12 versus the Warriors. Damn. Boy, they just running all of the Kings games this week on here, huh?
NBA TV. You're home of the Kings.
Now, Thin Mint's in the freezer. I know that's a thing. I know that's a thing.
After the next break, I'm gonna go get the donuts.
Well, if it's ice cream cake, it's got to go in the freezer, Aldrin. Now you're being silly. Come on, Aldrin. What are we doing? You're being silly now.
The UV rays.
Bro, take your why are you leaving your glasses on?
No, just like
I mean, you look fly.
I just look today, man.
You look fly. Just don't sacrifice the ability to see. As long as you can see the counter at 4:00, we're fine.
I see.
Kenny talking. That'll go down as one of the more interesting commercial breaks in recent show memory.
Like I said, I'm just. I don't want no melted chocolate.
No, I got that.
When I
feel like
Twix.
I feel like you're not. No, that's not what we were talking about.
You can't change it. We're donuts.
You already
mixed up vending machine.
Isn't there? There's bread in the Twix, right?
No,
nobody
said cookie crumble.
That's a cookie.
Yeah, it's a what was it? Cookie caramel and chocolate. Shoot, even I know
that.
Chocolate
Chocolate in the fridge is an American pastime.
Right,
like that's just normal. Chocolate candy in the fridge. That's normal.
You told us you put donuts in the refrigerator, and that's what that's what confused
once again. Let's. I wish you tell the whole story.
All right.
So when you go to Marie's Donuts, shout out Marie's, and shout out Big Al who owes me dozen.
Can someone check on Big Al?
Big Al, please call us.
Big Al's still calling the old station.
When that had who was on the wall? What was dude's name?
Will Kane and Trey Wingo.
Hey, what did they try to put Will Kane in these?
That's crazy. We really had Will Kane's like face picture, whatever, the headshot in the studio.
Like long after he went to Fox Sports, it was just there, or Fox News. I mean, it was just there.
Oh man! But you go to Marie.
I believe Charlie threw it in the garbage.
He did. Charlie had enough.
Yeah,
Charlie was cross as two sticks. But you go to Marie's Donuts. I get a chocolate donut there, or a regular donut with chocolate covering or whatever, chocolate icing, frosting, whatever. I'm not putting that in the refrigerator.
Okay,
that stays on the counter. We're eating it, the rest of the day or morning or whatever, just fine.
Mm-hmm.
But when I go to the vending machine and I get those chocolate covered donuts,
right?
Donuts,
right?
Yes.
What I said was you put donuts in the refrigerator. What part about what I said is wrong?
Tomato.
It's not the same donut. It's not the same donut.
But it's a donut.
Yeah. I put those in the refrigerator.
Okay.
For about
so
5,
you put
10
donuts
minutes.
in the refrigerator. I'm not sure where the disconnect is.
Not the same. Do they sell those in Marie's?
No, I didn't specify
a
the
donut.
donut
Is a donut, sir.
They don't, bro. They don't. And the whole point is, like I told you before, the bread or whatever, there's no difference in the taste.
Hey,
it's the chocolate. I don't want no warm chocolate.
No, live your life.
As I eat the donuts.
No, live your life. You confused us, like all of us, when you said, does anyone put chocolate in the refrigerator? And I think that's a pretty normal thing. Then when you said it was a chocolate donut, that's where we got a little confused.
By the way, you do you, bro, but I'm not for this.
Yeah. Hey, it's our differences that make us great, right? It's fine. Live, baby, live. Oh man, shout out. We didn't mention this at the top. De'Aaron Fox. He used that fourth quarter to balloon his scoring numbers, boy.
What you got to do, big dog?
Yeah, I don't mean that in a negative way. He was trying to make one last push. Yeah, he was trying to make one last push. It was almost like they came out of one of those early timeouts, and one of those, hey, we got to go for it right now. We have to cut into this lead. You kept waiting for the run to come, like some sort of run.
They had a mini run.
In the fourth.
Yeah.
And they made the push. I mean, they cut it from 20 plus, I think, as you just said, to 13. And De'Aaron, I think, had 17 in the fourth. But it was clear after that timeout, the 3-pointers hit 13 right back to 16. All right, this is not going to happen tonight. But you saw that sense of urgency. There was almost a moment where De'Aaron was like, why didn't they do this earlier?
Yeah.
Why didn't you try this in the fourth quarter? But what it really boiled down to, and this is what De'Aaron Fox talked about in the post game, was our offense isn't the issue. Like, we may look at them missing stops and doing all that. We didn't do what we were supposed to do defensively. I got you. I know how you feel about that. I'm not trying to, instigate a discussion here.
No,
or an argument.
I agree.
But I look at it more like, the Clippers, you had them, they had kind of started to put things together. You had that tough loss against Denver, but whether I like him or not, like, James Harden is an incredibly skilled scorer. You got Paul George and you got Kawhi Leonard. Mm-hmm. And I think sometimes this is one of the reasons I really hate the next man up philosophy. I hate call it philosophy. I hate the next man up line, right? Because Keegan Murray is out. And we look at this team like, hey, there's a lot of depth on this team. I don't know what happened with Chris Duarte yesterday. I don't know if he got hurt or the game plan changed. I'm not really sure what happened. Sasha started the second half and Chris Duarte didn't play again. But Chris Duarte isn't Keegan Murray, right? No one on the roster is Keegan Murray except for Keegan Murray. Yeah. And so when you're missing a player like that, who for 16, well, not 16, I guess probably about 13 games, 14 games, we were talking about what he had been doing on the defensive end. And you look at the way James Harden played in the first quarter yesterday. You look at Kawhi, Paul George, look at those different guys, and it's hard to think, man, that game could have looked a little bit different on the defensive end for the Sacramento Kings if Keegan Murray had been available. Not stalling them out, not saying they shouldn't play better defensively, just saying a guy who we have applauded for what he's done on the defensive end this year wasn't in the lineup against an incredibly talented group of skilled wing scorers.
I don't disagree. I think Keegan is a guy that, would have easily made a difference on that defensive end yesterday. The whole thing with Duarte, not sure what happened there. Not sure what's going on with that. But you don't have Keegan Murray. Yeah, you're losing your second best, maybe third best. I don't want to dismiss Davion, but one of your top.
Davion isn't going to play Keegan's minutes. I'm good with that, but there's probably no circumstance, unless there's no circumstance defensively, in my opinion, where Davion's playing Keegan's minutes. Davion's minutes might be dictated by what he's doing on the offensive end.
Right. So one of, if not your best perimeter defender this year in Keegan Murray. And to have a situation where those guys on the perimeter are having their way with, when you talk about Harden and Kawhi and Terrence Mann was having his way, things like that. Yeah, that's probably something that you're going to feel if you're the Sacramento Kings. So Keegan, you're right. Maybe we don't always think about what he does on the defensive end at this point, but we probably should start.
Yeah. No, I wholeheartedly agree, because last night it felt like we're missing that. That's exactly what we're missing, is that guy who could interchangeably, that's a word, guard any of those three. Yeah. And James Harden's first quarter was incredibly frustrating. But he's capable. He's always been capable of doing that. He's going to be capable of doing that until he retires. He is that type of scorer. And man, he got hot. And it was just kind of like, what are you going to do? Yeah. You're trying to throw different lineups out there. You're trying to throw different things. And it felt like everyone was just a step off.
Yeah.
And whether it was emotional exhaustion, physical exhaustion, or just flat out not executing, then that's something that you've got to correct if you want to take that next step.
Yeah, and one of the things that happened in this game is, they let the game get out of control. They let it get out of hand. And you see that in that second quarter. That's kind of when, I don't want to say the game was in the balance or you could have changed some things, but the second quarter got out of hand. and they could never regroup from that. You know, you look at the game, it ended up, I think, a 20-point lead or 22-point lead at the half, and it's kind of where it stayed. You know, so it wasn't like they weren't getting stops or they weren't scoring or nothing like that. It just was like even killed the rest of the game, and a lot of that was letting the game get out of hand in that second quarter.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
No, it wasn't fun. And you wanted some sort of follow-up, partly because, and I hated this, like, Matt kept talking about it. Drapes kept talking about it. Like, they kept bringing it up. Oh, you know, last night really wore everyone. Talking about the crowd being worn out. I don't think the crowd would have been worn out if the Kings had gone up 17-10.
Right.
Like, I mean, we're assuming every single human being that was at the game last night. Right. I'm not trying to criticize what Matt said.
Same 18,000.
Yeah, like I understood the point Matt was making, but they also didn't have any reason to cheer.
Right.
And like the like, you know, we've got the Kings Warriors game on in front of us. Like, the slow starts are starting to like accumulate a little bit. Expecting to dig out of a 24-point hole, a 20-point hole, a 15-point every night. That's a tall task. Like, there's something off at the start. Again, one of your starters is missing.
Right.
That could very well be it. But sometimes we see, and I think this has always been the type of player that he is. Some would call it a fault. Some would call it a talent. I feel like De'Aaron, kind of similar to LeBron James a lot. He feels the game out first. Rather than, hey, we got off to a bad start against Golden State. We ain't going to do that.
Right.
Because he showed last night, he's shown for 2 years. He told us, I can get a bucket when I want to. Okay. So Saturday, you've had 2 bad starts in a row. Go get a bucket. Like, after the ball's tipped. Go get a bucket.
Yeah.
Like, before fourth quarter Fox in the first.
Yeah.
Or attempt to be. Establish the game that way. Then get a feel for it. Then work to get you guys involved. Easier said than done from the dude who sits in a chair for 6 hours a day. But if they don't follow, do it yourself.
Yeah. Sometimes that's what it calls for. And so he does do that from time to time. But,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's one of those things where I would have liked to have seen him go shot for shot with James.
Yeah, I think he could have.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he could have.
Because and that's a lot on his plate or whatever, and it goes past the original point that I had, where it's like, I need these guys to understand and to execute in these situations. They all knew. They're all professionals. They're all been in this league for a long time. They all know the whole misnomer of emotional game on one night. You got a back-to-back, got to be ready to go. Like I said, I'm halfway joking, but take the C4, take the prime to get your energy up. Like, it's not okay.
I'll take a B12 shot in your arm if you have to.
Something to be amped up and ready to go and execute. And they just weren't. They weren't. And that was frustrating. Love the team, nothing wrong with them or nothing like that. But we all saw it coming.
Yeah.
And it actually happened.
That's the part
the frustrating.
That's
thing.
it. Yeah, that's the part that I hate. And I wanted to hear Matt Barnes be more aggressive in that thought, because he's a player. Like, we can talk about it. The Chatty House can talk about it. If Kings fans listening, we could all talk about it. I want to hear Matt talk about it, because Matt's been in these situations. He's been in these situations on championship levels. And I wanted to hear him say, you can't have these type of nights regularly. You're allowed one. You're allowed a couple through the course of a season. Your first 2 back-to-backs, you can't die in the second half.
Right.
You can, and this is the part that I hated the most, was exactly what you just said. I hate that they died when everyone thought they would. Coming out of that game under those circumstances, hell, man, it made me think of, you'll probably remember because you're insane with this type of stuff. They played the Clippers. Of course, the highlight package was run last year of, was it last February when that game happened? That was a Friday night. They played Sunday. You know who?
OKC.
It's ridiculous. I have it in front of me. It's ridiculous that you knew that off the top of your head.
That was series.
And everyone's sentiment was exactly the same on Monday morning. Thank God they won Sunday because we can enjoy Friday a lot more. Part of me was thinking, boy, that Warriors win will be so much sweeter if they beat the Clippers, head into a couple of days off. You got your first matchup of the season against the full-strength Denver Nuggets, and then you've got the quarterfinal in-season tournament game on Monday. Instead, it's just all wiped out, and it's like, well, you hope they can, regroup, get their legs under them. You hope Keegan Murray's back, and you're going against the champs at G1C on Monday, Saturday.
Well, I mean, and I know what you mean when you say this. I'll ask the people. I mean, is it wiped out though? Like, it's not wiped out.
No,
it's
not. It's not because of the in-season tournament. In my opinion, it's not wiped out because of the in-season tournament. It just would have been. It's like. Yeah, from a regular season standpoint, like you fought, you clawed. Okay, you got the win. Malik, they all said it. Hey, it's whatever. We got to play tomorrow.
I think it's more so the way it went down that frustrates people. The actual loss. Because if they would have played a good game,
I agree,
and lost by 5.
Yep, I agree.
I don't think we'd be as frustrated right now.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
And that's something they've got to fix. Like, you can't just get beat up in these moments. And this is
think about,
once again, it's only the second time this year. So the next 13 times of that, they may be locked in and it may not be an issue. And we'll look back and we'll be like, man, the majority of the time they're great on back-to-back. They have the 2 little stinkers, but other than that, they're great. So, it's still early in that respect, but so far, they're not feeling that.
Think back to the Clippers game and the Nap Monday show, right? They beat Oklahoma City. What would we have done Monday if they hadn't beat Oklahoma City?
I get what you're saying. We probably would have ignored Monday, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it almost would have
ignored Sunday.
Yeah, it's my fault. It would have been, it might have been the equivalent of if the Kings lost by 1 and made they would have lost by 1 to the Warriors, but made the in-season tournament. Like, all right, what do we do here?
Yeah,
that would have been the case. It just feels like everything would have dropped a little bit, and vibes were immaculate yesterday. Vontae's walking in the rain. It is just a tough look for our friends in San Francisco. He was skipping to work today with his umbrella, talking about no beam, no Drake bars, and all of that. And it's like, well, they get to rock. They fell flat at home. I was watching him. He was laughing about the score and getting blown out at home. And it's like, all right, they get
about no Drake bar. I should come up with Drake bars right now. Right now. More Drake bars on the Warriors game, just because.
Well, we are watching it. We're watching it back.
I think this is when Draymond makes the 3. Oh, no, it's about.
Oh, he already hit the 3.
No, he hits the one in the corner and like sends the finger to somebody. It's like 6
I thought he hit that in the first quarter.
He hit one in the first quarter, but he gives he didn't flip whatever. He didn't do that.
Oh yeah,
he gave him the little shooter sign or something like that.
Okay, bro.
It's coming up in about a minute.
Oh,
because I remember I was looking for it. It was like because what happened.
So he hit 2 threes.
Yeah, he hit 2 threes, and then he got like a layup.
Bro.
That's how he got his 8 points.
But
I remember it because there's a coach, there's a king. So Draymond does that to the guy who's the ticket holder who's sitting courtside gets up and like says something back to Draymond, and the coach for the Kings, it looks like he taps him on the leg and is like, "Hey, don't do that, bro." And I had to go back and look at it, and he was really just getting his clipboard. He didn't do that.
Oh,
but
Draymond for 3.
No, because it's in the corner.
He missed it.
It's gonna come up. But
he was feeling himself.
I thought it was Triano, and I thought Triano told the fan like, "Hey, chill," but he was really getting his clipboard. That's a long-winded way of saying that's how I know the time when he hit that 3. It's coming up in about.
Man, Davion passed a wide open look up. Yeah, I'd rather watch this game back and analyze it than last night. Oh, hey, boy,
that was a tough move.
Oh,
that was a tough move by
goodness
Wiggs.
Gracious. We asked the chatty house which one, flick or flip. 73% say flip. All right, that was just a fun.
I'll put it at flip now. The kid flip me off.
No, it's not.
Flip him.
No, it's not that you're wrong when you say flick. I've heard people say flick before. I just don't hear it very often.
What did Stone Cold say? That's what we need to know.
Give him the bird.
Flip him the bird.
I don't know if you got a little.
Wait, see, I think here it comes. So watch.
I don't know if you know.
It looks like the coach is like, "Hey, don't do that."
Sign language, but here's to you. There's Draymond gathering bucket. Oh yeah, that's funny, and it was Jay. That absolutely. Hey, chill. Nah, my man just grabbed his clipboard. I guess they called timeout. Yeah, Mike Brown. Hey, this dude hit a second three. Timeout.
The hell is going on out here?
Can't wait to see how this game ends, though.
Stick around for it. Marquee matchup.
Shooting assistant coaches.
So you know, once again, the frustrating thing about this team in these situations after 2 experiences with it is not being competitive.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's telling them, but is there anything Mike could have done last night? Quicker timeouts, instead of waiting for 8-0 run, maybe at a 4-0 run, maybe the old school Mike Brown quick timeouts. Maybe there's only so much a coach can do. Those guys actually have to go out there and execute and exert the effort to get it done. But is there something last night he could have done to kind of, keep these guys locked in and focused?
I don't know, because we sometimes lean on words like what you just said, locked in and focused, right? It's an easy thing for us to point out. It's like when a team gets beat by a lot, and I'm not throwing shots. Luke Walton days, we talk about this team had no effort.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sometimes it's not effort, locked in. Those types of things are easy to lean on because we've seen them do it before, and last night they didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
It was 35-27 after 1. Like, you gave up a lot of points, and this honestly, I almost, because you do this a lot. I probably learned this straight from you. I'm watching this. They ain't gonna keep this up.
Yeah.
Like James, not hate. I know how good the dude is. He's not scoring 34 in the first half.
Right.
This is going to slow down. Keep doing what you're doing, and they'll start missing a couple of shots. That, I think, will get you going defensively and offensively, and you'll find yourself right back in this game. That never happened, and I don't know if it's because lack of focus and something Mike didn't do, or if they were just legitimately a step slow last night.
Yeah,
because that happens.
I go more towards a step slow.
Mm-hmm. And I go to answer your question. I don't think so. I don't think Mike wasn't telling them what to do last night. I just, for whatever reason, they don't do it. And we often associate fatigue with physical fatigue, especially for athletes, because that's the part we watch. Physical fatigue. But mental fatigue is there too.
Yeah. And this is the thing. And I'm sure the coaches are doing this. I'm sure, the players are doing this. I'm not reinventing the wheel or whatever. But to what Matt is saying, everybody was saying, there's this built-in excuse already. You're just not going to have the same energy, No. No, I don't care if we play 20 games in a row. On this 21st game, lock in and execute. You know what I mean? And I feel like the players buy into that, feed into it. The coaches, it's going to be tough, second game back to back. You're just not going to be there. You're going to be a step slow. No, don't be a step slow. Easier said than done, obviously. Right. There's what you said, mental fatigue, physical fatigue reasons for being a step slow. Emotional reasons.
It's a bitch when those two meet too.
Yeah,
when physical meets mental, man.
Then don't bring tough. Emotional to the party.
Oh man.
You know what I mean? But I feel like because it's talked about so much, it's almost like conceding, well, yeah, it's what it is.
Yeah.
No, don't let it be.
Yeah.
Don't let it be. And I think those are the championship teams. Though you rarely, I should say, see that from your Denvers, from your Bostons. You know what I mean? They stay locked in.
And to be fair, you're right. That was an important word, rarely. But you do. I think if this was the first time it happened, all right. I think the biggest, there's probably a list of frustration Kings fans have. But we knew it was going to happen, and it happened. I think that's probably at the top of the list.
Off the top of my head, this is really just putting this stuff together. Boston, November 10th, November 11th. November 10th, they beat Brooklyn 121-107. Came back the next night, beat the crap out of the Raptors 117-194.
Raptors beat the Suns last night.
Yeah. On the flip side, November 19th, they beat Memphis by 2 on the road. They go to Charlotte the next night, losing overtime. So you have those situations. But the thing about that, listen to what I said, lost to Charlotte in overtime. I don't think anybody here or anybody's talking about it is upset necessarily with the loss. That is going to happen. It could happen. Can't be down by 24.
Yeah.
That's the frustrating thing.
And that's maybe this team isn't quite where we thought they were. Feeling that sinks in. Now, it's too early to make a declaration whether you are or you aren't. But for better or for worse, it's still don't want to see that.
Yeah.
And now you start to say, man, James brought it up yesterday, getting 5 games above 500. It's like, are we doing that again? I thought we were done. I thought we did that last year. We're done with that, aren't we? No, apparently that's still a thing. They're just kind of lingering around this, plus 3 area here. We'll come back. We'll talk more. Mentioned Sasha Vezenkov. Sasha Vezenkov may have started to find his role here. And we got to talk about Domas. Man, it was a tough night for Domantas Sabonis. And perhaps more concerning, it was another tough night for Domantas Sabonis. We'll talk about that. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines in over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Be right back. Go get my donuts.
Nice and chilled.
Somebody go turn off the fridge.
Oh, look who came to work today.
I saw that. Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh, Lord. Kimmy's going to come in and yell. Oh, Lord. We're extremely nice to you. We talked about you yesterday on our show. It's sitting on the bag. Someone moved it. And I haven't fixed it. Well, it's not on camera, so I tend to worry about the stuff that's on camera more. Why are these even in here? Yeah, I'm talking about how the Warriors got their ass kicked 2 nights ago.
Michigan is cool, I guess. Like, he's giving Canelo no chance, no choice but to fight him eventually. So hopefully, I want to see Benavidez and Canelo fight already, whether it be in fall or May.
Have you ever heard of someone chilling their donuts?
See, that face says it all.
You chill them?
If need be.
Why do you even eat them?
Well, they're pretty good.
Yeah, let's not disrespect that vending machine donuts, all right?
Only have healthy food in there.
I mean, I'm not mad at that. Believe me.
No, everything. No
Put some
sugar.
craisins in there.
No.
Pack of craisins.
No.
Get the tuna out.
No, tuna's gonna stay.
No.
Oh,
no,
that's so
no.
gross. So disturbing.
Fruit in there, right?
Fruit in a vending machine?
Like fresh fruit.
In a vending machine?
They already did this in an episode of The Office. It doesn't work.
And putting the salad vending machine in there. Haven't you seen that? in
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it does multiple.
Yeah, I'm for that.
Okay.
I'm for that.
Hey,
And that was an episode of The Office.
real quick. Can we get our flags, please?
Yeah, can we get a set of penalty flags, yellow and red? They're vital to the operation of this show. Well, you're above the brand manager. You're Stacy. Yeah, that's a bad thing. You can't slam that door. Just kind of have to push it.
Hit it with the Denzel gift.
So your donuts are cold right now? I don't think his headphones are. Ask him that question when he plugs them in.
It's the way you said. Just with a tremendous amount of curiosity.
What did he say?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so your donuts, they're cold now?
What happened?
Or your donuts, they're cold now?
Oh yeah, they're good to go.
Not good. They're cold though?
Yeah. I mean, like not frozen, but there's a chill on them. They're perfect.
All right.
Ken uses his
Perfect.
donuts as like a substitute for an ice pack if he needs it or
Like
something.
when you
Puts
when
it on his
bite
head.
into it, when you bite into it, there's like a mini crunch or whatever because the chocolate is, it's perfect.
Donuts are supposed to be like soft though. They're not. There's no crunch.
Like I
No,
said,
I get where you went with that.
the cake part,
I'm just
there's nothing wrong. Like it's the same. Cake part is the same. It's the outer layer.
I'm gonna have to talk to Jen about this.
Shout out to Marie's Donuts, by the way. Always.
Kim got the beanie on today. One day
Yeah, she
in
doesn't
San
know if she's
Francisco.
hot or warm. Because before she's like, I'm freezing.
Did you say hot or warm?
Hot or cold.
I was like, why did that sound funny? I was like, oh, I got it.
Hot or cold.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Recapping the beating that the Sacramento Kings took at the hands of a much improved, perhaps I was wrong, Los Angeles Clippers team.
Sneaky won 5 of 7.
Yeah, it took them a while to get it together.
Hopefully, hey, win 7 of 9.
Hey, do that. Do that. Yo, be even better on the second night of a back-to-back, because I guess that's where we are now. Watching Bonte skip to work this morning, talking about the Kings losing last night. So I guess that's what we do. We scoreboard watch and start rooting for the other teams.
Hey, tell Bonte, welcome to the party. I've been rooting against y'all ass. I've been watching y'all games. But yeah, they played the Warriors tonight. Tonight and Saturday. Clippers, I should see what's going on with them. Russ told Kevin Huerter and he rocked the baby last night. That was uncalled for.
Yeah.
Come on, Russ.
And it was
Didn't
also,
have to do that.
It was like the fourth quarter too. It was like, hey, I love you, bro. Stop this.
Zubac Chamberlain out there. I mean, jeez.
Oh man. Well, see, that's gonna lead us into our
Zubac.
It's gonna lead us into our next discussion. Let's check in.
I think it used to be called the Bart Chronicles.
Yep.
But now it's just Walking in San Francisco Chronicles.
Let's okay. This is the start of the video.
What's up, everybody, man? Walking into the studio, and I feel a lot better this
Oh
morning.
yeah, how about that?
I know at 12 o'clock ain't gonna be no Drake bars.
He's 12 seconds into the video. Look at that smile on his face.
Come on, man. Hey, man. He lucky I don't do Drake bars right now.
That's the third. He the third he the fourth member of the show today. We're just gonna leave his ass up there smiling. Look at this dude.
I don't do Drake bars right now.
He might have needed that win more than the Clippers did last night.
Thanks, Keith.
little chuckle too.
Anyway, if you know what Drake bars are, that means they seen some Drake lyrics after every Kings win, and Kings didn't win last night. Just go check the box score. Wasn't even close.
Man,
Warriors taking out the Clippers. We'll get into that. Obviously.
Oh yeah, we'll get into that. Look.
That's happy. Do we have a comparison for Wednesday?
So I can't.
I think I could get up there. Hold on, there.
Okay, yeah, what? Because I don't think I can share two
bro.
Screens at the same time, so we could
man.
pull up yesterday's.
Come on, man, this was a stark contrast to what was going on the day before, man.
I love this so much. Well, he just smiling from ear to ear. I gotta find the other one because the other look, he ain't stopped smiling.
Just having a good old time.
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 Warriors didn't even play last night. My man said, "Boy, I feel better."
What's up, everybody, man? Walking into the studio, and I feel a lot better this morning because I know at 12 o'clock ain't gonna be no Drake bars.
Jerk. Hold on, man. I'm about to give y'all the other side of it, man.
Yeah.
Hold on, man.
Hey, think about that, Kings fans, man. They down so bad. They celebrating our defeats.
Hold on, let me get in. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, let's get this side by side.
So there's
he is.
one. There's
let me get to the good part. Let me see. Well, you could just see the video. We just played a video, man. It's just there he is. Happy Bonte.
Yeah, there's Happy Bonte. Oh,
and
well.
Now, here he is in the rain.
Good morning, Roasters. Good morning, everybody.
Oh man. Oh, look at that. Look.
Suggested I take a long walk and try to figure out what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. Well, I'm taking that long walk.
Oh.
And I still haven't figured out.
Okay.
What's really going on.
Look at him.
Look at, there he is.
Pissed.
And there. You gotta go back to the part where he's you gotta go back to that one.
Oh no, there's a good one. There's a good one right there. Look at him.
There he is, right. So we'll just keep these just one. That's it. And two.
Just as happy as can be. Damn.
Oh man. I love Happy Bonte. Look at him. Yo,
oh man,
this is my favorite thing on social media, man. I love it.
He be killing it. He be killing it with that. Now
we're gonna leave these up as like these are gonna be like real life like show emojis.
Oh yeah,
something good happened in the show. Hey, oh, tough day on the show. Oh man, no good.
Oh man. Shout out to Bonte. Shout out to Butch. You know they going to war with Philly right now. I'm not going to jump in because, I'm going to just let San Francisco and Philly handle it. But no, I'm here. If I gotta jump them boys, I got to jump them boys.
Hot tag. Got to make a hot tag.
Yeah.
Crowds stomping their feet. Bonte going to make the big jump, tag the partner in. Yeah.
Or it could be like tag team boxing.
Bro. Was that tag team boxing or tag team MMA? What was that? It was boxing?
That guy was getting beat up in the corner and said, okay, let me tag. Crazy.
Kelly Oubre targeting a return next week.
Hey, welcome back. The Kings in-season tournament opponent is getting all their people back.
Yeah, I saw that.
Murphy's coming back. McCollum came back last night.
Man, reading the CJ stuff was what CJ was talking about having he had an oxygen tank for like 4 or 5 days. Or he was being given oxygen for 4 or 5 days. He said he was going to the bathroom, pulling this thing. He was like, "Is this what it's like to be an old person? Is this what I'm gonna be like when I'm old?"
Poor guy.
Man, that's why. I feel like we looked this up. That was his second lung issue.
It was the second one.
Yep. He had one in Portland, I think, a few years before.
Man, goodness gracious. We'll get to all of that. We'll go around the NBA because we definitely will not be spending 4 hours on last
NBA hour today.
Yeah, we'll do some of that. King shows are reserved for wins. Tough night for Domas.
Yeah.
Another tough night for Domas. He had nothing. I don't really know what to. You could argue there was an impact from him in the Warriors game if you wanted to. There was not an impact from Domas last night. He was 3 of 12, but more importantly, perhaps those nights happen.
Mm-hmm.
Man, he wasn't rebounding. He couldn't find guys. And assist is a two-way street, but. Yeah, that is a very, very un-Domas like stat line that dropped last night.
What you think's going on? Is just a bad night?
Nothing.
Or?
I don't think anything's going on.
I don't think so either, but I'm just checking.
Well, I will say, what'd you call him, Wilt Zubac? He looked good last night.
He punked somebody under the Sasha. Just backed him down with a couple of post-up dribbles and dunked 2-hand on there. I was like, man, dang.
I feel like
I like Zubac though. I do like him as a ball player.
Yeah, me too. I feel like with Domas, we react pretty quick. Like it's a quick trigger with Domas.
Like I think that is.
I think there are still one. I think the noise around him is always really loud. starting with the trade. Like, remember, like we always focus on the Tyrese Halliburton part of the trade. Domas was the other part. It wasn't just big up in Tyrese. That's legit. I never have any problem with that. But you tore down Domas in the process. Like, it couldn't just be, wow, the Kings traded Tyrese Halliburton. Man, that kid could be really good. Like, he's the truth. And end it there. Because you made your point.
Right.
But a lot of people felt the need to tear down Domantas Sabonis in the process, which was baffling given the fact he was a 2-time All-Star and all this. So you had those accolades, you had the play that you did in Indiana, and you were still kind of disregarded. And he comes in here. No one seems to give a crap that he played well last year. And hell, even during the season, we focus on the playoffs part and how he's discussed following that playoff series against the Warriors. It's not like he was discussed glowingly as he was having an all-NBA season. And I think that stuff lingers out there. You don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think there are a lot of people, I think most people in this chat don't believe it. I don't think most Kings fans believe that. But I still think there's a tinge of, why do they treat Domas like that? Because sometimes I won't front. Sometimes I watch him like, what am I missing?
Yeah.
Like, why are all these people who cover the league? Why are all these people who, quote, cover the league talking so, what am I not seeing about the moment? We get texts sometimes. What am I missing? And I'm convinced I'm not missing anything. Domas is a really good ball player.
Absolutely.
If De'Aaron had a couple of down nights, no one would be thinking twice about it. But for some reason, when Domas does, our antennas go up. We sit up a little straighter. What's going on? I hate that he had a rough night. I hate that he didn't shine in the Golden State game. You asked what's going on. My honest to God opinion is absolutely nothing.
I agree with you. I can probably shine a little light on why people may feel this way about Domas. And I'm just being real. I think everything that you said is 100% correct about Domas. I feel the same way. I think he's great. He's going to be a, probably all NBA again or close to it once again this year. He's one of those guys, close to 20 points a game, 12, 13 rebounds a night, getting it done, 6, 7 assists. So this isn't an indictment on him. It's just, this is how I see it. And I think a lot of people take it maybe too far or whatever. But he doesn't have like this crazy bag offensively. He's not, this mid-range jump shot that's, super fluid or get in the post. And while I think his footwork has gotten a lot better and his post moves have got better, he's just a rough, rugged guy who gets tough baskets around the basket. His move is to go left, kind of dip his shoulder into you, get physical, which is why I said a lot of times this whole soft thing is crazy, because he is super physical.
Yeah.
Gets rebounds, goes back up. He's not like sky into the heavens to dunk on you. Just get back up, give you a little shoulder, get it off the backboard or, a nice little finish around the rim. He doesn't have like this crazy bag that people visually can see and appreciate. So I think that's where people look at him and have their criticisms or get frustrated or wonder if he's capable or anything like that, when the proof is in the pudding. Regardless of what the bag looks like or whatever's going in, the production is always there. More times than not. Last night it wasn't there. 2 nights ago it wasn't there. He's going to have those. He just got done having like 30 and 19. So that's what I think is purely based on him not having this super offensive bag that people can gravitate towards.
The toughness thing really bothers me. Like you can, I don't care what anyone thinks about Domantas Sabonis. We watch that dude every day. We watch that dude a lot closer than any of these other people who talk about Domantas Sabonis do. He's a really, really good basketball player. I have an issue though with the toughness part. One, because of how closely we watch him when we're there before the game and we see the strategy that coaching staff takes with him. And 2, those people who cover this league will tell you, and I'm not picking on them, the game's right in front of us. They'll tell you that 23 on the Golden State Warriors is tough. Meanwhile, he took the worst bump in professional wrestling history 2 nights ago. Like if that had happened, that would have made a Botchamania clip. If a professional wrestler had sold Trey's shot the way that Draymond did. But that's your picture of toughness right there. Yeah. And because Domas doesn't take these bumps, one notable exception from a few nights ago, because he doesn't take these big bumps,
and then he
he's not
actually
tough.
got smacked in the jaw, like pretty tough.
And that happens more time than it doesn't, and the whistle doesn't blow. So when my man is holding his jaw, y'all ain't buying it. It happened in someone level. He had like a damn near a black eye in one of the games.
Looney last year in the playoffs.
No whistle.
Yeah.
Y'all went out there and talked about that man's toughness. Yeah, he dropped the people's elbow on him on the jump ball. That's right.
Yeah.
Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. We welcome those in the chatty house watching on 1320 TV, Twitch, YouTube, and the app formerly known as Twitter, wherever you are. Thank you so much for being with us. If you're on the Odyssey app, hit the heart button. Save us as your favorite radio station. We greatly appreciate that. And TC, we always greatly appreciate you. 916-909-1320. What's up, my brother?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, my guy?
Oh, man, just chiming in with my boys. Hey, just a few quick points. First and foremost, I kind of want to – I'm not with the whole, like, back-to-back and the guys were there. I mean, I know it's probably emotional draining, but if we got this – the team got this championship aspiration and trying to get better and pass the first round, you got to get up for those games, bro. If you got back-to-back, you got to win those. Look at Denver the other night when they didn't have nobody, but that's like another story. Like, get up for these games. Another thing with Domas, that's what I say when I call with you. Like, just shoot the ball. And, like, you can't keep having these nights when you fall asleep. I'm with you, Kenny. He had with the 30 and 19. I'm not saying that he's not physical. Domas is one of the most physical dudes ever, and we need that. But the falling asleep, like the DHO game, you like not driving the ball, you looking to pass it all the time. Like, no, bro, shoot it. Like that mid-range game that you've been working all off season on with lethal shooter and all that. I'm not seeing it. You're not shooting it. Like either shoot it and miss it. I'll be fine with that. Like we were saying with De'Aaron. De'Aaron, put up the shots, bro. If you're going to make them, you're going to make them. Like, Domas, stop being so passive. I think that's what everybody's getting confused with the softness when he turns into this passive dude. Like, I'm trying to get everybody involved. I'm only going to take 6 shots tonight. No, bro, we need you to take your shots. Stop doing that, please, Domas.
Yeah. He said it. He only took, 12 shots last night?
Yeah, 3 of 12. I don't think he took very many the night before either.
No, I want to say maybe 11.
Wasn't it 7?
I thought it was 9. So we're all over the place. Yeah, you're right, Jesse. He was 2 of 7.
Yeah, shoot the ball. Shoot the ball. Now the other thing about that is, I mean, there's ways. There's ways to get to 15 shots if you're Domantas Sabonis, right? There's ways, but where is he going to get those shots from? Kings have this free-flowing offense that it's not like give him the ball on the block, back him down. I guess maybe you would say when he catches that ball at about the elbow, look to take your shot there.
So you asked a second ago what's going on with that as it pertains to Domas. Is that thing in his head again?
What's that?
That mid-range shot. Look back at this game, the Warriors game from a couple of nights ago. They defended him the same way. Domas had the ball, a free throw line extended. Draymond's in the key, kicking it, polishing his shoes, thinking about who's going to punch next. They let him sit out there.
Yeah.
The 2 that caught my attention, he missed them both because he took the shot. He missed them both. Last night, he caught a lot at the top of the key. He took a couple of threes. He passed up a couple of those mid-range shots. They didn't fall back. The Clippers didn't fall back as far as the Warriors did. But I would have been perfectly comfortable with Domas taking that shot, and he moved the ball a little bit.
Maybe he's looking at this situation where, and I can understand this too, and maybe the coaching staff has to incorporate some things where I don't want to say he feels comfortable, but this is the shot we're looking for. Maybe he's looking at those moments when he's like that as that's not the play. The play is for me to get the ball here at the high post. We got action going on both sides, and I'm going to find the open guy that way. You know what I mean? Does that make sense where like he's like, yeah, I'm open, but I'm not necessarily – that's not what we're trying to do right here. is for me to take a shot. We're trying to get Herder off this double pin down, or Fox is,
So as
crossing underneath. So he's waiting for that action to happen as opposed to catching and shooting. It's like,
so how do you distinguish that as a player, and in your case, like when you're a primary scoring option, how do you decipher that? Like if you've got a shot, it's not the play, you're looking for Kevin Herter, but you've got a shot. How do you decipher, like, yo, I got the shot, it's right here?
There's got to be times when you look at it that way and you say, I'm going to get this ball here off of this action. Because I don't know if it's as simple as just like a play. Like this play is designed to get Kevin Herter. I think it's more the offense and the action. And you're like, all right, well, I see how they're playing me on this action. Next time I get it, I'm going to be ready to shoot it. As opposed to I'm getting it and I'm just still running the action. Like you've got to take the matters into your own hands. And another thing about that, you say as a player, but as a coach, you got to, kind of motivate that a little bit and say, hey, you get that ball, they sitting back in the key, be ready to shoot.
Yeah.
I know the action is what we're trying to, but hey, get ready to shoot. Shoot that ball. I need you to shoot it. Make or miss, I need you to shoot it, because the action that we are trying to get is going to open up if you're willing to shoot that.
So that's the next thing I was going to ask you. Wouldn't the whole play in the case that you just laid out about Kevin Herter, wouldn't the whole play be predicated on the threat to shoot from Domas?
It would,
as the distributor.
Now here's the scary thing, and I'm not saying that he's not scared, or I'm not saying that he is scared, but you got to make it, because if you're missing it, they'll just
they're
stay
not going
there.
to leave. I got you.
Be like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm with you. I don't think there's anything wrong with Domas. I just think sometimes he's, and TC talked about it, and I agree. Sometimes he's just not aggressive as I would like him to be with shooting the ball. I think he should take 15 shots minimum every game. Yeah. And we got 7 the other night. We got 11 last night.
He sat not a large chunk. He sat the start of the fourth. Kings started to make that run. They brought him in, and it was shortly thereafter that it was clear this isn't going anywhere. And Mike made the decision to take everyone out. I'm not against that. Mike does that a lot. We talked about it yesterday. Shout out Matt George, by the way, who asked Mike Brown about guys buying in, something we were talking about on the show yesterday. But yeah, Domas, it's a hell of a matchup on Saturday.
Yeah.
We'll say that.
Yeah.
It's if you need to have a moment, Saturday's a good night to have a moment.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a good night.
And he's
to have
played
a moment.
well against Jokic. The times he played last year, that was the game where he came back from the broken thumb and he had 30 something.
Yeah, back to back around Christmas time. I just remember. I feel like the first one was relatively close, 6-7 points.
First one he didn't play.
Yeah.
And they were up 20, lost the lead.
Yep.
And lost the game.
And then the next night,
back, they were down
20. Yep.
Him and De'Aaron.
And 1 by 1.
I think it was him, De'Aaron, and Malik were like the only ones in double figures. I think that's how it went. And they had.
It was around Christmas, right?
I think so. They had I don't know if they all had 30, but I think they almost all had 30.
No, they did. 20. It was December. The second game was December. It was 27th and 28th. De'Aaron 31. Domas 31, Malik 33.
Wow,
goodness gracious!
3 guys with 30.
Yeah, let's do that one a little bit more justice. De'Aaron 31 and 13 assists. Domas 31 and 10 rebounds. Malik 33 points, and that works for us, big fella. That's all you got to do.
KZ Okpala had 3.
Well, KZ Okpala playing.
No, he played 18 minutes in that game.
He did.
Yeah,
he did. Rashawn Holmes played 9 minutes in that one.
Oh, wow.
That game was tense, boy. I remember that one.
Tense.
Goodness gracious, that game was tense.
It's 18 and 15.
Such a bizarre the story of last year's Nuggets games aren't the games individually, it's the games together. The up 20, blew the lead, lost, down 20, won.
Yeah.
That's the That's the context to that 2-night series that those guys had.
Malik,
And then was
33
it
off
the
bench?
2 nights later? That was the Herder game 2 nights later?
Let's see.
No, I'm telling you, it was 2
Oh,
nights
yeah,
later.
yeah.
I have it in front of me.
Herder had 30.
I mean that to sound a certain way.
Wow.
They so between the 28th and the 30th, they won 2 incredible games by a combined 2 points. Damn near identical scores. 126 to 125, 127 to 126. That was the moment Monty knew.
That's when he knew. That's when they made the ground shake in the Golden One Center. The camera shook.
That's where our friend formerly known as Brendan Nunez shot that video that I must have watched 4 million times. I don't know why Brendan's was so good. He just had that perfect shot of the shot and the crowd reaction. Oh, it was beautiful. I was walking around for 2 days just like Bonte, just smiling from ear to ear.
Shout out Dr. David. Yes, side by side.
Yeah.
He tapped us.
There's that one. And then there's that one. I don't know how. I don't know how. I'm going to figure out a way. These smiling and frowning pictures of Bonte are going to be a permanent part of our show. I guarantee that. We'll come back. I want to talk about Sasha Vezenkov. Let's say we're going to talk NBA. We're going to talk Eagles, 49ers. We've got power rankings for the week that we got to do. But I didn't think there's still more I want to talk about the Kings. Matt George is going to be with us. Final hour of the show. So all of that is ahead. It's D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Leaving? No, not leaving. All right. No, okay.
Hey, Justin.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Justin, look, man. I don't mean no disrespect because I know we got family ties, but I'm with the DPH tomorrow, man. When they play tomorrow, Friday or Saturday?
Tomorrow.
Well, I'm wrong with the DPH, man.
Yeah, I gotta go with the family in that one.
I
love. Now we got brothers. I love our brothers at Grant, but like family at Rockland. So that's where we at. What's up, man?
My name being dragged through the mud out here, like I was the one who moved the Christmas tree. This is ridiculous.
What do you mean?
My ass about it. She's like,
Did you move the Christmas tree?
yeah. When I got here this morning, the Christmas tree was in between the 2 big tables in the break room right here. Totally not. The 2 tables are not functional with that tree there.
Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense if somebody moved it. And she's trying to put it on me.
Well, did you move it? He's trying to put it on me.
Kyle up here like, well, maybe.
New guy just thinking he can move Christmas trees all willy-nilly out here.
Like the first thing I noticed, I walked in, I was like, that's a stupid place for that Christmas tree. That's a bad place for that Christmas tree.
So Kimberly is mad that you moved the Christmas tree? Or Kimberly is mad that the Christmas tree was moved.
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
She's like, fess up. I walked in, I'm like, that's a bad place for that tree. As I'm walking past the wake-up call studio, Kevin comes up, he's like, hey, Kyle, come here. They're going there, and they're like, we're on it. Did you notice anything weird in the break room today? I'm like, the massive Christmas tree? And they're like, yes, we're going to move it. Will you help us? Yeah. Like,
Of course.
I'm
Yeah.
not doing anything.
They tricked the new guy.
So to be clear, so to be clear, this all happened on the radio, and they're questioning who moved the Christmas tree. Okay, that's good. Well, I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. If she had to pick a show, well, never mind. Never mind. Hey, tell him it's Roger's got a great point. Tell him it's the last day you get to use your Employee of the Month privileges, so you move the Christmas tree. Very good. Very, very good. Uh-oh.
the Christmas tree being put in a better spot than it was. That's all.
No, I agree. Where it was a joke from something Jonathan,
Oh,
but it's not saying where maybe
somebody
you
put
moved
it.
it.
Yeah.
I just want to know how you guys did it.
I would assume that if someone did it, they probably just unplugged it and then just
You dragged it.
Oh, there's Kyle writing the OJ book. If I did it, here's how.
Theoretically, people could probably like tilt it, and then a couple people, I don't know,
I didn't do it.
could lift it together, and then two other people would be back there, and then they moved it over to the corner where it's a vastly superior spot. I am gonna spend the rest of my life looking for who moved this Christmas.
Listen to Kyle. He's not snitching though. He's not snitching because he just lets you know I didn't do it myself, but he ain't telling you.
Well, he didn't tell you he did it. He said if I did it.
Well, he let it be known multiple people had to be.
OJS.
OJ Madsen.
OJ Madsen.
I'm not gonna say his name.
All right, we're back. Here's 60 years after the Kennedy assassination, the crime of the century takes place inside the Odyssey Studios.
Bruh, man, we need to get this show popping, man.
The curious case of who moved the Christmas tree. Wow.
Life at Odyssey, episode 6.
Man, who moved the tree?
Hey,
Zabo, hey, you gotta come to the live show with a sign that says Kyle moved the Christmas tree. We'll be live at Sky River, by the way, December 7th. We would love to see each and every. That's 1 week from today. 1 week from today, we're going to be live at Sky River Casino. We have a couple of we have one particularly huge thing planned for you. We can't tell you what it is, and I can't even tell you why we can't tell you what it is. Because in this building, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. So we'll just sit here and wait. And as soon as we can tell you, we will. It'll be worth it. It's not stupid. It's not lame. It's not landscape changing. It's not a new logo. It'll be dope. We've got that coming up for you. We'll be able to tell you what that is. Also, on Monday, we'll find out if that's going to be a watch party for the Sacramento Kings in Las Vegas.
I sure hope so.
Oh, my God, me too.
I sure hope so. I know, like I said, the Pelicans are getting their guys back and all this other stuff, but hey, I think the Kings got that on Monday. I think they got that on Monday.
I hope so. I hope so. It's going to be a different team than they got their butt kicked by the other night.
It is.
A better team.
It is. Now,
I like
to be fair, I mean, they was there on Wednesday though. It was there on Wednesday. It was just a hard-fought loss.
Oh,
you're
talking about the Pelicans game, yeah.
It was a hard-fought loss.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. All right, let's go.
Brian Cruz wants to know if Sugar Free is performing on commercial breaks. That's not going to happen.
Arrange that.
How much do you think that would cost us?
$75.
Don't do that to Sugar Free. Don't do that.
How much do you think Sugar Free cost?
About $2,500.
I'm looking this up right now.
I was gonna say 5 racks, but I don't know. How much those halftime shows usually go for?
I would venture there in the I would doubt many, if any, are higher than the number that you just gave.
25 racks.
No, 2,500. 25.
I mean, that's what I meant. Yeah, 2,500.
2,500. Yeah,
I was gonna say 5. You might have got 3. Don't do that to Sugar Free.
No, you don't do that to Sugar Free. Hey, don't do that. Come on, man. He couldn't even say half of his lyrics out there at halftime.
So according to his label or whoever manages him, their thing, it varies. There's no price. It just varies.
Yeah. He might have shown up for the jersey.
How is there? Well, shine the light.
Shine the light.
Is there like a can you find how much a typical halftime performer?
Call Sugar Free's talent manager and ask him how much it costs for him to appear at the Golden One Center.
You want me? I'll call him.
I know you will. Yeah, I know you will. Have Charlie call him. Charlie, we need you to call Sugar Free's manager. Sugar Free's manager is probably Sugar Free.
It might be his wife. He's married now. Can you believe that? Sugar Free's married.
You want me to fill out a booking request form for the 7th?
Hey,
It's right here. I got the link right here.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it will turn up if Sugar Free is at Sky River Casino. It will turn up. Standing room only.
So, like, does it ask you to input a cost? Because I feel like it. Like, what is this paying? Like, I'm curious. I'm not sure. This is interesting. We'll be at Sky River whether Sugar Free is with us or not.
Yes.
I'll tell you that.
Yes.
No, I'll tell you that.
It asks for an event budget.
Well,
yeah, don't fill that out. Don't fill that out.
All right, but the minimum though is 10,000 on there. So maybe does that
There's
give us
no way.
the minimum is
Absolutely.
I'm just
zero
saying that's
chance.
the minimum on there. It's the minimum I can select.
Zero chance.
They even got $1 million on there. Really, $1 million for Sugar Free?
Zero chance Sugar Free got there for zero chance Sugar Free got paid $10,000 to perform an extremely edited version of Why You BSing.
Why you BSing?
Nope. I'm curious what like Warren G might have made or like the Yin Yang twins, but
So I'm looking at this right. Other top tier halftime acts like David and Dana. I don't know who that is.
might be those crazy-
$2,000 to $3,000.
How much does Red Panda make?
Red Panda might be at $5,000.
I would guess that she is. Wonder what David Garibaldi made.
So so yeah, $1,500 to $5,000. I'd say Sugar Free got
3,000.
Yeah, I'd say
All right, maybe he did.
3.
Where's he at? Is he in Oakland or L.A.?
He's in Pomona, I think. That's where he's
That's
from.
L.A. No, I think he's from Oakland.
No, he's from Pomona.
Are you sure?
He's big time LA artist, Pomona. And he might have moved out of Pomona. Maybe he lives in LA, but he's
Isn't Pomona L.A.?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, it's Southern California.
Are you sure he's not from Oakland?
If he's from Oakland, he's like Steph Curry's from Cleveland.
No. Cleveland!
Like Jordan's from Brooklyn.
This is free. Well, this is birthplace of Michael Jordan.
It says Sugar Free was born and raised in Oakland.
That's what I thought.
Born and raised in Oakland.
Born in
Now,
Gardena, raised in Oakland.
He was with.
He was born in Gardena and raised in Oakland, you said?
Yes, later becoming based in Pomona.
Yeah, he's with Quick's crew and like.
That sounds about right. I'm not exactly sure, but that sounds about right. Because they have that sound. That sounds.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, the Bay Area. I always thought he was. Well, what's his sound then? His sound doesn't sound like LA to me. You text me that the other. I'm like, I just let out like Casey's wrong. Now I'm confused.
To me,
because all the Bay Area rap. The only reason I thought about it is because Bruce earmuffs. All the Bay Area rappers was always pimping and hoeing. That's what they are. That's literally all Sugar Free talks about.
He was real pimp.
That's why I thought he was from Oakland. That's all them dudes talk about.
To me, it sounds like LA, but that may be because all the LA people I know really like Sugar Free. So maybe that plays a bias on where
He's
what the
just
sound.
Maybe he's just a definitive West Coast artist.
Well, there's that.
Make sure you're there next week. You're Sugar Free and Red Panda.
Let's go,
Where?
baby.
We'll have him
Sky River.
Next Sky River. I thought you said there. I thought you like saw a schedule where he's already booked somewhere. I was like, where are you gonna be at? Where's
I'm
Sugar Free gonna
guessing.
be at?
I'm guessing Sugar Free is free.
Give me the green light. I'll fill out the booking form.
All right. We'll keep it moving. Now there's a discussion about Pomona. I was thought Pomona was part of Los Angeles.
Isn't Paul George from Pomona? I think he is.
Sounds right.
Pomona or Victorville? I can't remember.
DeRozan's Compton, right?
DeRozan's Compton. Harden is Compton.
Harden's
I didn't know
Compton.
that for a long time.
Yeah, Harden's Compton.
I knew he was
Russ
from
isn't
LA,
Compton. Russ is LA.
Russ is like Gardena. He went to Lusinger, which is like Gardena, kind of in that area. So almost not far from Inglewood, stuff like that.
Bonte, how'd you feel about Sugar Free's performance? Oh, very good. Very good, Bonte. Thank you, Happy Bonte. Very, very visual bit right there. Sorry for the radio audience.
Oh, that's right. PG from Palmdale. That's right.
Palmdale. Wait, what? Palmdale. Oh, all right. I said this earlier. I caught a little bit of the insiders. do we know what happened with Chris Duarte? Did he get hurt, or did they just change the plan?
I don't know what happened with Chris Duarte.
Sasha Vezenkov started the second half. Sasha's had a nice little couple games here.
Yes, he has.
Maybe settling in a little bit here to the old American basketball.
we see the shot starting to get a little more consistent. He's starting to feel good.
He feels confident.
That shot, yeah.
He's like, I'm open. I got it. Seems like he's confident right now.
I'm about to ask a question that it's not really the question I'm looking for. I was going to say, like, how do you feel? I don't think anybody's upset or anything like that, but Sasha, just your opinion watching, is he better? Would you want to see more Sasha minutes or more Duarte minutes?
I
feel like I'd rather see more Sasha minutes.
I think so too. I don't know. It's funny. I want to say Sasha, and I can't give you a definitive reason why. I feel like the way that the Kings,
for me, the shot.
Well, I was going to say, I feel like the way that the Kings play, the threat of him at behind the line is where you could really, you could blow a game open with that, and with him being comfortable over there and having the ability to just kind of find your place. That's why I lean towards Sasha. It's not because I think Chris Duarte has done anything wrong or that I don't like the way that he plays. He offers a different skill set. But it's funny because it goes into kind of what you talked about before the season. If you're leaning towards Sasha, you're leaning more to offense, which means you're leaning more into what you do really well already.
I feel like Sasha too sneaky. He's like I don't want to say a decent defender, but he makes plays. Like he's out there. He hustles. He's not like athletic or anything like that, but he hustles enough to where he's not like a bad defender. Like he makes plays. At least the last few games I've seen from him.
I was just thinking the same thing, Jesse. I was going to say. I mean, he's not a complete. It doesn't feel like he's a complete negative on the defensive end, and it feels like teams have tried to go at him, try to get him in switches and stuff like that, and he holds his own. He seems. What I'm seeing from him is, while he's not this lockdown defender one-on-one or anything,
he doesn't think he is either.
No,
he said that last night.
He uses his basketball IQ. You know, he uses tendencies and reading scouting reports and things of that nature to survive out there. And we saw a couple times in that Warriors game, the rim protection. You know, he blocked probably 2 shots for sure, maybe 3, you know, during that comeback. So that's something else that Duarte doesn't necessarily give you that you're looking for. Now, last night, and this isn't fair to Sasha, but last night, Zubac saw him in the block, did whatever he wanted to do.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I feel like I'd want to see more Sasha.
I feel like Sasha has taken the challenge of getting better defensively seriously. He was asked about that because they were talking about, it was pointed out that you could see him incrementally getting better on the defensive end. And he said exactly what you just said. I'm not an all-world defender, but I'm getting better and I'm getting good. And I think with him, the fact that he recognizes that, the fact that he's engaged on that end may swing his upside and may swing his value into a higher direction, in that you already loved him as the shooter. You already loved what he could be in this offense. Now we're starting to see it on the offensive side. Right. But as you to steal the line you just used, if he's not a negative on the defensive end, there might not be much of a question about what you do, because it opens up your rotation ability a little bit more. And we saw that. We're looking at it right now in the Warriors game with the Trey Lyles, Sasha's small ball group that played there quite a bit.
Right.
Later in the game.
Yeah, you're right. And the other thing about his game that offensively could help, we got the shooting. But we always talk about Chris Duarte and the way, you know, he cuts and things of that nature. Sasha has shown the ability to do that and the understanding of the offense of when to cut and do those things. He's not where he's going to be, but he's getting better as a ball player. And I feel like I'd like to see some minutes with him out there. Extended minutes. He played 24 minutes last night. More games where he's playing 20 plus minutes a game.
I like that.
I love how he doesn't hesitate too when he lets that ball fly from three. He's just ready to go locked and loaded.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question about that sort of kind of roundabout. It actually has nothing to do with nothing. I'm just changing the subject. We're talking about Sasha. You're talking about 20 minutes. It's not an entire change of subject. Are you comfortable with what Mike Brown is doing with the rotations? In that there doesn't seem to be one. Like it kind of ties into what you talked about yesterday, that everyone's like one night we'll use Sasha as an example. One night, Sasha, you might play 25 minutes. One night, Sasha, you might play 10. The way he's playing right now, those DMPs might be behind him. But 10 versus 25 is a pretty big fluctuation.
Yeah.
We talk about Mike being a master of pushing the right buttons. Is it settling or unsettling that Mike can fool around with the rotation? Like not have a set rotation is probably the best way of putting it.
Yeah, for me personally, it's unsettling because that's not how I would go about it. But I said a while back, and I believe it. I'm not just blindly sticking to this. Mike Brown has a feel for that team and what works for those guys in that locker room. And he believes he's able to do that and continue to be successful. And we just talked about it yesterday. These guys are showing that they do buy in. You know, Sasha didn't play for I shouldn't say that. He might have played some minutes before that, but he wasn't like in the rotation like that. And they called on him in that Warriors game, and he was ready.
Yeah.
He hit shots. He made big plays on the defensive end. He was ready to go. So for traditionally how I would like to do things, no, I like to have 9 guys. Pretty much those are the guys that are in the rotation. They're ready to go.
Yeah.
But Mike doesn't seem to have that right now or be leaning towards that. And he might not ever the entire season. And it seems to work for what they're trying to do.
Looking at it a different way real quick, does it kind of point to the team's versatility as far as the players they have on that team?
Sure.
Because like obviously in the playoffs, you are going to have to shorten up your rotation and all that. But like you need to play smaller that day. So you got Sasha and Trey out there. Do you need bigger whenever Alex Len comes back?
Yeah, but I don't feel like Mike did that last year. Did the rotation tighten up last year? Because we look at game 6. I mean, of course, game 6, you're down 3-2. You're doing anything right at that point. But I felt like Mike was through games 1, 2, 3. He was trying to find what worked. And I think traditionally we think about, okay, you tighten up the rotations as the season goes along or you get to the playoffs or the games get bigger. That might just not be what Mike does. You said something else there. One, it's also important to point out there is a starter missing.
Yeah.
Like Keegan Murray's out. So that probably influences a lot. And it didn't dawn on me till I was driving. Like, I don't know if Keegan and Trey have played together yet. And if they did, I don't think they played more than a half.
Keegan's last game, I think, was against the Pelicans. It was like the second Pelicans game, I think.
First Pelicans game is when he got hurt.
So that means
after the Dallas game, I think.
So they played a half together?
Yeah.
Because Keegan only played 16 minutes that game.
Yeah. To mention something you just said a second ago, Sasha did not play in 2 of the 3 games prior to the Warriors game.
Yeah, because it felt like I hadn't seen him in a little while.
Second, you said a rotation, like a 9-man rotation is where you're like comfortable at. If it were you, I could be wrong. And let's work with the Keegan, the Keegan's back idea. We have the 5. It feels like we might be. It's maybe a bit reactionary. We might be inching towards Malik, Trey, and perhaps Sasha solidifying those next 3 spots. And so that puts the almost what you call the surefire rotation at 8. And then you know, whether it's Duarte or it's
say it again. You said
Keon.
Malik, Sasha, Trey.
Where I left it. I know. Go ahead.
Well, I think that's JaVale. I think JaVale's going to be in there.
Well,
especially with Alex Len out.
Well, there's there's JaVale. Like there's JaVale. There's also a point guard.
Davion. I think Davion will be in there.
It's Davion or Keon.
Yeah, I think it'll be one of those 2 guys.
But those guys like those are literally the man, this is not going to come. Those are literally the De'Aaron needs rest guys. Because I like Malik is a part of the plan. Trey, I think, is a part of the plan. I wonder if we're getting closer to Sasha, or maybe we're at Sasha's, might be a part of what they do on a game-to-game basis. It could be Davion, it could be Keon, it could be both of them at different times. I'm not really sure. I don't think they're like part of the plan, though. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
and the thing that I keep thinking about with all that,
I felt so disrespectful to Davion Mitchell, and I'm
no,
sorry.
I hear what you're saying though. But the thing I keep thinking about with all that is, damn, that's pretty good. When you can go with your starters, and then your top 8 includes a Malik Monk, Trey Lyles, Sasha. I think that's pretty good.
And then you throw in the JaVale. I wish it was one more, and it was Davion. I just think I still don't think they're quite sure, Davion or Keon. And I don't know that that's ever going to be like solidified. I think it's just going to be, maybe it could be matchup based. It could be put Davion out there. It didn't work. Cool. Well, we're going to try Keon next time De'Aaron needs to come out.
Keon didn't play yesterday. You know, and once again, we talked about the other day, he's coming off an ankle injury. Maybe it's not exactly what's going, healed, or he's not feeling right. Charles in the chat, he says Keon is out because of ankle issue. He played against the Warriors. He played minutes. Now maybe he re-aggravated it. Maybe he went out and tried.
I think he played 5 minutes. I feel like we talked about it. He played 5 minutes, and if I'm not mistaken, he did. He played 5 minutes in a single 5-minute stretch.
And
maybe
it just wasn't right. And they had him back out. But he didn't get ruled out because of the ankle yesterday. It was a coach's decision. So
with that spot too, like I think the way things are going, I think that's going to be a spot come trade deadline. The Kings are trying to improve. Like if they do end up making a move, I think it'll be at the backup point guard spot.
So I have to remove myself from this question. This is not my question. Brian Cruz brings it up. Respected member of the Chatty House. Does Russell Westbrook on this team make perfect sense?
Off the top of my head, he makes sense.
You got a guy who could play really, really similar to De'Aaron. It's just, I still feel like, his minutes are kind of limited as the backup in Los Angeles. Feel like they'd be maybe equally as limited in Sacramento, if not maybe a little bit more so. I think he played 17 minutes last night. I feel like that's where he's hovering around in that vicinity since moving to the bench a few games ago. I know he's had some games where he's played 25 minutes, but I don't think he's really gone over that much in the last. I think we're at like 7 games now. Just not even my question. Brian Cruz's remark, just throwing it out there.
Does Westbrook being here take away from what Malik Monk is able to do fully?
Or does it add to it?
That too.
Here's what I would say about all of this. I'll answer the Westbrook specific, but I'll start with that. Them trading backup point guard. I wouldn't waste any assets on the backup point guard.
I don't think you're gonna have to.
I don't think
you're not gonna have. Yeah, you're not gonna have to give up much. I don't think.
I wouldn't waste any assets because if I'm making a deal, I need every asset I have, every second round pick.
Well, Pascal Siakam, I guess, is coming to Sacramento because I can't stop reading that on Hoops Hype every day.
I'm gonna need, but that's my whole point. Like, even if it's cheap, at the very least, I'm finishing that deal, the big deal, before I make any other deal. I need all my assets on the table.
Hypothetically,
for whatever issue that I need.
So we're talking trade deadline. Hypothetically, there's no deal.
Like,
do you work to upgrade that position? And I'm trying to be fair here. Is that an upgrade? Not the history of the player. That player on this team right now in this second.
So,
to me, it fits. It works.
To me, I kind of see this the same way I saw the backup center issue last year.
You don't care?
No.
Okay, well, with that said, though,
De'Aaron's playing 35 minutes a night,
but
and Keon and Davion aren't this disaster that you have to upgrade from.
I'm sorry, but if Davion's getting 10 minutes in the playoffs or 15 or however much, I want to upgrade that. You got to upgrade. You got to maximize those.
Ain't no backup. You get Caruso in here, whatever. They're not getting 17, 18 minutes in the playoffs.
If you get Caruso here, I think he's playing not major minutes, but that's still better than what Davion's giving you. That's it's a massive upgrade.
So I'm calling foul. This is why we need penalty flags, Kimberly. I'm gonna throw a flag because you were dismissive of the backup center position.
Yeah, and I'm dismissive of this.
And that's fine. But you were happy that JaVale McGee is here.
Yeah. But you got him for free. I wouldn't have traded for JaVale McGee.
So again, trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Siakam goes somewhere else. Whatever, stuff is being created. Russell Westbrook has 3 months left on his deal. It might cost you a second-round pick. You're not trading a second-round pick? And I'll take Russell Westbrook's name out of it. You can pick whatever upgrade you like at that position. You wouldn't trade a minimal asset?
Maybe because
I hate using those words, but you know what I mean.
Maybe, but I'm also thinking about the summer. There's a big move left. I need to have every asset available.
Okay.
That's my thinking.
Okay.
And for backup, once again, this was the thing with the backup center. The guy not closing the game.
So let me ask you this then. Let's try a different scenario. Let's go. You certainly hope nothing
Hold
like
that scenario. Hold that thought.
No, go ahead, finish it.
No,
Yeah, because you're good at this. Casey is so good at saying, "Hey, jackass, we got to go to commercial," without saying, "Hey, jackass, we got to go to commercial." That's good, man. That's a pro right there. That's a pro. Kenny Caraway right here. It is the Kenny Caraway Show. Kenny and Co. Here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got to write down that thought.
Chat's throwing Marcus Smart's name in there, and they keep saying like they're throwing the starting lineup. I think Marcus would be cool coming off the bench.
Yeah, Marcus would be really good here. Marcus wouldn't fit this role that we're talking about.
Marcus could start.
Yeah.
Caruso couldn't start. What's his name? Who was it? Oh, it was Charles Barkley, who agreed with me.
Regarding?
Said you had to get Marcus Smart out of Boston for those other two to flourish. No disrespect to Marcus. It just wasn't an ideal mix.
Tatum's already did his own players only meeting. It's working.
Was it after Orlando?
Nah, it was like when they got like Al Horford, Porzingis. They got them all together. It's like, all right, who's coming off the bench? Which is hilarious because it's like the only answer in that meeting is Al Horford.
Mm-hmm. Kings night on NBA TV, Kings Day.
I feel like it's been Kings week.
Oh, I love that tap out by Malik.
Oh, that would have gone crazy if that gone in.
Yeah, this is the one where they're all over the place. Look at the bench. Look at the bench. They were dying for that one of those to drop.
Drew, they tell the story. Yeah, Horford stood up. He's like, "I'll do it, guys." Bro, you know a choice.
Wow, that's kind of like what happened in LA, huh?
To be clear, Drew Down, I don't either. I don't see that happening.
It's kind of what happened in LA. Huh?
Yeah. You know what? Hey, I will say they did throw that. He came up to the team and said it. They did throw that out there a lot. We get it, guys.
Oh man! Oh, there's the Steph. No look. I got blocked.
Oh,
Brian, don't do that. Don't do that. Nobody wants Davion. Don't do that. This guy's an NBA player. He's gonna be in the league for another 5 to 6 years at least.
He just needs the right role.
Oh, Sasha's good at the kickball. Seen him do it 3 times already. When he gets crossed over, he gets when he gets completely lost on a crossover, he gets that leg out.
He's gonna pull a groin doing that.
I think he just needs like the right role. He needs to play basketball, Aldrin. He's not gonna develop playing 10 or however many minutes a night.
The right role is not behind one of the best point guards.
Yeah,
in the
he's just kind of
entire league.
stuck.
Why did I look like Sacktown Styles singing Sweet Caroline on this video? My man at the bar was like, hey. Hey. How you feeling, Bonte? All right, brother. All right,
That is
brother.
hilarious. No, it's official.
What's official?
JD going to KMBR.
All right on, JD. Good for you. Oh, I saw that. It's my bad. I might be a little distracted the next few minutes because I want to watch Draymond Green throw the ball out of bounds.
I can't wait for that.
We're here on NBA TV.
Can't wait for that.
Let's talk to our brother Mitch here at 916-909-1320. Mitch! How are you, man?
Brother Damon, brother Casey.
What's going on, my man?
How we doing?
We good, man. How you doing?
I'm working doing well. 91 days. I'm just tired. You know, I think I might just get myself fired. It might save myself a lot of grief.
Well,
you're almost at the end.
Yeah,
Why
don't
would
quit
you do
now.
that?
I know. I'll be screwing myself. They give you something with the medical, but I still have to go. I'll get my own medical. And that, you know, it goes with everybody. Goes with her.
Maybe they'll give you a watch or something.
Giving me what?
Maybe they'll give you a watch.
Okay. Yeah, well, you know, I'm getting Rolex at home.
Well, yeah,
don't hold your
that'll
breath.
help, yeah.
But how was your Thanksgiving, Mitch?
It was good. It was good. I had the white meat and the roast beef. It was good. I had a good mixture.
Very good.
Once a year is enough. Once a year is enough with turkey.
Well, good thing Thanksgiving rolls around once a year.
That's right. I can't believe it's my grandson's second Thanksgiving. He's getting big. The wise guy. He's got a bit of a temper. I wonder where he gets it from. But anyway,
you get it from Grandpa?
I think so. Yeah, you see me get me going.
Mitch is making the longest left turn in history.
I'm sorry. You know, I know it's very hard. I think I'm the shape of the Kings and the 49ers. I like to see more Trey Lyles beat in the starting lineup, get more size, take off Duarte, let De'Aaron and you power forward there. This is what I do. I start blanking on the names.
Wait, who's coming out of the starting lineup though?
One of your guards, not De'Aaron, of course, but Duarte was playing. Duarte, and De'Aaron Fox. You need more size because Barnes, you never know what you get, but you got great Sabonis and Fox in your main core.
Yeah.
Okay. Jesse was like, nope, that's it. We're done. Thank you, Mitch.
Duarte out of the starting lineup. Now, to be fair, Duarte isn't going to regularly be in the starting lineup. It's just because Keegan's hurt.
If Jesse didn't drop, how long do you think we could keep Mitch on the phone?
A couple more minutes at least.
Yeah.
You think that's it? I think we could probably go.
Well, if you keep him on the phone,
like
we
if
can go
we
till
didn't wrap
15.
him up,
He's got a gift for gab.
Yeah, I think Mitch could go a solid 10 minutes before he'd be like, "Hey, what's going on?"
Mitch,
we don't know what he'd talk about.
Dude, we can do it like the episode of The Office where they were betting on stuff around the office. We'll
Oh,
all
yeah,
get
yeah.
together, little
Yeah.
whatever, with the chatty house, and we'll see how long Mitch goes.
I used to be so envious of people like Mitch because, believe it or not, like, shy guy, pretty quiet. I don't usually have a whole lot to say. Then when we were growing up, that's you want to go talk to a young lady, you want to go talk to somebody. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm not really a talker like that. I bet Mitch would have no problem picking up girls. Like, he'd just go talk, have a conversation with them. It'd just be great.
Like a Twitter picture,
Well, be shooting a shot, no doubt about it. Like the Aaron Fox from 3 right there.
Mitch will always know what to say and have the right thing to say.
What did you say to girls when you approached them?
Hey,
well, don't tell me the story you told me on KSFM a couple of days ago.
What did I say?
Well, we were listening to no,
that was off air.
Yeah, I know. I know. What'd you say before that?
That I always just be like, do I look like a drug dealer? No, I wouldn't say that. I saw that video, but that was like an icebreaker. Like, people would talk about icebreakers, and one of the guys, it would be like, "Hey, do I look like a drug dealer?" The girl would look, and she'd be like, "No, why?" It's like, "Yeah, it's been 3 times tonight. Somebody's asked me for drugs, and I'm not. I'm just here, da 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 da." So I get to talking or whatever, and then they go. Me personally, I don't know what I would say. I really don't. I wouldn't like. I don't know. Sometimes it would just happen, just organically. But if I saw a girl that I liked, I wouldn't be the one to be like, just go up to her and talk to her or something. I was too shy, man. I'm still shy to this day.
KC be walking up like, "Hey, girl."
And when they reject me, I mean, like this.
Never mind. The guy that hates Casey's laugh called in. We were gonna try and bring him in.
Oh,
he hung up.
Did he call and complain about Kenny laughing again?
Yeah, he doesn't like your grammar either.
Boy,
I'm so pissed off. He hung up.
Do we have this guy's name? This guy does not. He's got it out for you.
It pops up on the caller ID.
I know. Did everything else pop up?
Like, what you mean?
Like the number?
No number. Just name.
No, just the name pops up. And sometimes it'll have the person's full name. Sometimes it'll say like wireless call.
We're gonna get him one day.
Yeah, we'll get him.
One of these days, man. One of these days.
And when we do it too, you guys got to be quiet.
Hey,
I'll talk to him like he doesn't know he's on air.
It's incredible that the dude he listens very regularly, and he just does not like Casey's grammar and really, really hates his laugh. But thanks for listening. We appreciate you.
Oh man, here goes Malik's shot.
Yeah, we are going to sit and watch this, by the way, especially after what happened last night.
Out on
this
Wiggins.
is insane. He thinks he's fouled right there. Yep.
Oh, he banks it in. And then, no timeouts.
Yeah, no. Let's watch.
Steph has the ball.
Let's watch.
Dribbles
Steph.
up, almost an illegal screen by
De'Aaron's
Draymond.
foot.
Loses the ball. Steph, that may go in. It's off. Kings win. The Kings win.
League happy as hell. Look at that. And all their energy headed into last night's game gone.
Gone.
Oh, a couple sad Warriors fans there. Hate to see it. Boy, they got quiet quick.
It was quiet in my section. They was talking about section. Oh my gosh. Then they got quiet.
Hey, Reese ain't say a whole word on the way home.
Now, Reese was crosses 2 sticks.
Does he get like bummed out when the Warriors lose and all that stuff?
He got bummed out when the Heat lost. You're not even a Heat fan.
Heat culture.
Nah, he did get bummed out. I had to. So, that was my boy. He's not that old.
KC and Reese.
He not that old. Yeah, he's still my baby. So, he was sitting there and he just had the long face. I was like, man, y'all got 4 championships, man. Don't trip, man. You seen 4 chips. He's like, yeah, I know. He said, but Draymond's a bum. I said, well,
take after
you're
that.
not wrong.
Better man than me. I would have been like, how's it feel, loser? Loser. You listening to D-Lo and Casey on KI. You're going to walk home, as a matter of fact. I'm going to teach you about Uber today, kid.
They would have won. He would have walked home.
Well,
He ain't going through all that.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KI. Yeah, he would have let you have it.
Yeah, he would have. Would have been catching an Uber.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I just can't believe he was allowed to leave the house that way.
Hey, I let him do what he has to do, man. He
was with me when he got dressed.
Yeah,
I text the individual responsible for that behavior.
I mean,
she laughed at me.
I can't get. Well, yeah, she thinks it's hilarious.
She
thinks it's hilarious. Now I can't get upset because since he knew what basketball was, he's loved Steph Curry. So
yeah, that's understandable. How he's 11?
11. I mean, ask
right.
me who my favorite team was growing up.
Yeah.
It was the Chicago Bulls. It was Michael Jordan. So I understand that. Plus, I made a deal with him. I said, I'm going to leave you alone in basketball, but you need to sign this 49ers contract. He signed the contract. He signed the contract, big boy. Signed the contract.
And for the record, Mom is a fan of
the Cowboys.
All right.
I had to get him away from there.
Understood.
So he's a Yankees fan. He likes the Yankees. And so I basically sacrificed the Giants.
Yankees had a bad
what happened with that? I saw they issued a statement. I don't know what happened.
The statement on him. You talking about the statement on Henry Kissinger?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to acknowledge his death.
Oh.
Yeah, you could let that go.
Oh.
No, you're fine.
I thought it was.
I'm pretty sure they were the only sports team that did it. It was like, bruh.
A couple paragraphs and everything.
Yeah, it was like, nope, didn't need to do this.
Yeah, I thought they. Yeah.
Sometimes you just let people die, and they had to put a statement out. That was tough.
So I saw what this. It's funny you say that because I saw that and I was just like, I know they're not just saying thank you or whatever. Like I thought maybe they had done something before, and they were responding to the public being upset with that. No, they were just okay. All right, man. But yeah, he's a Yankees fan. He's a Warriors fan. I couldn't let the football get away because if the football got away, he was going to go to Dallas. I can't let that happen. Now Ryan's in the bag. Ryan gonna like everything I like. She's in the bag.
Does this think that Reese, like you missed out like the father-son basketball time with him not being a Lakers fan?
What?
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's a fair question.
He's from LA.
Talking about
Lake Show.
I think it's a fair question.
Yeah. Having conversations.
All right.
Round the table, Damien, you ever said okay, Lake Show?
Never.
Neither have I.
He ain't never said okay, Lake Show. What did he say the other day? He said something the other day.
Don't remember.
No one remembers.
Wow, bro.
Don't remember.
Wow. He said like go Lakers, man.
Oh, that sounds
Casey making stuff up. That's not
wow, that's low.
I'm
that's low.
I'm fighting a handicap match in here, man. It's cool though.
It's cool.
It's cool. Handicap match. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? I'll hulk up.
Remember, I was going to present a scenario to you. It doesn't really matter. It's not even like remotely important. I'm just
no.
It's not.
No, because we were asking about the
we were talking about
trade
the
of a point
backup.
guard.
Yeah, we were talking about the
And
backup
I
point guard
say,
position.
I want to say waste, but maybe that's not the right word. But I'll just say I wouldn't waste no assets on the backup point guard.
So here was the scenario. And again, it's not that serious. Here's the scenario I had because we were talking about the Clippers. We were talking about Russell Westbrook. Hypothetically, you hope nothing like this happens. Something happens to Zubac, right? They need to say it. They call it, hey, we'd like to. Alex Lynn fits what we're doing.
I like Alex.
And 50's a big fan of the Clippers. Would you do that? Wow.
Because how I feel. No,
I like Alex. I got you.
I like the way he's played. And to be fair, he would have been playing above JaVale for a little while if he hadn't gotten hurt.
He might have. Probably would have.
So
was.
Yeah.
I think the backup point guard can have more of an impact.
So okay. All right.
Kings than the backup center would.
Yeah, I agree. I'll play along though. Okay, it's JaVale then. Wow. Okay. You'd rather keep 2 centers than
I don't deem the backup point guard.
say you don't
It's
like Russell.
King's Day
Say
on
you don't.
NBA TV.
Oh,
My
well, we're not
goodness.
watching this. Unless this is from February of last year. We ain't watching this. And that's the Golden One Center. So this game ain't in February. We ain't,
Damn King's Day.
we ain't watching last night's game again.
So
That's why we watched the Warriors game.
You're just holding out just for like the bigger move, or
That, and I don't think backup point guard is a problem.
Okay.
They just won 6 games in a row.
No,
with this group.
I understand. They're also 10-7.
De'Aaron was gone. Not having your starting point guard is a bigger problem than the backup point guard.
Part of the reason you need a good backup point guard is if De'Aaron has to miss the game.
They won 2 games. They went 2 and 3. Yeah.
So.
De'Aaron missed the Thunder game and the Blazers game. They won at home.
Okay.
I don't think it's a pressing issue.
And I don't think asking if you trade Alex Len or JaVale McGee is like blowing up the team. I'm just asking a question.
I'm
just
thinking blowing up the team either, but
you'd rather have both of them than an upgrade.
It's like trading for backup 3. Like, what are we doing that for right now? Like, for what?
I think it has more of an impact though. Like I think the backup point, like last year with the backup center, I was with you. I was like Mason Plumlee, whatever. Like that's not gonna do it. I think the backup point guard though, like I think that has it's an upgrade. It'll have more of an impact, not this crazy impact, but there's still an upgrade and still an impact where they get better.
The thing about that as well though is, it's like we always talk about. They're not even handling the ball or making decisions as a backup point guard. That's Malik.
This really is the backup center position conversation all over again. So let's just drop it. I told you I was going to leave it. I just want to acknowledge I didn't forget about it. I'm just dropping it. And I wish I had. So cross this off of my stupid ass note sheet. Listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM. This is me right now. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Matt George going to join us just about 1 hour from now. Matt George, ABC 10.
We could ask Matt George. We'll bring it back. We'll ask him.
Well, there's no point in bringing it back because you hate the subject.
But Matt might like it. I might be a one-man wolf pack. I think you two like it. Well, I don't hate the subject. I don't agree with doing it. But you two think that maybe should. And we'll see what Matt got to say.
I'm fine if they don't. I just presented a very specific scenario based on a comment made by one of our cherished Chatty House members, Brian Cruz.
My whole thing is, and it's much like the backup center. We won't have to spend too much time on it. But where you say you get Westbrook, he's not finishing the game.
Okay.
Not finishing the game.
See, but like Westbrook's like an impact. Like he's like one of those guys where you just kind of like he's not always going to finish the game, but he's that good of a player where he just kind of like, I don't want to say his impact, but he kind of transcends it. I feel like
here's what I need. I'll move on. Never bring it up again. I'm not going to bring it up with Matt. I don't want to talk about it with Matt George. I want you to say, I want Alex Len on this team more than I want Russell Westbrook. But that's even wrong. I want both Alex Len and JaVale McGee on this team, and I don't want Russell Westbrook.
I like Russell Westbrook. I'd love to have Russell Westbrook on the team, and if they traded for him, I'd be cool with it. But number one, that's almost like saying, I want them to. I'm exaggerating, but give us Paul George. Like they're playing. Why would they trade Russell Westbrook? Somebody brought it up in the chat. I know. Why would they do that?
I don't think they would.
That's like a good play. That's an over.
Presented a scenario.
So yeah, he's an overqualified bench guy. Yeah, sure.
I presented a scenario where they lost Zubac. That's the scenario.
Mm-hmm.
They can't land Siakam. They can't land in it. Hey, we need Zubac is good. We need a guy who works with us. Alex Len fits. JaVale McGee fits. I don't care which one. That was the scenario. Sure. So you want JaVale and Alex Len. You want JaVale over there for Jason Jones. And you want Alex Len in the game. I got it. I get it. Or if JaVale's not working, you put Alex Len, and then JaVale sits on the bench for Jason Jones. I got you. Shout out Jason Jones, who collaborated with JaVale McGee today.
Yeah, big ups to the professor.
He considered retiring.
Sure.
I was trying to find his gift from WrestleMania, but I couldn't find it in iMessages.
Russ for either one of those guys would be just fine.
Larry Nance Jr. out the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Ouch.
He aggravated God, that's terrible. He aggravated a right rib fracture.
Oh, man.
Only point that out. That's the Pelicans. That's Monday.
Oof. They just can't keep everybody healthy at one time.
Well, hell, John Hollinger was right. Neither can the Kings.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. That's an interesting choice.
Dion is the sports person of the year?
Yeah.
You don't agree?
I ain't gonna say nothing bad about Dion, but I mean they did end up stinking.
Sports Illustrated Artificial Intelligence made that selection.
They did end up stinking. They're like 4-8.
But he was the talk of college football for maybe
For a
sports
month.
for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, a couple weeks.
Well, okay, who would you rather it be?
De'Aaron?
I would rather it be
for
De'Aaron,
sure.
but De'Aaron would be 1.
De'Aaron.
Dion a solid 2. I
I
mean, is someone? I can't think of anyone missing. Would you like it to be Jim, or
Jim.
how about his little spy? The little Michigan spy could have been the sports person of the year.
That'd be so fire.
That'd be great. That'd be what's the name? Colton something or Colin, whatever
Connor
it is.
Stallions.
Thank you. Sports person of the year.
You know who it probably should be? It probably, like off the top of my head, you might be able to give it to Angel Reese.
You really like Angel Reese, man. Over Dion?
I mean, she had the same. I shouldn't say the same because people weren't coming to Baton Rouge to do their shows, but she had just as big of a buzz, and she's a national champion.
I think you're over exaggerating that a lot. You think Angel Reese's buzz was similar to Deion Sanders?
No, I take that back because, like I said, they weren't coming to do shows in Baton Rouge for Angel Reese.
Okay,
but Angel Reese and everything that happened was one of the sports stories of the year.
You could argue,
and she won a championship.
You could argue whether either one of us like it or not. Caitlin Clark's buzz was just as big.
It was, but Angels went to another level.
No, I don't think so. I think Angels went to another level with us. I
feel you, but I mean, Angel with the president the vice president saying they need to bring
anytime you call out the vice president, you're going to get attention. I'm not denying that. But remember who the vice president was talking about, or Jill, the Mrs. Vice President, was talking about.
I think I understand. I think it's closer than you're giving it credit for. Because
no, it wasn't the vice president. It was the first lady.
First lady. I'm sorry.
Joe Budden is not the vice president of the United States anymore. It was the first lady.
First lady.
Yeah.
I think Dion, you're right. Dion was about 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
About 3 weeks. It was one of the sports stories of the year for sure.
Yeah.
It was crazy, but it was about 3 weeks.
No
and
doubt.
Angel was about 3 or 4 weeks too. And that's partly because she won a national championship.
And I don't feel like it was 3 weeks, but I don't know.
I think.
I don't know
that they have bigger ratings than the men's Final Four? I think they did. Caitlin has something to do with that. But Caitlin versus Angel on that Sunday was on TV.
Did they do that? That's incredible if they did. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what the men's Final Four was or what the men's national championship was.
San Diego State, UConn.
That'll put some butts in the seats.
Yeah, Drew Down's right though. I agree with your first point. Jim Harbaugh, Sportsman of the Year.
I mean, all that adversity you have to fight through.
Yeah,
didn't get to coach. America's team. Didn't get to coach for 6
it's
games.
fine. I think Time was going to give Donald Trump Person of the Year once. So why not? Why not give it to Harbaugh? Why not give it to Harbaugh? That's fine. That's fine. Sorry, I am fascinated by what you said. There was a record high and a record low. I got that.
Maybe that's just what it was. Maybe they didn't know.
Oh no, a lot of people watch this women's tournament. What I love about websites now is giant ads cover the whole freaking screen, so I can't actually read the article I clicked on.
And the other aspect of
me right now.
The other aspect of it is, I ain't gonna go against Dion. Come on, man. That's my man.
Feels like you are.
They're bringing him Dion's back next year too.
They're bringing what?
The shoes.
I saw that.
Him Dion's back, so I'm gonna have me a pair of them joints. I ain't gonna go against Dion. You know, he could be the sports.
I'm having
It-
hell of a time
Nah,
reading this
yeah,
article.
Is he on some right here?
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Those 3 weeks of Colorado was up there with
That's
Linsanity.
a good call. It was that Colorado thing was crazy. It was crazy for that 3-4 weeks.
I got to pay this off because it took me 45 minutes to find it. Record low 14.6 on CBS, 14.6 million for the men. Record high 12.6 on ABC in the ESPN affiliates. Let me make sure that that's the peak and not the average. One quick check. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, so that's a little misleading. The peak for the men was 17. It averaged 14 million. The peak for the women was 12. It averaged 9.
Okay.
But regardless, I did a lot right there. Just because monster numbers,
Yeah.
monster numbers for the women. Awful numbers for the men.
Yeah, I think Angel should have been invited to the what's it, the athletic club. They do the Heisman.
Yeah, the athletic club.
Angel should have been
the New York Athletic Club.
Yeah, should have been invited. I think she was top.
Maybe she was. They didn't.
I mean, yeah, we don't.
She
know.
was.
But I was saying if it was like a Heisman like thing, she would be invited to the.
I still got the moving Michael Jordan cover.
I do too. I found it. I tell you, I found that like a month ago.
Yeah.
Doesn't move the same way,
Doesn't.
but it's still there.
Well, it's not nearly like in what was it, 93,
92, 90.
A hologram cover isn't nearly as cool in 2023.
What is this?
Like a hologram cover now, like you'd press a button and Michael Jordan pops out and like rotates on your coffee table. Here you gotta like hold it up and like tilt, like be in the right light. Yeah, it doesn't hit the same as it did when I was 12. Matt George is going to join us about 1 hour from now. We got some power rankings coming up. We should talk some about the 49ers and Eagles as well.
Yeah.
We've got football tonight. We've got a pretty decent football game tonight. Seahawks and the Cowboys. That's all coming up. Steelum KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
See, I don't even like that I brought this up, Soren. Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that.
That's what you said.
Don't say I didn't say it like that.
Yeah, but that's what
I didn't say it like that. I said they ended up being 4-8. I was surprised by it. You said it was
it was a 3-week run.
It was 3 to 4 week run.
I believe you called it a little run too.
Memorable.
Oh yeah, you see Mikey Williams got all his charges dropped basically?
No, I did not see.
Just caught 1 misdemeanor for criminal threats.
Well, congratulations to him.
Yeah, he's good to go now.
Wow. Oh, and I think he's there. I think he's there. They say he running circles around.
Yeah, you see how they're talking on Twitter?
Yeah, you're running circles around them boys. Let's go 13th round real quick. Hold on. Let me see who my guy's facing. And yes, that's my guy at this point. I like the young guy. Let me see. Give me a second. Make sure I got everything correct. I thought so. All right, there we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the Jordan Brands. Shout out to the Dope Ones. Big ups to Cola Seamoss. You already know the vibes. You know what it is. And Ryan Garcia is back in action this Saturday against Oscar Duarte, 12-round junior welterweight fight. And he has this press conference that's been going on earlier today with Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins there. And for whatever reason, his promoters that didn't show up for him in his lowest moment of his career, they were nowhere to be found. They've found a reason to take shots at Ryan during this whole press conference, where Bernard Hopkins said something to the effect of, the boxing business will humble you. He said something slick to Ryan Garcia. And I was like, that was completely out of pocket, especially for a jackass like yourself who didn't show up when your fighter was at his lowest point and suffered the first loss of his career. And I'll say it, Jesse. I'll say it. My guy, Ryan Garcia, right after that, clapped right back at Bernard Hopkins like he should. Talking about, I don't know what Bernard's talking about because He used to say he would never let a white boy beat him up. And last time I checked, John Smith or John Wright or whoever it was knocked your ass out of the ring. And it's facts. Bernard had that coming. My whole thought is, Bernard and Oscar, you guys seem to not like Ryan Garcia. You seem to not believe in him. Why not just let him go? Why not let him go? And I know why, because you look at him as an asset. You're trying to make money off of him. You know that's really your last cash cow. And then you're trying to continue to cash in. It's foul. It's foul. And I hope Ryan leaves as soon as possible and gets hooked up with top-ranked PPC, whoever. But get away from Golden Boy quick, because Oscar and Bernard, they're clowns. And that's the 13th round. Bernard Hopkins clown, man. I don't like the way he moved for a long time. I do, man. I like Ryan Garcia. I do. I think he's a good fighter, maybe a little overhyped, but I think he's a talented fighter. Seems like a good kid. He's a little corny, but he's not a bad dude. Like he's a good dude.
It's more likable when he's going against Oscar.
Right. All right. He's not a bad person. He's not no shyster. Like I said, probably a little corny. But he's harmless. Ryan Garcia is harmless.
Yeah, Tank tried to take my chain at the club.
Hey, what you think about Ryan Garcia and his clap back at Bernard Hopkins?
I thought it was tremendous.
No, I think you would like this one though. I think there might.
Wait, why was he talking to Bernard Hopkins?
So Bernard,
I know enough about boxing to ask that question.
Ryan Garcia has a fight this weekend. Okay. He's under Golden Boy Promotions. The co-promoter of the partner of Golden Boy is Bernard Hopkins. He's like Oscar's right-hand man. After the Tank fight, they were all gone. Oscar, Bernard Hopkins, none of them showed up to support Ryan Garcia in his lowest point. Left him out there by himself. So Ryan thought it was messed up, whatever the case may be. He's got a fight on Saturday. Bernard said something to the effect of, I forgot exactly what he said, but something like, in boxing, you'll learn that, you got to come back crawling back quick or something like that. Something slick. I was like, that's foul. That's foul. So, and look right at Ryan when he said that. And then he got done talking. And Ryan came up there and he said, I don't know what's going on with Bernard, man. Last time, he used to always talk about he never let a white boy knock him out. Last time he checked, this white boy knocked him through the ring. Because Bernard Hopkins got knocked out of the ring.
I saw that highlight today too. That was tough.
You've never seen that before?
I think I've seen him before, but you watch it back, it's like, oh yeah, that was bad.
Got knocked out of the ring in his final fight. And Ryan had to clap back. So, I mean, this is his promoter. These are his people. And they just fighting at the press conference. It's craziness.
Bernard hit the ground like they threw him out of the Royal Rumble.
Oh, no.
No, he did.
Oh, no.
You might have to see this. I don't know how we're going to do it.
Like, he just completely missed the steps, too.
There, but
man, I don't want to look at that guy right there.
That moment
I'm not
Smith
putting
Jr. knocks out Bernard Hopkins.
Yeah, I'm not putting a fight on the screen again. Last time we did that, we got.
Which fight was that?
It was something. Oh, it was tag team boxing.
Oh, they got us.
Yeah. We put tag team boxing up. They came and got. It took us like 3 weeks to get that piece of video off so we could get our money for that.
That's grimy.
Should have thanked us for those extra views.
Yeah, jerks.
That's grimy. I guess Dana did have us. I guess Dana's watching it.
I got the FBI watching D'Lo and KC right now. As soon as they hit the button.
Oh my God. Oh, that's a brutal bump he took out of the ring. That's terrible.
That was Ryan said. Last time we saw you let John knock your ass out the ring. Damn, checkmate. Don't say nothing else.
He said, I'm okay. Bernard. I'm okay. He gets up. He's like, this is the end of the fight, right?
Yeah, that was it.
It's the end of his career.
That man got. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm watching this on loop.
Yeah, Bernard.
He didn't go over the top rope, though.
It's true. He
still got back in.
He got to get back in. He's not been eliminated. He did not go over the top rope. Oh. 916-909-1320. Troy, what's going on, baby?
What's going on, fellas?
What up, Troy?
You know, oh man, just living the dream, working every day hard like you fellas. But I got to go ahead and take my lumps, man. My body's been looking bad these last 2 games. We've been getting beat around the bush. My line has let me down. Josh Dobbs, his glass slipping and broke on him, man. I mean, can I get some love? What's going on, man? Casey, help me, brother.
I'm gonna tell you, man. You know, you guys got a lot of injuries, man, and at some point, it's gonna catch up to you. Now, I still think the Vikings are a playoff team. I think they're gonna make the playoffs.
Really?
I like Josh Dobbs. Justin Jefferson is coming back. So I think they'll have enough. They're playing good football. They'll have enough.
I said really, like, who the hell is going to take their place?
It might be the Nick Mullins show, by the way. They did not commit to Josh Dobbs after he threw those 4 picks in that last game.
Yeah, I heard that.
Well, I mean, damn, he only got one opportunity to throw 4 picks.
Well, by the way, how are we burying the lead? We might see Joe Flacco this weekend.
That is insane.
We might see Joe Flacco start a football game this weekend.
Honestly, I want him to start so bad this week.
Wow.
I can't lie. I sort of want to see it too. I want to be a part of this.
Wow. Well,
Anyone? How old's Joe Flacco?
38.
Okay.
I was going to say 38.
He's 38.
Usually I get to go first. So, I mean, damn.
Why are you so worked up about it?
That could have gone on my
radio.
radio.
You want to play a game of pocket watches?
No, it wouldn't have gone. Why do you think every question goes on your record?
All right, you know what? Fine.
Let's go ahead.
Fine, we'll add that. I'll take that to my record.
Hey,
let's do it.
Give me a name.
Joe Flacco. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
My slow ass.
Isn't football a little tougher to do normally though?
Let me see here. Joe Flacco. Oh, this will be interesting.
It's been a while. We were at the All-Star break, but we're back.
We got Joe Flacco. Let me check. I think we should be fine. Stand by. I think we're good. Stand by. Let me examine this a little bit. Is that right? It is. Okay. Joe Flacco it is.
Yeah. I'm ready for this.
The former number 18 overall pick.
Out of Delaware State.
2008 NFL draft. Joe Flacco. His 16th season in the National Football League. The Ravens. The Broncos. The Jets. The Eagles. The Jets. The Browns. The most money he earned in a single season was 2013. He earned $30 million 10 years ago. 2013. $30 million was his peak. Joe Flacco, 16 NFL seasons, career earnings are what?
I'm going to go with $157 million.
$157 million career earnings for Joe Flacco. Dramatic music. Oh, we never got our other music back.
I was about to say it's back.
We never got
It's
our
back.
other music back, so I'll just hit this again. Pause. 157 million, you said?
Yes.
Jesse, 16 NFL seasons. The peak, 2013, 30 million career earnings for Joe Flacco.
We're going to go 180, Damian. 180.
We're going to go $180 million. Ladies and gentlemen, the producer does it again. $174.5 million.
Here goes that stupid rule. That stupid rule. That should be a win for me.
It's not.
Closest without going over.
It's never been closest without going over. It's always been closest. You've been inventing rules in this game for months.
That's the way things always go.
According to who?
Price is Right.
This isn't the Price is Right. It's pocket watching.
This is Jesse's game. That's what it is.
Now I'm 3 games under.
I think that's 4.
No.
As official D'Lo and Casey
I think it's
scorekeeper,
4.
you're 4 games under.
3 games.
I can make it 7 right now.
Goldberg. I'm gonna jot down 4 under. I think it's 4 under. That was a good. Jesse was within 6 million. This is a good call right there. I'm anyone surprised? 174 million.
No, that contract he got after that Super Bowl did a lot of heavy lifting.
That contract after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the Super Bowl shouldn't have won.
Where are you? Oh, I thought they had contract breakdowns. My bad. No, they do.
It should be at like the very bottom of spot track.
Yeah. It's on the other. I had to go to the career earnings page. The 6 years. Oh, this is wild to look back at.
What, like 96 million, 40 million guaranteed?
120. 120 with $29 million in total guarantees.
They did not believe in that guy a lick after that
No,
Super
they
Bowl.
didn't even sign him to the extension. And then he won the Super Bowl and they had to pay him.
Yeah.
And couldn't wait for that contract in. I think he might be one of, correct me if I'm wrong. He played the entire 6 years. I think he played out that entire contract till Lamar took his job and he left.
Is he a bag getter Hall of Famer? We're throwing him in there with the Bradfords, the Bradley Bills, Tobias Harris's.
He did restructure his contract during that contract. So I'm going to go yes, because in the midst of that 6-year deal, they restructured it to $366 million with 44 guaranteed. They did that in 2016. That was the Ravens. And the non-guaranteed year was at 2019. That's where they let him go, and he headed off to play for the Jets.
Joe Flacco, I'm gonna just look at this. I'm not exactly sure. He was probably a better quarterback than people give him credit for.
He was good.
He wasn't bad.
He was Andy Dalton.
Yeah, he's Andy Dalton with a ring.
Yeah, at his best.
Had years of
and John Harbaugh
14,
instead of Marvin Lewis.
21, 25, 20, 22, 19, 27. These are touchdown totals.
Well, what's the interception total?
Interception was 12. 1 year he went 14 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. But 12, 12, 10, 12, 10. Oh. Now this is what, wait a minute. I think this is the following year. I think this is when he got the bag. 22 interceptions, 19 touchdowns, 22 interceptions the year he got the bag.
It's a Hall of Famer in the 60s.
He bounced back, though. 27.
Still better than Joe Namath.
Let's see. Why is Joe getting drug into this?
I'm just saying, no, this is about Joe Flacco. I'm saying Joe Flacco is better than Joe Namath.
Yeah, Namath. Why is he getting drug into this? He didn't do anything to anybody.
I'm making a comparison, a quarterback comparison. It's perfectly logical.
Yeah, Joe Namath and that Barry guy from back then, whatever his first name is.
Two guys won a Super Bowl.
What Barry guy?
The one who was hating on Jaylen Brown. What's his name? Rick Barry. Who's Brent Barry's dad?
Oh, yeah, Rick Barry.
Yeah.
Oh, Jaylen Brown. That's right.
I was thinking of a quarterback. I was like, I don't know who he's talking about.
What was his name on the old dudes from back?
There was a quarterback named Barry?
Let's see. Damn. Hey, so I'm looking at this. Where's it? Make sure my eyes are looking at the right thing. Oh, my gosh. Joe Namath threw 27 interceptions in 1 year.
Fraud.
28 the next.
Fraud. The fur coat was fake too.
What the year?
That dude probably spent his whole salary on that fur coat.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't know. He was making money.
Was he?
Joe was making. I mean, the endorsements.
Back then, Joe was collecting $100 a week. That was
Yeah,
big
but
cash
what
back
was-
then.
The hell was an endorsement worth back then?
I don't know, but he was probably making more money than anybody else in the league.
He might have been.
I don't even remember.
You know
when
what
they won the
football
Super
players
Bowl.
used to do back in the day because they weren't making any money?
What's that?
Wrestle.
Yeah.
The big cat Ernie Ladd.
Yeah.
He used to go wrestle. I can make money wrestling.
He threw for 4,000
I don't know if there's
yards,
any way
though.
I could possibly find this out.
That's like he did throw for 28 interceptions, 26 touchdowns that year, but 4,000 yards. 4,000 yards in 1967. That's a lot. That's probably like the equivalent of 6,000 yards, right? Or no, probably like 7,000 yards. Yeah, he's throwing
They
it to the
didn't.
other team a lot, though.
I'm desperately trying to find this. I have to sift. I'm just gonna have to go through too much of what's not reality. I really wanted to do a second edition of Pocket Watching for Joe Namath.
Oh,
I can't find anything
Put
that
it-
even resembles
Put it
it.
at $500,000. That's what you
Well, they say his
career earnings.
So like his net worth keeps popping up as 25 million, but I'm trying to find like what he earned. Let's see. Namath joined the New York Jets in 1965. Quickly became the highest paid rookie. Any guesses?
100,000.
I'll say 600,000.
He earned 427,000 during his first professional contract, which was 142,000 annually.
Isn't that a win for me?
I think that's a win for
I think
me.
it's a tie. I think you both won. You gave the value of closer to the value of the contract.
That's all we ever talk
He
about.
gave closer to the value
That's all
of.
we ever talk about.
I'm gonna follow the officials' rules today.
I didn't hit the music. I didn't hit the music either.
Good call, ref.
Where's my red flag? I want to challenge.
No,
him.
I'm tired of you trying to take these house show wins too. By the way,
Hey, titles change hands at house shows.
you're out here trying to win at the Stockton Arena and stuff like that. Relax.
That's all.
WWE live.
That's all I can find. He made 1.45 million from brand endorsements.
Damn. While he was playing? Or just,
He was the highest paid celebrity in 1975.
He was getting the bag.
So it was 1.4 million from brand endorsements.
He was doing like shave endorsements and pantyhose. That was his thing.
Yeah, he was doing pantyhose. Yep. Noxzema shaving cream.
Can you believe they were paying 50 cents for a gallon of gas back then?
He was doing a Playmaker bed.
When I got my driver's license, it was like $198.
Mm.
No, maybe less than that. Maybe like $120. $1.29 or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
$25 million for Joe Namath.
Well, big ups to him. Big ups to Joe Namath. You know, not even Joe Namath could save the Eagles this weekend. I need people.
A hell of a segue.
I need people to understand. What
the glass. Well, just to set the scene for those listening on the radio, for reasons known to absolutely no one, Kenny just put his glasses back on.
And we not playing with these boys this Sunday. Like I said, the Kings, they took precedent during the week because we had things we had to take care of. My boys are off until Saturday. So I can focus on these damn Eagles for the next 2 days. Not about to do work on them. Not about to do work. And then you got people out there in Philly. Man, I can't wait. I can't wait for the Niners to smack them boys up. I can't wait. Because them boys in Philly, they be sounding stupid. They be sounding crazy.
I was talking about you.
Hey, Howard Eskin, I heard him this morning. He said Nick Sirianni is better than Kyle Shanahan, and it's not even close. Sirianni don't even do nothing. He don't even do nothing. He damn near don't even call timeouts.
My phone thinks you're saying Siri. Just trying to talk to her.
He don't do nothing, no. How he gonna be better than Kyle Shanahan? He don't call no plays.
Who calls timeouts?
Sirianni, the only thing he do, this 4th and 1, tush push game. Formation, get in there. Yeah, dumbass, they didn't already lined up. You don't do nothing, but look at the cameras. Kyle Shanahan, that's a real coach. That's a real coach. That's a real leader of men. Jalen, the leader over there. Sirianni, you don't do nothing. He don't do a damn thing. And when the Niners smack that ass up on Sunday,
Girl, you look good, won't you?
I want Sirianni to have that same energy that he always has. I need to see him in the camera again. He like to get in the camera when they scoring and all this other stuff. I need that same camera energy when y'all get smacked up on Sunday. I already know what's going to happen. Here's the key to the game. I'm going to tell you this right now. If the 49ers can protect the quarterback, keep Brock Purdy upright, don't get it twisted. That's tough because I ain't no hater. That Philly D-line, it's the real deal. It's the real deal. That's a tall task. But if they can keep Brock upright, they about to go to work on the Eagles. So whatever they got to do to protect the quarterback, they got to do it. Because if you can do that, Debo about to eat. Brandon Ayuk,
Oh, stop making that
he
noise.
about to eat. George Kittle,
Bro, I need you to
Bro, the radio can't see you right now, bro.
I need you to stop. You gotta stop.
about to eat. This boy's about to go to work. About to go to work. What's up?
I just who has more to lose with this game? It's a single game, but Philly has their starting quarterback got hurt, so like whatever, you de facto beat us and went to the Super Bowl.
Mm.
The 49ers have our starting quarterback got hurt. We would have smashed you guys.
Mm.
There's a whole lot to this game that has to do with last year's game.
I think it means more for the 49ers. Like all the talk since the NFC Championship was if we had Brock.
So I thought that too, but if the Eagles lose, doesn't that validate the 49ers?
If the Eagles lose, they're like, damn, they were right. Maybe we shouldn't have won last year.
I think it says it would have been more of a competitive game and all that would have been like a lot closer. But I think this is more for the 49ers. The talk since then has been like, oh yeah, we didn't have Brock or whatever, we were hurt and stuff like that. Like whatever.
Now they have to back it up.
Yeah, you need to back that up now. Like even for the fans and stuff like that. This is more like with the 49ers players or whatever, like I think it means less to them, but like the fans and stuff like that, like all since the NFC Championship, then this and that. Like
I think for the players, I don't think they're even thinking about last year. For the players, this is a huge game in the moment. Number 1 seed is within grasp. It's not if they lose. 49ers and 49er fans become huge Cowboy fans in a week if they get this dub. But I think they're looking at it from this season's perspective. I'm talking about from a fan and media perspective. This game has been all over the place, and it's part of the reason. Obviously, they're two great teams. It's part of the reason this our friends at 95.7 are beefing with the Philly station. Like
they beefing with the Philly station because they jackasses,
and that's fine too. But there's a lot of what if from last year that's riding on a game that has a lot of implications to this season.
And I'm going to say this, I don't want to diminish this game at all because I'm going to be excited.
So I know what you're going to say. So before you do that, I know exactly what you're going to say. Who has more on this game? Who does this game mean more to?
I may sound crazy. I think it has more on Philly.
I don't think that's crazy at all because if the 49ers win, just as Jesse just said, it validates the 49er fan base saying if we had our quarterback, we would have won.
And I think to be honest with you, I think it validates with the players. Because the Eagles have been hearing that's the only reason why they beat them. And if the Niners go in there and win, that's going to be like, damn, is that the only reason why they beat us? Or we beat them? Is that really the case? If the Niners lose on Sunday, I don't think they're looking at that. I don't think those players are looking at that as, well, we can't come back here and win. Like they'll be like, they got us on this day. If we got to see them again, we'll be ready.
My thing is like that's fair. Like all that's fair, but it's like how much are the Eagles even like buying into that? Like I think if the Eagles lose this week to them, their biggest game of the season is whenever they play Dallas coming up after that. Like their game against Dallas is much bigger than this game against the 49ers. Because you lose this game, you're still first in the NFC. Bigger picture of the Eagles, if I'm them, I'm thinking we lost, but we're still first in the NFC. Just take care of Dallas and we'll be good. The moment they lose, that game becomes bigger than this.
I don't think they're going to beat the Cowboys. That's just me. I don't think the players are thinking that way. But I don't think they're going to beat the Cowboys.
I kind of feel that way too. I want you to finish your thought though, because I think I know what direction you were going.
I was just going to say at the end of the day, and I think both teams. I don't think it's just the Niners, but specifically the Niners. It's just about winning 3 games in the playoffs.
So I think you're right, but I also think you're wrong because I don't think it's especially the Niners. I think the Eagles feel the same exact way. The Eagles got there last year and lost. And I've wondered, we've talked about these 1-score games. People are weighing in. They're trash. They're winning games by 1 score, or they're winning playoff-like games every week. Or this was 5 one-score games ago. Kind of feel like they're coasting. No matter what their approach has been the first, 12 weeks of the season, you ain't coasting this week. This is huge. You could, in a roundabout way, lock up number 1 today. Or this weekend. Sure. Not officially, but absolutely. You know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
Flipping it around too, because we say with the Eagles, like if they lose, it validates the 49ers. Like, what if the 49ers lose with Brock? Like that just doesn't that show like you're just not on you're not on the same level as Philly because you lost twice?
No, I don't think so.
Because doesn't that kind of go both ways here?
I don't think so because what you're thinking about if you're the 49ers is even if you lose, right? You're like, all right, we got to go back there. All we got to do is win once. That's it. They may beat us. It's the same thing, Niners and the Rams. We play a 7-game series. They may beat us in 5 if we played a 7-game series. We can't compete in the series. We just got to find a way to go win one time. That's all it is. Just win one time. And I think that's how they'll approach it, how they'll go about some things. But, there would be a level of doubt depending on how the game goes if they were if they weren't able to win with Brock Purdy. There'd be some level of doubt.
Yeah, because leaving this game, if the 49ers lose, I'm gonna have some thoughts. Like
okay,
you kind of not like they're not Super Bowl contenders, but like I said, the talk has been we needed Brock, this and that. And if Philly comes and they beat you again, you're not on that level.
But see,
can you hold that thought?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Don't forget it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. We got power rankings on the way too. We'll get back to the Kings, and I'm probably alone. I'm interested in tonight's game, Seahawks Cowboys.
Good game.
It's D'Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on ESPN 1320. Leezy, you wildin', sir. Sit down.
What's Leezy talking about?
Leezy said the Eagles lost because the Chiefs got scared and ran out the clock. Leezy. I don't know if you can delete a comment, man. Delete that one. That's tough. Leezy hit that comment and walked away like, hey, I'm gonna keep this picture forever, man. I don't like this picture as much. I like the one where he was kind of like, well, that was funny. I love how when people get fired, all of these like stories come out, like David Ziegler tried to trade up and draft CJ Stroud, but was overruled by Josh McDaniel. Boy, they're turning on each other in the unemployment line. They turning on each other in the unemployment line. I don't even know if these power rankings are very good, to be honest with you. Not a lot of change here. We didn't even have power rankings from last week because we were off Thursday and Friday.
I mean, it's a lot of the same, right?
It's pretty much the same. Like I threw mine together real quick, but
because that's why I thought we weren't doing it this week. A lot of people have been on buys too.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Yeah, absolutely. Tell them don't hang up. We got them. Can I get air horns for losing my job? No. Oh, you hated the job? Yeah, sure. Hey, ask and you shall receive. We got you, Chester. I'm sure the right opportunity will come along for you.
Leaving a job you don't like is like one of the best feelings.
Yeah.
I wanted to go put in my 2 weeks at some place one time. They're like, oh, you can just go. I was like, this is great.
We were 3 more weeks away from Jesse putting in his notice here. Jesse was fed up.
It was Monday meeting, man.
Am I buying or selling your Colts? I'm not buying, and I don't own stock in them, so I'm not selling. I'm not buying the Colts.
They might sneak in as a 7th seed and then lose to whoever they play as the 2 seed.
Yeah, I guess it might depend, Michigan, what you mean by buying. Where are they right now? 6-5. I'd like Houston more. Man, Denver keeps winning games. Buffalo. I'm gonna have to go no, Michigan. I'm gonna have to go no. I'm gonna have to go no. I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm gonna go. I'm still gonna go no, Michigan, because I still like Houston more. I don't like Denver, but they're playing great football. Buffalo's still there. I mean, Cincinnati's kind of done. I think the conversation probably ends right there. So it's down to the Colts, Houston, Denver, both. You know what though? You know what, Michigan? I'll give you this. How many games is Cleveland going to lose? Maybe that's where the conversation is.
Who does Cleveland play this week?
Good question. It'll be Cleveland versus the Los Angeles Rams. So this isn't a brutal schedule, not to be disrespectful. The Rams, you got that tough one against the Jaguars. Then you got Chicago. You got Houston. That game could wind up being huge. You got the Jets, and then you end with the Bengals, and the Bengals are kind of messy right now. I mean, understandably so. They lost their starting quarterback, for goodness sake. So, what was it? His thumb? His wrist? Joe? His wrist? Yeah, I figured that's a good call. Well, I saw a Drew Down stat about how the Cowboys have been winning at home, and this game is in Dallas. Seahawks did get some rest.
Seattle, a good team.
They're above average.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they are. They're good.
Seattle might
like in the most literal sense. Like they're good.
They might not finish above 500.
Well, they're 6-5 now going to Dallas, so you could be 100% right.
I think it's about to get ugly.
Oh, you think it could get bad?
They're about to lose tonight. They're going to lose to the Niners, and they're going to lose to Philly.
I think we've hit the end of the Geno Smith or fairy tale too, by the way.
He might not be the starter after tonight. The way
crazy.
they're talking.
Really? Talking, yeah. Who's their backup?
Locke.
They had Locke already, didn't they? Didn't they have Locke when they got Geno?
I don't think they ever played him though.
No, they never did, but they had him.
Yeah.
We're talking about playing Drew Lock now.
That's cool. Do what he did.
Best thing about Drew Lock's NFL career so far is that Jeezy video was rapping along to.
Geno,
that's facts. That's facts.
We like the story of Geno. We can't ignore he hasn't been that good this year.
No, he hasn't.
And he's played below average enough to get benched.
I guess. I feel like if you're gonna, I guess. I don't know. I think benching players is weird. Not that you shouldn't do it, but more in the sense of okay, so Drew Lock's better. Is that what you're telling me?
Or it's time to start playing for that draft pick.
And see, I guess that's the other part, right? I guess that's the other part. But they're so middle of the pack right now. I mean, this stuff will shake itself out. We talk about playoff standings, wild card standings during the commercial break. You talk about huge games. It's going to sound weird. You got the 6-5 Broncos against the 6-5 Texans. That's huge.
That's a big game. And I think, like I said at the beginning of the season, I think the Broncos are making the playoffs.
That's too damn bad. What'd you say 3 weeks into the season?
Niners are 3-0. That's what I said.
They probably were.
Matter of fact, 3 weeks into the season, I don't even think I was here. That was around my wedding time. See, you guys.
No, you're part of that, pal. You're part of that too. I will also know D-Lo said Jimmy G was playing 16 to 17 games this season on there.
Wait a minute.
Yo, get this guy.
Wait a minute.
Get this guy.
Is that true?
Oh, I wrote it down. I'm looking for it again. I remember, but yeah, it's true.
I did say that. Oh.
I don't remember what I thought.
Was that this year? I said, God,
I don't know if I guaranteed.
Are you sure I didn't say that last year?
I'm positive. I'm looking for the notes. Let me see. I'll pull it up and we'll look at it.
Trash. That is the trashiest take of all time.
I don't think I went that far, but I did think he was going to start the whole season, most of the season.
I said that dude was going to play 16 to 17 games. That is insane.
Yeah, so on August 30th, you said he would play 16 to 17 games. Notre Dame will beat Ohio State. That was KC. That was,
I was
September,
like, wait.
That was September 15th.
Wait.
Both of you, Broncos will not make the playoffs August or September 18th. We got a couple more.
Well, what are the rest of them then? Read them off.
See, Niners will average. Casey said Niners will average 30 a game with Brock Purdy. He said that August 10th.
Well,
49ers will win the Super Bowl. He said that September 6th.
That's easy. Says that every year.
Let's see.
They should win every year.
I said the Bengals season was over if they lost the game early in the season. Yeah, it's just a bunch of one
good
game
call.
wins.
Yeah, good call.
The Niners are averaging.
It's got to be pretty damn close. It's got to be pretty damn close if it's not over 30.
I would say my guess is it's I'm looking at it. My guess is it's like 27 points per game. It is 28.2.
Do you want to we had to go to break. Do you want to finish your thought?
Yeah.
You don't remember?
I was gonna say.
We were talking about like like if it goes the other way, like if the Eagles beat the Niners, then like the Niners aren't on the same level and stuff like
do the
that.
do the 49ers drop it? Are the Eagles? First of all, let's start with this question and then you respond because I want to make sure we get the groundwork for KC. Are the Eagles and 49ers in the same tier right now today?
Absolutely.
I think the 49ers get back in there with a win.
So I just want to be clear, they're not.
As of right now, they're not.
Yeah, no, I put them on the same tier. And so this is what I was going to say. I don't think the 49ers with the loss, I don't think the Eagles with the loss take either one of them out of that tier. I think
it definitely doesn't take the Eagles out.
I don't think the 49ers out of that tier.
I think it elevates the Eagles. I think it elevates the 49ers more than it brings down the Eagles.
Fair enough. But the whole thing about Brock not being there, like I could think they would have won or whatever the case may be. It's not to say that, like, and this is what happens, I think, in sports a lot nowadays. It's not to say that they're unbeatable or they were unbeatable. They played another good team in the NFC Championship game, and Brock could have played the whole game, threw for 300 yards, and they still could have lost because the Eagles are good. That don't mean like they're not on the same level or anything else like that. Same thing on Sunday. That's a tough game. It's a tough game. You're going up against a good Eagles team on the road. Might be some weather conditions. If you lose, you lost the game. That's not a sweeping indictment. Where the sweeping indictments come from, or when we see the Cowboys multiple times step up in competition and not be able to get it done. Well, and I think they're a good team, but Miami step up in competition and they're not putting up the same offensive numbers that they do against the Giants. You know what I mean? So I think that's where you move tiers. If a like, I don't think the Chiefs are not on a tier no more. They lost to the Eagles. I think they're a championship contender.
What if we leave this game and what if we leave this game and coming out of it, the 49ers were just outplayed. Eagles were the better team. Say the 49ers lost by 10 points or whatever. Call it 2 scores. Still another?
They lost the game. Like I said, the best example I could give you is I don't think the Chiefs are not championship contenders anymore because they lost to the Eagles.
And they're at 3 losses right now? Steeler and Casey here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHT2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app 916-909-1320. Jeremy, my sincerest apologies, brother. We appreciate you listening. We appreciate you calling. What's going on?
Hey, not much, guys. No problem. And what you guys were talking about, I'm kind of feeling like the Niners might just go in there and gang on them. But pause. And then so I had a few things from last night. Kings game, man. One, Kenny, don't sleep on SDSU. I heard you laughing earlier when you said SDSU UConn. Kawhi was like that, but watching Kawhi in the air, man, it was incredible. And then Zubac looks like it made Domas look like he might be at a 4. So when they play a Clippers team that's big like that, do they need to put Domas at the 4 and maybe bring in Javale or Lynn if he's healthy? And then what my last thing was.
Well, hold on before you get to your last thing.
Okay.
Because
go
I
ahead.
want to remember all this. Number one, I got love for SDSU. Absolutely, I ain't got nothing but love for SDSU. So
Hey, my bad. I thought you were laughing when you said SDSU UConn. Because I went to
No, I was
SDSU.
just saying that was the game, and that didn't do numbers. It didn't do numbers.
No, you're right. You're right. Most people didn't have love for it, so I loved it.
That's my game. And then also with Domas,
Rematch of 2011 Sweet 16, which we should have won. Anyway, sorry.
See, even I don't remember that one. But
that was cool. That was Kawhi versus Kemba.
Was that it?
Oh, that's
was that
right.
it? Did they play that game in Arizona?
No, it was the Honda Center. I was there. In Anaheim. It was Kawhi versus Kemba.
Okay, I got you. And then when you talk about
Jeremy Lamb faked Jeremy Lamb pulled a Draymond Green and got a technical call, and it ruined everything for us.
Appreciate you, Jeremy. Thank you, brother. Well, I kind of there's something I missed though. What he was talking about moving Domas to the 4?
Yeah, bringing in JaVale or
because of the
Alex Len.
size.
Because of the size. I think that's a little bit of a misnomer that a lot of people have. It's not just Jeremy. A lot of people, they feel like Domas doesn't do well against size, being bigger centers. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't know if it's necessarily true. Valanciunas is a pretty big center, and he played well against him the other day. I just think it always comes down to Sabonis just doesn't shoot the ball a lot often.
Do we put too much of a microscope on the games where he doesn't play great?
Yep.
Because players have bad games.
They absolutely do. And I think this is, you talk about microscope. This one's magnified a little bit because Domas didn't play like stellar against the Warriors. And it was kind of like, all right, you have a nice little bounce back game here against the Clippers and keep it moving that way. And then he didn't. And it's like, oh, we've got a couple of games where maybe he wasn't great. I don't think he was bad against Golden State. I think we watch totals now, right? We look for triple doubles. We look for a big offensive number. He didn't have that. Like, he was close to the J Kid triple double, as you pointed out yesterday. But I didn't think that Domas was bad. I didn't think he was good yesterday. But to Jesse's point, yeah, I think we absolutely overanalyzed games where Domas doesn't play well.
And the other thing about Domas that I think people miss a lot, and I think it's unfair to him, and I hope this doesn't come off as a slight or anything. He's as much as we say like he's Jokic light, like he's not Jokic. Like, Jokic shoots the ball a lot. Jokic like is a super scorer. He can pass too and all this other stuff, but he's got the jump shot. He tries to create shot. That's not Domas's game. So we talk about his shooting and stuff like that. That's not. There's going to be times when he doesn't shoot the ball a lot because he's not necessarily a scorer. He's a really good big man who can score from time to time. But without looking, I think he's going to be above this. He's probably like a 17-11 guy on the season.
Domas?
Yeah.
I think it's a smidge bit higher. I think it's like 18, but like you're in the vicinity. I'll look for you right now, though.
And essentially like who he is, not necessarily what the stats say.
18.7, 11.6, 6.9.
He's probably like more like a 15 point per game.
That's his career. 15.2.
Yeah. 15 points. That's what he is. And I think because people talk about Fox and Sabonis and stuff like that, is 1-2 punch and all this other stuff, they expect, oh, well, Sabonis, if he's a 1-2 punch, he has to be averaging 25 or something like. Well, that's not how his game is. You know what I'm saying? His game is total package when it comes to scoring, enough. And if, on the right night, most nights, you can get up to 20. He's a great rebounder and he's a great facilitator. That's his game. So they always look at the point totals as to whether or not he's good or played a good game or anything else like that. And it's not always that simple.
I mean, the thing is, too, is like when one of your stars ain't showing up, the thing is that night, someone else has to just step up.
Yeah, and nobody stepped up last night. Not one person. Malik tried to. He had like 15, but nobody did anything outside of Fox.
So
Sasha played solid.
A couple of things. One, I think you're wrong about him being a 15-point per game scorer. Yes, that's his career average. That's weighted heavily by the 5.9 and 11.6 he averaged in his first 2 years. In his third year is 14.1. What's interesting after that is, and I'll leave the, wow, man. I'm going to round up because it's 0.9 on all of these. But 18, 20, 19, 19, 19, 19, 18.7. Right now, 18.7 is where he's at right now. That's his scoring numbers per game for seasons. What's fascinating is your other point. He doesn't shoot the ball a lot. His shots per game has minimally fluctuated since becoming an 18-point per game scorer. It's 13.7, 14.6, 12.5, 12.1, 13.5, 11.9, 12.1. He's just extremely like it 7.4, 7.8, 7.1. Those are the shots that he's making like every game, every year. That's what he is. He's roughly a 7 for 13 guy every single season. His entire career. That's what he is. Starting from his, make it his fourth year when he gets to 18 points per game. Starting with his fourth year on.
And compare that type of stuff to somebody like Jokic, who's shooting 18 points a game, or excuse me, 18 times a game, 17.7, 14.8 a couple years ago, or last year, excuse me, and 19.9. You know, you look at a guy, I'll pull this up real quick. You look at a guy like AD and how many times he shoots on a game. It's probably close to like what you saw with Jokic. Let me see here. AD is 20.3, 19.5, 18.3, 17, 17, 17, 17. So these guys are taking on average 3 to 4 more shots a night, you know, which leads to, that's not even counting for when they get fouled, right? So they're, you know, probably in real life, especially a guy like AD who lives at the free throw line, they're probably taking 5, 6, 7 more shots a night on average than Domas. So that's, I mean, I think that's where they're scoring from. He's not this super scoring offensive threat. That's just not what he is. He plays the game with a high IQ, sets his teammates up. He understands the game. But you know, people get upset when he, and I'm people, like when he has 11 or 13 points sometimes. It's like, man, I need more from you, man. Shoot the ball. And I think a lot of times it comes from that. It comes from not shooting the ball consistently.
If you never looked at like Domas's career numbers, they're stunning. They're the same. Like if there was any like analysis of this trade about Domas growing as a player or changing as a player, it's someone who never paid attention to Domantas Sabonis. Whether it's points, rebounds, shots, makes, free throws, percentage, anything, it's virtually identical from his fourth year in 2019 to today. It's virtually identical. And it's the numbers that we just read to you.
Yeah. Model of consistency.
That's what he is. And it's good. So we talk about, you know, a down night for Domas. What do we say? 7 makes, 12 shots. He took the 12 shots. It's almost like he had we talk about a shot clock. He had a shot clock. I got the 12 shots. I can't shoot anymore. Right? I didn't get 7 makes.
Right.
And that's what a down night is for Domas. It's rough. I'm far more makes, misses. It's the league. It happens. I get more. I do the puppy dog tilt when I'm watching the game a little bit more. When I recognize he's not rebounding the ball, doesn't feel like the offense is really flowing. I mean, it's you also have to like ask yourself: is the offense not moving because of Domas, or is Domas moving the offense and the shots are falling, and we can't keep track of which one happened first?
Right.
And a lot of times, it's simply the shot making. You know, if Willsey was on, he'd have, you know, all of the open 3 numbers and all of the different, you know, shots that didn't fall for them last night. But as De'Aaron said in the postgame, the issue isn't the offense. The issue is what we did on the defensive end. And we let Harden cook. We let them get up. We let everyone get comfortable. And we put ourselves in a position where we had to claw back, and we couldn't.
Yeah. I did before, because we're not going to go back to this once our guy Matt George comes through. I did want to hear your power rankings for football.
Sure. Yeah. I got you.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
I was super confused. It took a commercial break conversation to realize that my power rankings look so weird because we weren't here last Thursday. We didn't have them. So 2 weeks ago, it was the Eagles, the Chiefs, the 49ers, the Lions, and the Browns. And this week, there isn't a lot of difference, but there is some change.
Wait, I think we did have them last week. No,
Did
maybe
we?
it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, because we weren't, unless we did them Wednesday.
Because you said we did do them Wednesday. Because you had the Dolphins as the 15th.
Let me find
Eagles, 49ers.
I didn't
Lions,
see them.
Chiefs, Dolphins.
How come they're not? Oh, they're right there, idiot. I got you. God damn, my bad. My bad.
I wasn't sure either.
No, you're right.
Remember how my
You're right. I looked at last week's show. I was like, wow, we didn't do them. I did. So you have yours? Because I messed yours all up.
No, I do have mine.
Idiot.
Mine.
No, I got them. I can give you mine. You asked for mine.
Yeah.
Last week it was the Eagles, the 49ers, Lions, Chiefs, Dolphins. This week it's the Eagles, Chiefs, 49ers, Dolphins, Ravens.
I'm going to go Eagles 1, 49ers 2.
Oh, 1 versus 2. Look at Kenny McMahon over here.
Kenny Khan over here. We see what he's doing.
Eagles 1, 49ers 2. This is where it gets complicated for me. Because I end up going with the Ravens at 3.
Okay, yeah, but why is that complicated? Oh, wow, just trashing all over Jesse's Dolphins. Okay.
It's very tough.
I like the Ravens right there. I like that. That's
Ravens at 3.
So
I went Chiefs at 4.
Okay.
What's going on here, dude?
Chiefs at 4.
So hold on.
Dolphins at 5.
So
how do we move up in Dame's power rankings? Move back in yours.
Hey, I got a question here. So let run that back one more time.
Eagles 49ers, Ravens, Chiefs, Dolphins.
Where were the Ravens in the power rankings last week?
They weren't.
Yeah, so they moved all the way up to 3. And a Dolphins team that won, you just threw them in the back, huh? Wow, how do you feel about that?
You just made the list.
Wow, just made the
Dame,
list.
you're cool with me now.
I got you.
Once again, I mean, this is a hell of a story. I'm sorry. Maverick Carter, LeBron James' manager, told federal agents he illegally bet on NBA games.
So our Cleveland insider texted me that earlier, and
I'm not sure what that he did or LeBron James.
He did.
Okay.
Maverick did.
Yeah.
So I saw that and I looked at it and I'm like, okay, all right, process this. I was like, this doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Maverick's not an agent. He's not a player. It just means someone close to LeBron James bet on games. That's
right. And illegally, like, what does that mean? Like,
that means he's like your next door neighbor.
It means like he's every other person who places a bet in California.
Right. That's all it is. That's how I'm looking at
That's all it is.
And I don't know if they're trying to paint it as something else.
It's nothing.
NBA gets a headline because it says federal agents.
No, NBA gets a headline because it's Maverick Carter. That's why.
Yeah.
He sent me that story I didn't bring it because I don't think it's anything. It's like when that Sports Illustrated story tried to tie Randy to the drug thing.
Keep trying, man. They keep trying, LeBron, bro. It ain't working.
My opinion, I could prove to be absolutely wrong. This Maverick Carter story is nothing.
I don't think so either. just caught my eye though. I hadn't seen it.
No, you're trying to distract Jesse from what you just
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
I got you. No,
we,
it's
can
fine.
get, we can get right into
It's
it.
fine.
We'll get right back into it. Dolphins.
And I took a beating for moving the Dolphins back a couple weeks ago.
I mean, I can't continue to just act like the Dolphins should be getting credit for beating Stanford all the time.
All right, so I get it. I get the whole
Wow,
why
what'd
the
Troy
Dolphins,
Taylor do to you?
I get why the Dolphins aren't like
left.
taken seriously right now, but like, are they really getting penalized that much? Like, they did lose to the two teams in the Super Bowl last year on the road. You lost the divisional game to the Bills and stuff, and
settle down. Not taking seriously is a little aggressive. They're in my
well,
top
that's how I
five.
see it on Twitter. and
They're
stuff
not.
like
They're
that.
in my top 5. I don't look at them like I look at the Cowboys. I don't look at them that way.
It's crazy. Neither of us have the Cowboys in there 8-3.
No. These Dolphins are a top 5 team. But what it really came down to for me in that particular situation is I think the Ravens are the best team in the AFC, and the Chiefs and the Dolphins did play, and the Chiefs got them. That's where the Dolphins getting the 5 comes from.
I get it.
49ers lost to two teams who aren't in the playoff picture.
I'm gonna keep it real. Did you really setting this up for next week? Like, we'll see what happens here.
The 49ers could be 5 if once again they win another game at full speed, at full strength against the number 1 team. They'll move to number 1 on the road.
They will.
So they could be wherever they want to be. I'm just saying this is what I think. These are the 2 best teams in football: Eagles and 49ers.
I agree.
Gosh, you imagine Kenny has to keep the belt on Hurts on Monday and move the 49ers down during Wednesday's power rankings.
Well, then how much am I going to penalize them for losing a game to the number 1 team?
Nah, Niners losing Sundays like Cody tearing his pec.
Where did I move the Dolphins? I didn't move them far.
You moving them from 3 to 5.
No,
We're barely even in
when
the
they lost
club.
to the Eagles.
When they lost to the Eagles,
I might have moved them a spot or 2.
I think you did.
I moved the Chiefs. I forgot I have the Chiefs above the 49ers. I have 2 of the 3 best teams in football going at it on Sunday.
Did we ever talk about?
We need to go to break.
Oh yeah, we do.
Matt George is joining us.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Matt George joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Got to X out our man, Happy Bonte. Love you, brother. Appreciate you.
Take care, Happy Bonte. De'Aaron sighting on this in-season tournament.
Oh yeah, we got a championship to win.
Malik shot.
Sorry, I try not to yawn on camera. It's my bad.
Right. Nice.
What'd they say? TNT and ESPN were mixing.
Yeah. They're Stephen A. and Wilbon will be with the Inside the NBA crew.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Oh shoot! Hang on, Matt. Sorry, Matt. Hang on. Drop my pen. I swear, I think Ham gets crumbs in this studio. Oh man, having a roommate is a bitch.
Having a roommate.
Matty McQueen.
I don't know how to respond to that.
I'm getting used to having a roommate. This used to be the D'Lo and KC studio.
Try a child.
No.
You clean the house and then you turn around and it's all messy again immediattle. Casey, you know what I'm talking about.
We had a baby. Well, a little older than Ryan, maybe same vicinity, at Thanksgiving. And I made cornbread. I made the last minute decision to make cornbread muffins instead of like a pan of corn. I made the cornbread muffins. So I have a table. It's called I think it's called like a transformer table or something like that. Seats 12 people. I can remove everything and just make it really small.
Yeah,
get it out of the way.
Cool flex.
So I'm moving everything and I put it away. Where the baby's sitting, I swear the entire cornbread muffin is just picked apart into like tiny pieces and it's all over the floor. It was literally like the muffin exploded.
Oh no.
I was like, yo, hey, what the hell happened? So is the guy with no kid. I'm like, yo, what the hell happened over here?
No, so those crumbs, they got legs too. Those crumbs, like the kids give them magical legs because those things are going to crawl. You're going to find those somehow in your bedroom. You're going to find those in your living room. They're just, they travel, man. Those things get around.
I was like, all I could think of is like, how did this happen?
Just they find a way.
Man, it's almost a talent. Like it was literally like the muffin just exploded and it was on the floor.
They find a way.
And I'm like, how did Sprout not come eat half of this?
Well, that's the other thing. That's the human. Well, not human, but that's the living vacuum cleaner right there. It should be.
100%. She was waiting for the turkey. Wasn't even paying attention to all the cornbread on the ground.
Britt and I got a Roomba for Black Friday.
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking overrated. I'm thinking
no.
a bit overrated. Like so
Really?
far, I was promised 2 hours of battery life. This thing has gone
Well,
maximum hour and 15 minutes maximum. The good news is it gets under my couch. But the bad news is it dies under my couch.
Yeah, well,
like damn it, bitch, come out.
there are plenty of mornings where I wake up like, where the hell is this thing?
It's
at?
gone. It's gone.
And I got one of the stupid, like newer ones, which is it's great, except I run mine at night because I sleep with white noise. So it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
You have to have a little bit of light on for it to see. It doesn't move in the dark. So that was so stupid. That is so dumb. But I just need that dog hair picked up.
Yes, Tyler, it is supposed to self-dock and charge, but when it wanders to the other side of the house, it's like, where the hell am I? It's just, I'm just going to go to sleep here.
And it's, okay, hang on, Matt. We're coming back. Discussing Black Friday purchases with our good friend Matt George of ABC 10. Matt George, by the way. Did you see Matt the other night?
Where?
Matt, at the game.
No, I didn't
Matt
see,
looked
I didn't
like
see anybody.
Well, that's because you was at your courtside seats.
I went. I was right next to you guys. Nobody looked.
That's
No
not
one
true.
saw
You weren't
you.
there. You weren't there.
No? See?
You weren't
Okay,
there. You didn't
Matt
come
comes
down
up-
to the media room or nothing. You didn't come say hi, nothing. You were too busy with your people.
Well, I'll stall them out there. We were working at the ice rink up until 7 o'clock. So I'm going to
Mm.
stall them out a little bit there.
I got there right in time.
But Matt, I went to give Matt a hug. I didn't. Whoa, Matt looked like at least 1.5 million.
That's how you feel, man.
And he looked good. Black suit.
That's how you
He
feel.
looked good.
It's Monopoly money. It was Monopoly money.
Don't hurt him.
Man, look good. Matt George with us. Matt, I wish we were talking about back-to-back wins. Hell, at this point, I wish we were just talking about the Warriors game on Tuesday night or the play-in tournament. And we could talk about all of that stuff. There was a game last night. And I think as KC and I talked about to start the show, the most frustrating aspect of last night's game was it went the way so many people predicted that it would.
This is how I want you guys to understand how important you are to me, because over the course of that game, at least 5 or 6 times I was thinking, dang it, now I have to be upset and talk about this nonsense instead of what happened in the Warriors game on D'Lo and KC tomorrow. Like, I can't just have nice things. The Kings finally beat the Golden State Warriors, and of course they got a back-to-back in between the time that I come on. So next time this happens, we're moving the schedule around. James Ham can scoot over and share, because I'm coming in on Wednesday after a Warriors win, because I can be my obnoxious self there. But
Fair
yeah,
enough.
you're right, because I was listening.
And I do have a note that you want to talk about CM Punk. I didn't forget.
Oh, hell yeah, absolutely, that too. But I was listening to you guys yesterday with James and D'Lo. You said the exact thing. You said like James, I feel like this game's going to go one of two ways. Either the Kings are going to get blitzed or the Kings are going to look amazing tonight. And I think everybody coming into the Golden One Center felt the same way, except everybody, or at least myself and the people that I were talking to, were leaning more towards what happened last night was going to happen. We've seen 2 second night of a back-to-back games for the Sacramento Kings now, 2 blowouts. Now, one was the worst of the season in New Orleans. Last night's game, at least the Kings got a pop for Malik Monk making it a 13-point game with 6 minutes left. And it actually felt like the Kings had a chance. That's what's crazy. Hey, 6.5 minutes, 13 points, maybe, even though they look terrible.
Jones coming back. Things are getting interesting at the Golden One Center. Like, oh, man. Oh,
I initially had like an eye emoji tweet on Twitter, and then I deleted it aggressively because I'm like, I don't want to. I can't feel happy about this game becoming a 13-point game here with 6.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. But like, I'm not, and I said this on the podcast last night. Like, I'm not. Spoiler alert: I'm not an NBA caliber athlete or an athlete. Period. I don't know what the exertion of a second night of a back-to-back is on you physically or mentally. And a lot of people think it was more of the mental than the physical for the Kings last night. But I'm pretty sure you should not be being blown out every time you play the second night of a back-to-back. The Kings aren't making any excuses. It's a small sample size. They're going to have more back-to-backs going forward, and I think they'll be just fine. But 2 back-to-backs in, and in both games, the Kings just look gassed, drained, a shell of themselves. And poor De'Aaron Fox, man, probably looking around going, is anybody else going to help me play basketball? Because I played the most minutes the night before. I'm dropping 40 points, and ain't nobody closer than 15. I feel bad for 5 last night.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talked about earlier. I mean, they have to find a way. We all know it. Everybody always talks about it. Oh, second game of back-to-back, going to be tired, going to be sluggish. I said earlier, hey, go get a C4. Go get something to make sure your energy's up. Go get you a Prime, Red Bull, whatever you need.
So
it's something, but you can't come out that. I feel like a lot of the times, and I'm not an NBA player, don't really understand like the whole situation of mentally trying to get ready for a back-to-back. I don't get all that, but if you see it there in front of your face, like this is always going to happen. Feels like they just kind of let it happen, and they not the Kings in general, but people in the league, like just kind of let it happen, like chalk it up. Second night of the back-to-back, like that's just what happens. Like, no, you got to find a way to not let that happen.
No, I agree with you, and it feels like an 82-game season is a long season. And I kind of asked De'Aaron about that after the game. It's like how do you handle like the ebbs and flows and the ups and downs of you have a big comeback victory over the Golden State Warriors where you're feeling yourselves as like, we're going to take positives away from this. There's also plenty of negatives from that Warriors game because the Kings did not play well in that game. The Warriors just fell apart, and Draymond Green decided to be the Kings hero, and I appreciate him for that. I'm sure we'll get into that later. But like the Kings didn't play well. So how much do you take away from that game? And then how much do you take away from the game the night after where you go down by as much as 25, never really had a chance on your home floor? Granted, it was the second night of a back-to-back and you're missing one of your starters in Keegan Murray, but you never really had a chance to win that game. Like, and De'Aaron was transparent about like, you have to have short-term memory. Like they're not using it as an excuse. They're not dismissing it. They're certainly going to try to figure out how to improve and fix the mistakes that they've made in these back-to-backs so far, but you can't dwell on it. He said the word he uses, you can't mourn losses in the NBA, right? You just kind of have to move on. But sometimes, Kenny, to your point, I feel like when you're playing an 82-game season, it's like, okay, I can get away with every once in a while, it's just not our night. You know what? Let's keep some gas in the tank a little bit. And again, they're the athlete, I'm not. So maybe that's what's needed in order to play all 82 plus deep into the playoffs. Maybe that's what you got to do. But I would like to see a little more fight. And what frustrated me the most, what I didn't understand the most out of last night is, again, I know De'Aaron Fox is a superstar. He's an MVP candidate, top 10 player in the league right now. But he played 40 minutes the night before, scored 29 points on a bad offensive night, but guarded literally every player that the Golden State Warriors threw out there, was aggressive attacking the basket, was aggressive distributing, going for steals, going for blocks, grabbing rebounds. Like De'Aaron Fox did all the dirty work in that win against the Golden State Warriors in 40 minutes. He comes back the next night, and with the exception of Sasha Vezenkov and a little bit of burst from Malik Monk, like that's the only energy that the Kings had. So how is the guy that played 40 minutes the night before giving you all the energy and all the effort and all the hustle and all the intensity, and guys like Trey Lyles, Harrison Barnes, Chris Duarte, like these guys that played maximum 20, 25 minutes the night before, maybe a little bit more for Harrison. I think he was like 32 or something like that. How are those the guys that are getting blown by and beaten on the defensive end every single possession? They look slow. Like that doesn't make sense to me. Your leader played 40 minutes. He's playing. He's doing the job. And I get you sometimes need your star to carry you through when the rest of the team isn't playing well. But it wasn't just De'Aaron making up for a bad shooting night for the Kings. It was De'Aaron making up for the Kings being a runway to the rim every single possession. Like there was zero perimeter defense for Sacramento last night. Kawhi, Paul, James, all of them took full advantage of that.
You bring up the perimeter defense. De'Aaron brought up defense in the press game, in the post-game press conference as well. And I ask you, how much of an impact is Keegan Murray's absence? You just laid out a couple of Hall of Famers there, very, very capable scorers, more than capable scorers. How much is Keegan Murray's absence impacting this team on the defensive end?
Guys, I think Keegan Murray, if he's not the best defender on the team, he's top 2 or top 3 already, which might not be a good thing. But I would argue Keegan Murray's the most important defender on the Kings team, because that wing position is arguably, I mean, I know the point guard is incredibly important, but like wings in terms of like scoring and being able to defend wings, I think is essential. It's the foundation to a good defense, is having someone who can handle an opposing team's wing. And the Los Angeles Clippers are loaded with play. Like Paul George didn't have to do much last night to win, and he is capable of going off at any time. Kawhi Leonard's been struggling this season. He finally goes for 30 plus, and he didn't look like he had to work that hard. James Harden scored 17 of his first 20 of his 24 points. 17 of them came in the first quarter. So, like, I'm not saying Keegan Murray could have guarded all of them, but I have a feeling the Kings' perimeter defense, and especially the defense on Kawhi Leonard, would have been significantly better had Keegan Murray been out there. So to answer your question, D'Lo, I think it's a major impact. Now, again, if Keegan Murray in his second year is the best defender on your team, yeah, you probably have a problem still. And that's for Mike Brown and this coaching staff to still try to figure out. But when it comes to defending wings, defending forwards, Keegan's been the guy this season. And at the very least, he's done what Mike Brown has asked against stars, which is just make him work. You can't necessarily stop him. You can't stop Steph. You can't stop Kawhi, or you can't stop Paul George, but just make them work. And Keegan's done that better than anybody else on this team so far.
He does a great job of it so far. And just, we talk about his defense, but it's just an overall player, overall one of your top players. He's been gone for about a week or so, a little more than a week. So you're going to miss him. One of the other guys that is one of their best players, second best, third best, whatever the case may be, is Domantas Sabonis. In the last 2 games, he hasn't had these, great games numbers wise, and even just in real life. Like, I don't think he's played great. I don't want to, sugarcoat it or anything like that. Is there something that needs to be watched with that, in your opinion? Like, are you feeling some type of way about the last 2 nights we've seen him play kind of below his average?
Yeah, there's only one aspect of last night's game with Sabonis that was completely unacceptable to me, and I'll get to that in a second, because like even in the Warriors loss, like, he didn't play well. And again, you want to see against any team, like no team more than the Warriors, you want to see Domantas Sabonis play well and kind of make a statement. And he's played decently so far against the Warriors so far this season. I think he played pretty well, if I'm not mistaken, in the home opener, which of course the Kings lost. But I mean, he still finished with like 10 assists, 8 or 9 boards. And I know he didn't. So it wasn't like his normal double-double numbers and things like that. Look, every player is going to go through a tough spell, and it's okay. Like, I'm not, every time Sabonis has a bad game, I'm not going to go like, you need more Sabonis. You can't, like, sometimes players are going to have bad nights. The only unacceptable aspect of last night's game to me was that Zubac completely outplayed him. That is unacceptable, because to me, that has nothing to do with the numbers that you're putting up in your struggles. That has everything to do with you're not putting in the effort. Like, Zubac completely outplayed him, was getting anything he wanted in the paint offensively, he out-rebounded Sabonis. I don't know if their assist numbers were comparable. Certainly Zubac had more blocks than Domantas Sabonis did. Like, Zubac is a journeyman, solid, average starting center in the league. Domantas Sabonis, you are an all-NBA center. Even on a night where you're not scoring well, or you're not grabbing a lot of boards, like, I need you to at least minimize the opposing center that you're playing, especially if that opposing center is not a all-star caliber center. Like, if you're beaten by a Nikola Jokic on Saturday, okay, yeah, it's Nikola Jokic. It's one of the best centers in the league. Joel Embiid, sure. Even a Bam Adebayo from time to time. All right, fine. But a Zubac, even when you're struggling, you cannot get beaten down as bad as Domantas Sabonis was last night.
Well, don't get beaten down, Domas.
Yeah.
Do we over analyze Domas's bad games? We collectively, meaning you, me, all of us, everyone watching, listening.
I think so, in the sense that when it feels like when Domas is having a bad game, De'Aaron Fox is put on an island, and when De'Aaron has to do kind of everything himself and go into everything himself mode, we look at the entire roster, right? We could question, hey, Kevin Huerter, why weren't you hitting your shots? Man, if Keegan Murray's been struggling from 3-point range this season, like there's different aspects from this roster that you can point to, but immediately you go to the partner in crime, the other all-NBA player, the second best player on this roster, and you look at, hey, your star, your number one guy's doing this. Where were you? So I think that's kind of natural to naturally kind of look at Sabonis and overanalyze Sabonis. And I actually had a segment on last night's podcast where in the spirit of the holidays, I was asking the audience, like, tell me if I'm being too much of a Scrooge or if I'm being fair. And that conversation that I just had about Domantas Sabonis came up because I feel like I would be being a Scrooge if I was upset about Sabonis having a bad night on the second night of a back-to-back. Because again, bad nights are going to happen. But I don't think I'm being a Scrooge with losing your assignment as bad as Sabonis did against a player that it's unquestionable that he's better than.
That's fair. That's fair. And you expect those things from Domas. But to our original point, it's one game.
Yep.
At the end of the day, Domas is going to be putting up close to 20 points and 12 rebounds a night. And I bet the next time he sees Zubac, I think they play like a week.
He's gonna get these hands.
Right. There's gonna be some work given out.
Yeah.
So I agree. I think we overanalyze it for whatever reason. One of the reasons why I said that earlier, Matt, and tell me what you think, is Domas's game isn't centered around scoring so much. He's a ball distributor. His best trait, some would say, is passing. I think it might be his rebounding. But hell, scoring might be his third best trait, and people don't really look at that. They look at all NBA. They seem to do this with Draymond for whatever reason. He gets to be really good at one thing and garbage at everything else, but they don't do that for Domas. They don't say, oh, he's a great rebounder or a great assist guy, but where's his 25 points per game? They don't do that for him for whatever reason.
No, I agree with that. And I do think that like Domas's value is so far beyond just scoring. And that's where I had the biggest issue with the arguments against him in these center tier lists and the most overrated player nonsense that we saw coming out of Bleacher Report and crap like that all offseason long, because it's focused on scoring. And I understand the NBA is a scoring league and the points column is the first column we all look at when we look at a box score. It's just natural. But if you actually watch Domantas Sabonis play, you know that his impact on a game is getting everybody's scoring column to look better than his. Like that's what he does. That's what makes him the best too. Sometimes to a fault. Sometimes where it's like, Domas, go up, man. He'll pull down an offensive board and he'll be looking around for who's on the who's open on in 3-point range for the kick out. Like where's Kevin? Where's Keegan? And I get it, but also like Domas is capable of getting his. The only thing with Domas that I was really frustrated about in the Warriors win was that like he did not get outplayed by Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney barely did anything in that game. And I'm pissed because I needed one more assist from Kevon Looney to actually win on Prize Picks, but that's a different story for another time. How dare Kevon Looney? The one time I need him to do something, he doesn't do anything. But Domas still passed up. He was still a little hesitant on taking those mid-range jumpers. And it's just like, just take that shot. Just take it. Like, and to me, it's just, that's the Warriors being in his head still a little bit. And it's natural. I understand that. Other than that, like, I did not have that big of a problem with anything Domas did on Wednesday, even if I know, was it Wednesday? Yeah. No, Tuesday. Even if I know it wasn't his best game. And then again, last night, the main problem that I had with Domas was just him being beaten down by his assignment. So I think we do overanalyze Domas and we focus too much on the scoring aspect of things when what he brings to this team and the irreplaceable element of Sabonis is what he does for everybody else, which is to us who actually watch the Kings obvious, but to so many people who don't watch the Kings, who still write about the Kings, seem to think that Sabonis isn't doing enough or isn't good enough for the all NBA label.
I do want to talk about the Warriors game with you a little bit. But before we do, you've brought up Sasha a couple of times. Feels to me, Sasha Vezenkov might be starting to like carve his spot into like the rotation. You got your starting five, of course, with Keegan back. You got your starting five. You've got Malik. You've got Trey. And now I'm starting to wonder if Mike's looking at this. Well, I know I've got Sasha. We'll figure out the backup point guard thing and the backup center thing, all of that. But I know I've got those three I can go to. You think we're nearing that? Maybe are we there? He's looked really solid the last couple of nights.
I thought Sasha was superb at the end of the Warrior game. I mean, for him to play 15, flirting with 16 straight minutes and to close that game down the way that he did. And it's not just the scoring impact, because I think he only had like 8 points, hit a couple of threes. Sometimes he took a couple of almost heat check threes without being hot. And I was like, Sasha, you Euro MVP, you're going for the big shot, and I appreciate you for it. And he wasn't alone with that. Sometimes the Kings settled a little too much for that 3-point shot at the end of the Warriors game. But regardless, defensively, like James Ham and I were sitting next to each other. And I think James even made the comment to me last night, like, he's so far beyond what I thought he was going to be defensively. And either he's improved dramatically over a short period of time, or he just is now finally getting the playing time and to kind of showcase it a little bit. Now, he can still get a lot better, right? Mike Brown's not ready to sing his praises and label him as an essential piece of an improved Sacramento defense. But he's working. He's moving his feet a lot quicker than I thought he would. He's not just swiping at the ball, which former European players that have played for Sacramento have had issues with, sometimes defending with their hands and swiping instead of using their feet. Sasha does a good job of using his feet. He's come flying in for blocks randomly out of nowhere. We're like, okay, Sasha, I see you. Like, it's gotten to the point where, and I know we've only had a small sample size of Trey Lyles because of the calf injury that he was dealing with, but like, JaVale, sit down. Alex Len is out. Like, I need the 4-5 of Vezenkov and Lyles that we spent so much time talking about during the offseason of how do you get these two to play together? Because Trey Lyles is still a perfect fit player on this Kings team. Just an absolute perfect fit. Everything you need from a player of that position, Trey Lyles provides Sacramento. He didn't have the best of games last night. Still had 11 points, I think. No, it was maybe 11 points against the Warriors. Either way, like, he's really only had one.
These back-to-backs or box scores are beating up Matt George.
I don't know. Who knows? They all blend together. The Kings won one game. The other game didn't exist. But
enough.
like, Trey is just really, really solid. So he's got to play. And now Sasha, like, this might be a little unfair, but I'm watching Sasha and comparing Sasha to Chris Duarte or to Davion Mitchell, two completely different positions, right? And I know that has an impact on things, but I see Sasha Vezenkov making a noticeable defensive and offensive impact pretty much every time he plays. With Mitchell and Duarte, most nights I have to pick one or the other, which is usually defense over offense, or some nights I'm not getting either. Like Chris Duarte, these 2 games as a starter, he's had some decent possessions guarding like Steph Curry and stuff like that. But Chris Duarte hasn't given me anything really on either end to make me excited. And that's why Mike Brown didn't end up playing him too much. Sasha comes in and Sasha makes an impact on both ends of the floor that's noticeable and that affects winning. So I think he needs to be playing.
And that's what I'm saying.
Shout out to Drew Down. I'm sorry. This made me laugh. Got to go to Steve Kerr method and just play your highest paid players.
I agree.
Well, and one of the things that we talked about is when everybody's healthy, we're assuming hopefully Keegan will be back soon. You got your 5, and it seems like the next 3 guys should be solidified with Trey, Malik, and is Sasha in that now for you, Matt? Or is it the whole argument, or not argument, but discussion was more about Mike Brown not having a set rotation? Do you think it's going to become more set once everybody's healthy? Or is this just how he's going to go about things where, hey, some days it's going to be –
figure it out.
Yeah, it's going to be Sasha. Some days it's going to be Kessler.
I'm okay with him doing that right now with Keegan Murray being out and the Kings trying to figure things out with back-to-back games. But he's had a 12 – if we're not talking the players that came in when he waved the white flag at the end of the game, he's played 12 guys. Like, Sasha was the 12th guy that he played against the Warriors. And last night, he played his 12th guy midway through the second quarter. So it's a little bit of grasping at straws for Mike. And I understand him looking at his bench and going, someone play the way I need to play, because these guys that are playing aren't doing it. And that's where I respect him and how he's different from Steve Kerr in the sense that if you're not giving it to him, he'll go in a different direction. I mean, he even played like he had Domantas Sabonis sitting down for a more extended period of time because Domas wasn't giving it to him on the defensive end last night. Like Mike's not afraid to make that move. Whereas as we saw Steve Kerr, hey, Moses Moody, you're killing it right now. Sorry, Klay Thompson's got to play. Draymond Green's got to play. Come sit down. So like that's a big difference to me. Once Keegan does come back, I do think we're going to start to see more of a set rotation again. Mike has had to juggle injuries more to start the season than he certainly did last year. And when we see those rotations start to be set, Kenny, I agree with you. I think if it's the solid set 8, I think Sasha is 8. I mean, Monk is 100% 6. And I think Trey Lyles is if he's not there yet, I think Trey Lyles has to be 7. Mm-hmm. And the only reason I'm hesitant is just because he hasn't played as much with the calf injury. It's not because of who he is as a player. So I think Sasha's probably 8. And at that point, 9 is freaking wide open. It could be Duarte, it could be Mitchell, could be Keon Ellis, could be Kessler Edwards. Like 9, there are a lot of open opportunities for players if they step up right now. And as we know, Mike Brown is the land of opportunity. If you step up and show him what he wants, he'll play you. Hell, he might even start you next night.
Yeah. And that's really what Sasha did against the Golden State Warriors the night before. If you were to describe that game to someone who didn't see it, what would you start with? What would the first thing? Hey, I didn't get to see the Warriors game 2 nights ago. What would be the first thing you told me?
Draymond Green almost wore a Kings jersey.
No,
with us.
Well,
Draymond Green is one of us. No, like, and that's the fun that I had on the podcast, and because like Draymond single-handedly. Well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, I'll say this. Draymond single-handedly changed the game in favor of the Sacramento Kings in that fourth quarter. He did it himself. Like the Golden One Center crowd that wasn't Warrior fans was struggling to get into that game. Like when you're down 24, that's understandable. And I know the Kings were making a little bit of noise. And when Draymond picked up the technical foul, the Kings were up by 9.
Mm-hmm.
And
Warriors.
Warriors were up by 9. Malik hit the technical free throw to bring them up by 8. And then Draymond decided, I'm mad, I'm macho, I'm going to show people up again, and decided I'm going to guard Malik Monk with the full intention to hack him and send my message that has nothing to do with my team and everything to do with me. And that just fired up the Kings crowd even more. And then Steve Kerr pulls him, but at that point, all the momentum is in the favor of the Kings. And lo and behold, when he comes back into the game 3 minutes later or whatever it was, the Kings were up 1. So shout out Draymond Green. Like Draymond deserves a massive assist. I said, don't give him the defensive player of the game crown because that belongs to the Kings, but dust off the chain and put it around his neck and send him back to San Francisco with it and let him hold it for a day. Like he deserved it.
The Kings send the chain to the Warriors locker room and a photographer so they can take a picture.
Somebody get the fog machine. We got to send Rachel to San Francisco. We just watched the game a couple of minutes ago. It was on the TV. It didn't even dawn on me live. It really, as Matt was describing it, the ridiculousness of it hit me even stronger because even in those moments, point differential was so important in that.
That's a good point.
He just willingly gave it up. Like
he didn't care.
Even if you're thinking, we're still going to beat this team. If you beat the team by 11, you got your regular season win, but you don't advance to the tournament. Like that was a thing. And man, it just amplifies how his poor decision making was such a strong influence on that game.
How selfish he is.
And I didn't even get to the best part, which is he comes back in the game. He has 1 defensive rebound. He has 2 fouls. He misses a wide open 3-point shot, which is very on brand. And then of course he throws the ball away, which leads to the Malik Monk game winner. Like Draymond Green, number 23 in purple last night, or the other night, really appreciate that from him because Malik Monk even said it after the game, like, that's when the momentum changed. Shout out Draymond.
Steve Kerr didn't realize it till he saw the film. Steve Kerr pointed it out. I think it was with Willard and Dibbs yesterday is where he first said it. It's like, yep, Draymond shifted everything. Oh, my bad on Moses Moody as well. Probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, probably shouldn't have done that.
That man left him right.
Poor Steve Kerr. Thoughts and prayers, Steve Kerr.
Nah, he deserves it. He deserves it. he did a terrible job coaching at the end of the game, but I also understand. I think he's trying to salvage personalities more than win basketball games at the moment.
It was funny, man. Talk about like De'Aaron and Draymond. Like Kevin Huerter gets no love for what he did 2 nights ago.
The new Harrison,
Like,
Kevin Huerter.
Huerter was fire on Tuesday night, but so much silly. I mean, Malik, he had the same amount of points as Malik did.
Yeah.
But that's what's crazy though, because I don't know if you guys saw it on Twitter, because I heard you discussing it yesterday, and Kenny, you brought up that Mike, like it seems like Mike has full freedom to make changes and make decisions that affect winning basketball games at the expense sometimes of players' playing times and their egos and things like that. So I asked Mike about that before the game started last night. And like I asked him how unique that was, because Harrison has been playing really well. Harrison barely played in the second half of that game. Kevin Huerter was the reason why the Kings probably weren't down by 30 in that first half. And Kevin Huerter didn't do too much in the second half because he kind of passed the torch a little bit to Fox and Malik and how that game ended, and even Sasha to some extent. Like Mike has the freedom to, man, you did your job. You've been lights out in the first half. You've been playing really well recently. Right now, our best chance to win is you sitting down. And the players aren't upset about that, or if they are, they keep that to themselves, which I think is what they're supposed to do as professionals. And they allow Mike to make the decisions, to roll the dice, as Mike says. If he gets it wrong, he's the one that takes ownership first and foremost, and he always has in post-game press conferences. But when he gets it right, it only reflects just the chemistry that Mike has built here, and the soul of the organization, as he calls it, right? And that was his speech when his introductory press conference as head coach. He talked about the soul of the organization, and everybody has to be bought in. It just seems like it's so unique to this team that I mean, you can point to that alone as probably a major reason that they've won maybe 20, 30 ball games already over the course of Mike's career here in Sacramento.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's super essential to be, like you mentioned, just being able to do what's best for winning. And it fosters an environment of winning being the most important thing, not your contract, not your playing time, your points per game, or anything else like that. I know that this guy next to me is about winning. That's what they can do in their locker room. I know he's about winning. We got the same game plan. We're going for the same goal. And that starts with Mike Brown. That starts with Mike Brown. I think some of the stuff that happens when he allows his players to kind of push back at him, if he's doing something out of pocket, like arguing with the refs too much or anything like that, and allowing Malik Monk to be like, hey, you're doing too much, coach. And he'd be like, you know what? You're right. You're right. I think that breeds respect, that breeds a camaraderie of sorts from the coaching staff and the players. And it gives them the leeway as coaches to go to Malik Monk and say, hey, you're not handling business right now. I'm going to sit you, or you need to get yourself right, because they respect that if the shoe's on the other foot and Mike isn't doing something he's supposed to do, that they can come to him and say the same thing. It's kind of a fine line a little bit.
Yeah, it's tough.
But they're walking it perfectly right now.
You have to have a locker room that's willing to be coached. You have to have a staff that's willing to be held accountable, and you have to have a head coach in the middle of it that has enough respect for everybody and self-respect, and also a little bit of humility to be able to hold it all together. Like, it's just something that, like, Mike, I don't think will take credit for it. He told me last night that it is unique to this group, and he'll give all the credit to the players for their buying in and all the credit to his staff for helping him out. But it all requires Mike to kind of keep everything together. And I don't know. There are amazing head coaches in this league right now, Hall of Famers for sure. Like, I know he's a student of Greg Popovich to some extent. I don't know if he learned this from Pop. I don't know how many coaches can say they are able to do what Mike Brown is doing in Sacramento, not just winning, not just leading the Kings back to success, but getting this kind of buy-in, managing it as well as he is, while also trying to improve. He's not doing this with an established superstar roster. He's doing this with a roster he's trying to mold into a contender.
Yeah. You excited for Monday?
Hell yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
I know the Kings play Saturday. I'm obviously talking about the in-season tournament. Like you're all in on the in-season tournament.
I love it. I love it. And I hope the Kings make it for a chance to go to Las Vegas, because that means I get to go to Las Vegas in December, which I'm excited about. But so selfishly, I'm rooting for it. But it's also a chance at kind of a little bit of revenge against the New Orleans Pelicans, right? A team that might just be a bad matchup for Sacramento. Who knows? And that might suck that, hey, you won your group. Here are the Pelicans. Here's your consolation prize. So that's I guess the case of the second seed. But you got beat twice in New Orleans by this Pelicans team. The second time you had a chance to win that game and kind of let it slip away. So they're not unbeatable. Right. And you're going to have your home floor, even though you're going to have, I guess, Pelicans colors now, because the Kings are just going to format their court to the colors of every team they play, apparently, because the Los Angeles Clippers home court that they threw out there last night was ridiculous.
That was a little goofy.
But like, yeah, I'm an old man about it, and I will never stop being an old man about it. But yeah, I'm very excited about it, and I think it's going to be fun. And God, I'm scared to even say this out loud, but I think back to Kings and Pelicans when everything shut down, and that was a big game with playoff implications and stuff like that. Maybe this is a little bit of a makeup for that.
Okay. You want to weigh in on CM Punk before we go to Thursday night football and the Cowboys and the Seahawks?
I just want Kenny to know that he's not alone, because I saw the moment and I was just
Wow.
Are you like not a Punk fan, or are you just indifferent about it?
I don't think Punk provides enough in the ring for me to care as much as the WWE and CM Punk and the wrestling world thinks I should care. I think Punk is phenomenal on the mic, even though I thought his comeback promo was
a little toned down.
Is a little like it just felt like PG Punk a little bit, like, and it was very similar to kind of his first AEW promo, which is like, are we just on the same path? Is something crazy going to happen? I'm intrigued to see, because I, like D'Lo, believe that if anything that happens in front of an audience is part of the show. So the Seth Rollins freak out, the Rhea Ripley, the Drew McIntyre, whatever it is that happened, like, I think it's all part of the show. And I think the WWE would be foolish not to build on this idea that Punk is hated in the locker room and that he can overcome that. So I'm not necessarily too worried about that aspect of it, but I watched a few of Punk's matches in AEW, and I didn't think any of them were particularly good. I think he was carried by every wrestler he wrestled against. So, okay, we get Rollins versus Punk at Mania, night 1, main event. Great. Seth Rollins better carry the hell out of that match. Punk will probably sell the hell out of the match itself, and the promos building up to it would be sick. But the match itself,
I think you're underappreciating Punk in the ring. You are correct that the work in AEW wasn't particularly great. He is older now, so we've got to, he's going to require guys like Seth and so on to carry him. But we've got to get out to Thursday night football. We've got the Cowboys. We've got the Seahawks. That's coming up here shortly on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Almost nobody.
Great stuff, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
I was afraid you were going to be going to Vegas. That's the day of our live show. If, of course, they get through. Hey, one game at a time, man. We're just trying to go 1-0. We don't need to talk about Vegas. We're just trying to go 1-0.
I'll be honest with you, actually, and I'm not rooting for this, so this is a bad thing to say on the air, because I absolutely rooting for the Kings to win on Monday. Life would be a lot easier if they didn't. and the logistics of traveling for stuff on a whim is pretty crazy. And of course, this NBA thing, they've set it up to where everybody apply for your credentials, but we'll cancel them as soon as your team's out.
Yeah, but you'd get to be a part of the first one, man. That'd be pretty exciting.
Yeah, be pretty sick. I'm not a big Vegas person for the Vegas aspect of it. It's more just to be there.
And you get to cover Kings versus Pacers in the final.
That's crazy.
Ooh. Whose revenge game is that? Tyrese's or
Jacoby's? This is Jacoby's revenge game. It's the JJ Redick Wet Dream Bowl.
So what happens in that game if Domas goes like 2 of 12 and Tyrese goes like 1 of 10?
Not good.
Like, what do we do? Yeah.
Oh, everyone loses.
Everybody sucks.
Oh, what if Buddy goes like 7 of 7 from 3?
I'm not showing up to work.
And we end and Buddy Hield won the trade.
Right before he's traded.
Right, I was gonna say, yep. He's traded a week later to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Put a WWE stipulation on the line. Put a general manager loses their career on the line. Make it a career match. I'm in. Make the in-season tournament more like the WWE. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's what we made it a Money in the Bank match.
Ooh, yep.
You win the tournament, you get the briefcase.
Okay.
You can cash it in at any point.
How about Kings win? Hollinger's got to retire. Hollinger's got to retire. Everyone else who talks about the trade got to retire.
I love the cash-in idea.
How about a Hollinger on a pole match?
No one's going up there.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
Hollinger off the top of the Hell in a Cell.
See ya.
Or like them old man. If Kane beats the Undertaker, he gets 5 minutes alone with Paul Bearer. Kings fans gets 5 minutes with John Hollinger and Jacoby and all them dudes.
I love the NBA cash-in idea. So when the Boston Celtics win the championship in Game 7 and they're gassed and celebrating, oh my God!
God, that's the Kings music.
De'Aaron Fox comes out, just pushes.
That's Slamson. Here comes
Slamson.
Oh yeah, Slamson's running out with the briefcase for sure. Oh, I'm in. I'm so
Catch
in.
and play 1 5-minute period to see who wins.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, I'm so in.
That'd be tremendous. I'm telling if life was more like wrestling, it'd be so much better.
Hey,
all right, guys.
Real quick, give a shout out to Colin Cowherd. He says Brock Purdy is not a franchise quarterback because he wears hat backwards. Just a 2-second search on Google finds numerous pictures of Tom Brady wearing his hat backwards.
You could find all sorts of hats associated with Tom Brady with a Google search.
Well, be careful.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
What are you going to end all that?